still waiting. Now we are live. Right, yeah, I think that's that one that FPV's been talking about, right? Isn't it? Doesn't it sound familiar?
Possibly.
I don't know. B-Balls posted that. To
Sounds like cats to me.
It sounds like that. I'll put it in FPV. Well, no, I won't. I'll leave it. I think that's come from a picture of something. We're just waiting for a few people to come in. Let's get it.
Sounds like that guy, not Cats, the other guy there.
What are you guys talking about today?
Oh, you mean Mr. Sensible?
No. The other guy. What's his freaking name?
Speak truth?
No. It's gonna come to me. I shouldn't have said anything. Sorry.
Sorry. I'm just running through the UK people.
Yeah, he's a UK guy. Yeah. What's his freaking name, man?
Right, yeah, we're going to go over the picture and the history behind the picture. You know, Blackpool and the Stones. Well, the history from my point of view, anyway. Through the Stones. No, I'm sure it's that guy from FPV, the one War.
Elijah Castle.
It sounds like that sort of a voice to me. You know, I've heard it before, and I'm sure that's where I've heard that voice from.
Hey Bev, yeah, that's exactly him, I think.
Yeah.
I've listened a lot to that guy's voice, and
so why would B-Ball be posting that to Flatsoid in Brandon's?
Yes, I don't know half of those guys who people is. But yeah, I'm only commenting about the voice being, what you say.
Yeah, you think it sounds like him as well?
Yes, totally.
Yeah. We'll have to find out why and what exactly that's got to do with why B-Ball's going to start quoting that. Yeah, so we're going to go over the Blackpool picture, and I'll wait for a few more people to get in. Yeah, this is the White Swan. We're going to be going over Katz's video screen. I'll screen share my entire screen for you guys. I don't think there's much.
Hang on, which video? Katz's video with Ranty?
Yeah, the initial one.
So, when they had a day out.
Well, we're going to go over the very first one, the one that I think it's called something like the day the flat Earth will regret, or something like that. Let me check. I think this one. Maybe this one. Yeah, today is a day that the flat Earth will never recover from. It's
and that's Conspiracy Cats.
It's Cats going over. Yeah, he goes over. He does some of his singing and stuff like that, and then he goes over
singing.
Well, you know how surely you've seen it, right?
No, and I'm kind of glad I haven't seen it, so we'll keep it that way.
Yeah, he does. He sings the comments that he's got. Never seen it? Seen him do? You don't want to see it, do you?
No.
That's not what we're watching this video for.
No, I do not need to hear him singing.
Right, so
After this video, the devastation is going to be on their part. when they see these beautiful stones.
Right. Well, I want to lay down the, how we came to find all of this sort of stuff, right? So,
right.
I think fair use of all of that is all right. So,
yeah, sorry, Ran.
He starts talking about Ranty.
I didn't know what I was going to do.
Can you hear that?
I was going to turn. I failed on my mission.
No.
At that point, ladies and gentlemen.
Not at all.
Okay, right. So, I think can you guys hear it on the YouTube? If I might have to swap screens for.
Yes, YouTube works.
Right. Okay, so you could hear that on YouTube then. So just to make sure
it's just Discord.
Are right on Discord. Tell me what this is like. Can you guys hear this now?
At that point, I needed a hero.
Yep.
Yes.
A globe hero.
Okay,
Somebody who would come and raise me like a phoenix from those flames. But on this channel, there's only one globe hero.
These are the adventures of
Ranty, the Flat Earther,
as he explores the strange world known to Fraggles as
the Globe. What are you doing? Get off me!
Baldy, I'm going to whack you so hard, I'm going to smash you up and down if you play that video one more time.
Alright, sorry.
I mean it.
Ow! Yeah, sorry, Ranty. I promise never to use that again. And I will never use that again, mainly because Ranty has sent me this video you're about to see, which contains an image taken by somebody called Kevin Jackson from that exact spot.
Kevin Jackson.
It's a beautiful image, and he has given us permission to use it, so thank
Kevin
you very
Jackson.
much.
It says
here's what Ranty had to say about
huge thank you to Kevin
I have a little
Jackson.
image for you today, and this one's kind of stumped me, I have to say. Now, I've been in this debate, let's say, for the past 5 years, and I used to host the Round Table, Ranty's Round Table, which is now Brandon's. Go and check it out. But let me just say that this particular image has definitely thrown a curveball to me. Now, where I film, which is in and around this location, we have had plenty of shore-to-shore observations of up to 24 miles away. But then this image popped up on Facebook, and I was...
It's playing that fast, and this image popped up on Facebook. Right, so we want to have the story, the whole backstory, right? Is he asks Arwen.
Reduce noise from wind when filming outside. Oh, that's tough. I think you just need a special type of microphone cover for that.
But unfortunately, I didn't have anything like that. But that didn't matter because I was about to end Flat Earth. The excitement was bubbling inside me and I couldn't wait. So I turned around.
A little bit too much. He's going to do the whole story.
Anyway, I arrived at Southport.
Right, wait a minute.
Believe me when I tell you, you'll be a newborn individual. The colour noggin.
Yeah.
The Velvet Trail. It's
right. There we go.
Amazing.
Yeah, isn't it just? Anyway, I arrived at Southport at a place called the Velvet Trail. It's really easy to find if you just search for it on Google, and this is what the car park looks like.
Right, so he has to do that singing thing, so maybe...
No, we don't. Why does anybody need to hear him sing?
But this is like the entire build-up to it. You've got to get it all, right?
Yeah, but do we really need to be showing all of this?
I need to show you or get it documented, yes, I'm sorry.
If it was Speak Truth, I would want to hear it. But...
on my own. So I jumped in the car, and off I went.
Right, so he has to do it on his own, right? This is...
I grew 4 shoe sizes since I've started this program.
More hair on your head, Baldy, than evidence for the globe.
See?
Globe
Did you get that?
dead.
Who owns the moon?
Hair on your head.
Didn't affect my brain.
So mate, I'm at a loss. What can I do?
Can I please ask that these people stop making videos?
Sorry, did you say Southport?
The answer lies in Southport.
Right. Wow. I guess I know what I need to do then. I need to jump in my car. I need to drive to the coastal town of Southport. And I need to end Flat Earth once and for all.
Yeah,
So
but good luck there, conspiracy cats. You will go and
Conspiracy
find that
Cats
curvature.
needs to go to Southport. He's doing it. Conspiracy Cats.
Mm-hmm.
And so off he goes. He does this. Genius.
Oh, my.
And then there's some singing.
You'll be a new.
No.
Yeah.
Skip.
That.
And then, obviously...
bubbling inside me, and I couldn't wait. So I turned around, I focused my camera, and this is what I saw.
Right. Bloody hell, what a waste of bloody time this is. I'm freezing me nuts off to see clouds.
Clouds. You see any clouds? Anyone?
No.
No. Oh.
But he said that afterwards and added in the thing, because that wasn't recorded with him standing there filming.
So, look at that. I know. See, can you see the clouds?
No.
I can't. I mean,
No.
like, this is really bad as well, isn't it? I mean, he's not focused or anything. Looks like somebody who's not really that experienced with the camera, really, if you ask me. Who's just turned there, and it does look pretty windy. I'll give it that. It sounds pretty windy anyway.
Nuts off to see clouds.
Yeah. It was too cloudy to get the shot I wanted. It was incredibly disappointing, and I had nothing. It was the lowest I think I've ever been. My heart sank. I didn't know what I was going to do, where I was going to turn. I failed on my mission, and at that point, ladies and gentlemen, at that point I needed a hero, a globe hero, somebody who would come and raise me like a phoenix from those flames. But on this channel, there's only...
Right, so the sequence
This is a joke, man.
He's asked Arwin where to go to search for the globe proof. Arwin said Southport, so Conspiracy Cats has gone there, right, to take a picture of that car park.
Okay.
So I'm like, wow, wonder what's going on here. Like, that's where we go. Brilliant.
I wonder if that wind noise was sound effects too. It seems like it almost was sound effects, huh?
Could be. You sound like you've got sound effects.
You sound like you're in a bathtub.
Got in a hall.
Are you having a number 2 or what?
Try resetting maybe.
He's crawled in his air duct to do some sanding again.
Do the Halo tune for us. Sounds perfect.
Right, so here comes Ranty to save the day.
These are the adventures of
Ranty, the flat earther.
as he explores the strange world known to Fraggles as
The globe.
Where's Ranty to sort it out?
Baldy, I'm going to whack you so hard, I'm going to smash you up and down if you...
We'll never use that again, mainly because Ranty has sent me this video you're about to see, which contains an image taken by somebody called Kevin Jackson from that exact spot in Southport. It's a beautiful
Not that
image, and
exact
he has given us
spot.
permission to use it, so thank you very much. Here's what Ranty had to say about it.
I have a little image for you today, and this one's kind of stumped me, I have to say. Now, I've been in this debate, let's say, for the past 5 years, and I used to host the Ranty's Round Table, which is now Brandon's. Go and check it out. But let me just say that this particular image has definitely thrown a curveball to me. Now, where I film, which is in and around this location, we have had plenty of shore-to-shore observations of up to 24 miles away. But then this image popped up on Facebook, and I was thrown, really thrown with it. Now, what makes this so stunning is the fact that you've got the mountains in the background, some known elevations of the mountains, you've got some known elevations of the objects in the foreground, Blackpool Tower and the big one. And yet on this particular occasion, you've also got some added bonuses, which is the fact that all the mountains are covered in snow, which is highlighting all the ridges, and you're able to see all the valleys and troughs. And you've also got some shadows on the mountains too, which also gives you this 3D look. Now, when I did the calculations on this, it wasn't what I expected. Far from it. In fact, it is such a good image for the globe that I thought, you know what, seeing as I feel a bit sorry for you guys because you don't have that many globe Earth imagery, that I'd throw you this one and just say, do you know what, if you want a image to bandy around, then this might be the image for you to have a little chew on. Because it seems unfair that we have the Black Swan and we have plenty of other shore-to-shore observations, and the best you have up to now is maybe Canagoo, maybe Jose JG with his lighthouse, maybe Timmy Osman, you know, and that's about it really. I can't really think of any others than that.
Right, those 3 examples that he just gave then, Canagoo. What?
That's what Ruhif came with as his proof.
Yeah.
With all the stupid angles and
Ruhif's at the
pixel
heart
count.
of all of this bullshit anyway. Right? Ruhif and Canagoo. How can the furthest long distance photography shot ever taken be already have the globe? I mean, That's ridiculous, isn't it? That's the mountain, like we've seen that red lines on the floor somewhere underneath, and then Jose JG in the lighthouse. Really, Ranty? Was that ever claimed as? And what's Timmy Osman? Does anyone know that?
No.
It's weird that Ranty used Timmy Osman, right?
Yeah, he was the one we got told about, the penguin.
Yeah.
Oz, the with the Z.
He's the
Maybe
one
that's
we were talking to on...
Everybody knows Timmy Osman, who's been
Not
around
two,
for a
though.
while.
He has some pictures he brought to Nathan Oakley like a year or two ago. I remembered on the after show.
Right, well.
But I don't remember what they were, of buildings or something from a distance.
Yeah, really weird. I've never heard of them, and I've never used any Globers using them. So I don't know what Ranty's talking about here. But I mean, we can get into that at some other point. If those are the three pictures that the Globers have got, Ranty's given him this one again.
So yeah, enjoy this. I'm sure the Cats and Ruhif are going to science the you-know-what out of this. And,
Science.
And yeah, it might just turn out that you want to be using this a little more often. For me, anyway, at least, it definitely has me thinking.
So, I know, right? We now have an image presented to me by a flat earther that could actually be proof of curvature. Now all I need is another flat earther to help me analyse it.
I might try to help you.
Oh, mate, that's really, really kind. Thank you so much. If you don't mind then, helping out, if you could bob over to Peak Finder and find those mountains for us. We'll check out the elevations on Google Earth. We'll enter all that information into the curve calculator, maybe do a bit of trigonometry to find out how much of those mountains we should be able to see on a flat Earth, etc. Do you think you can do that for me?
Conspiracy Cats, I don't know. I don't exactly know what you mean.
Yeah, well, don't worry, Armin, because Ranty's done...
It's not as if they're cutting anybody out of context or anything, is it? While they're doing that. It's entertainment.
What you're about to
though.
see
I mean,
is work
not
that
actually.
he has done himself. I'm taking no credit.
Yeah, it's okay when they do it.
So Ranty went onto Peak Finder and he typed in the location Southport, and that showed him what the mountains from Southport should look like. He then lined those.
Now, just at this point, this is the bit where I'm thinking now. That's where I could go. I mean, that's pretty close to where I go. And I'm thinking, there's something wrong with that picture. But all we have to do is go back to the bit where Cats took the picture.
Right.
And pause that. I mean, look how dark Blackpool looks with all of the sun coming down like it would onto the mountains. Look. Doesn't it look black along here? Just as dark as this bit here. For Blackpool. So that's what I was thinking. I was thinking there's something wrong with this picture. If the mountains are lit by the sun that's coming down, then Lytham and St Anne's seafront here should be lit by the same sun that's lighting this. It always is. Even Cats has showed you what it looks like. So there's nothing, there's something a bit wrong with that. So that's what I hear, right? Ranty has found this picture. Cats has been there first, right? Cats has been there to take a picture of this. Not managed to do it because he says it's too cloudy, but I didn't see any clouds. It just looked a bit bad conditions. But you'd know that if you were a photographer. And probably a bad time of day as well. A bit hot. So he takes the picture, obviously bad. Then Ranty shows him this picture, which nobody says, wait a minute, the lighting doesn't look right or anything. But they still go ahead and put it out as a video, right? They're committed to it. They're committed to this picture. And Ranty's giving it to them as though it's Canagoo for some reason. I don't know. He's seen it. So the next video is This is Ranty and Cats with the well, actually, there's a video here, a comment that there's no replies to it. I didn't get one reply, but it reads, "Thanks for giving credit to my son. He's been taking pictures with his P1000 since we went to Bedford Levels. He can't see why you're making such a big fuss out of the picture taken to see how the light hits the coast at sunset. I hope you'll be giving him the credit he deserves, and please remember that my youngest son has Asperger's and is my full-time cameraman. He takes all the pictures. He enjoys spending time outside and has taken some quite stunning pictures. You may have seen his sunset taken just down the beach there at Southport. I'm currently testing some water levels for a larger test later in the year. The geometry behind the test is linked to Ranty's and your confusion about your right lines. You should try thinking about how you think straight lines curve after you use them for your calculations, and you may come to a realization that you've made a fundamental mistake in your conclusion. I'll leave you to find it. It's like a puzzle, like you're better off finding yourself. Good luck. If you want to discuss my son's pictures, you'll have to talk to me. He's only 14, he was at the time, and you're only aware of triangles used in trigonometry having 180 degrees. I don't want a group of geometrically illiterate glarpers confusing him with their misunderstandings. You can find me at 3 space now next level Discord here. Come and chat about a 14-year-old's autist picture can expose Ranty Flat Earth as a glarping shill and more. So that was the offer. Now nobody has replied to that at all. They literally don't seem to bother about any of the tests we have or anything. They're bothered about is this whatever they're concocting here. It's quite nice.
It's what we're going to talk about. And I'm going to keep the banner that's going across the bottom of the screen. As you update us on your opinions and views, I'm going to change the banner. But I know today you're going to be giving some sort of conclusion on the research you've been doing over the years and what you think the shape of the Earth is. We'll find out what that is in a second. Next to me, if you don't know Ruhif, he's over there. I've linked his channel in the description. Incredibly intelligent guy, really intelligent. Some of the best debunking videos I think I've ever seen. Some of the stuff.
Okay, do we need to watch this again?
Hey, so I have a little image for you today.
Because we all know what happened.
Stumped me. Just highlight.
I just want to.
So that was the video that Ranty sent to me. I've done a little bit of maths on it. Ranty has spent a lot of time, and we're going to listen to what Ranty's got to say and the conclusions he's drawn from it. At this point, I'm going to pass this over to you, Ranty, and you can tell us the role that Ruhif played, and then we can see Ruhif's presentation, etc. We'll dig into this image a little bit deeper. So over to you, mate.
Okay, well, I haven't seen Ruhif's workings out yet on this, so I have no idea what he's going to present. I think the last time we spoke about this, he was going to try and match up the shadows, I believe. Is that right? Is that what you're doing today, Ruhif?
Not exactly what I'm doing, but I did send you a pretty high quality render a couple of months ago where the shadows did match up, yeah.
A couple of months ago. How long has this picture been going? Ruhif sent Ranty a render a couple of months ago of this picture. Hey?
Yeah.
So Ranty's been looking at it for 200 plus hours. Ruhif has made a pretty detailed render that he's already sent to Ranty. Oh. What's going on here?
Yeah.
But it's not exactly what I'm going to do tonight.
Right, so they're doing that, and he's going to go over another presentation, right? So, Ranty, at the point of this, there we go, and Ranty talks about this tilt thing.
All that space gone. Where has all that drop gone? And I'll challenge anybody to drive to Southport with a camera and tilt the camera up and down. Anybody that thinks there's dishonesty here, thinks we can turn this up and, tilt your camera up and down and get the mountains getting bigger or smaller, go there and do it, and then play this video and call me out on it. But that will never happen, because anyone who goes there to try will see. Just like Bev said, this is what we see all the time. Thank you, Bev, for your honesty Bev. With that. Yeah, really appreciate it. Hashtag thanks, Bev.
See, thanks, Bev. Starting it already. Look, they're all smiling. They're loving it. Look at them. Thanks, Bev. They've been doing this for 2 months. We take a picture to show them that it is not right. The lighting on the picture is off. It's probably a dodgy picture, a composite. But they don't listen. They don't care. That first picture that I went back to show Ranty when we took the picture, when my lad took the picture. Here we go. This picture, which Ranty's darkened.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Been asking for it for a while, for proof of the globe, proof of drop, especially in my location. And thanks to Bev, and thanks to the gentleman that took this original image, I've got to say, I'm.
Thinking to say what, but I'm going to ask, because people in the chat are going to know, based on what you've just said, what is your final conclusion? Could you sum it in like 2 or 3 words?
I think after.
Or can you not?
Well, the past 2 months have been
2 months.
Basically going through this image and trying to.
2 months, right? The past 2 months. Mm-hmm. Now, he did just say, just a little tiny bit earlier, or Ruhif said, that Ruhif sent him a very detailed thing 2 months earlier. So, it looks like the cause of Ranty getting this picture might be Ruhif. I would say that. Not Ranty finding it on Facebook, but Ruhif's already had a very detailed thing set up to give Ranty 2 months ago.
Come to terms with what's the reasons for why I see flat in my location, and why does this image show drop looking over my location? So there's definitely a conflict there. And, I've been discussing it with you. We've been finding things out. And
it shows drop, that picture as well. I mean, I don't know what drop. I've not got a clue. It doesn't seem to make it much sense.
Might have a different explanation. We may have a different explanation for what's going on that could be incorporated inside of the globe model, but give validation, not just to the work I've done, but why other people see further too. But based upon all of this new evidence, and that's what we're all looking for, is new evidence. I've been asking for it for a while.
New evidence.
For proof of the globe, proof of drop, especially in my location. And thanks to Bev, and thanks to the gentleman that took this original image.
Thanks to Bev, driving my son to that place. Or maybe thanks to Bev giving him that picture and saying, look, Ranty, look how much light there is on the front of that thing. That picture that you've found on Facebook or been given by Ruhif looks wrong, Ranty. That's what I said to him. Not, look, Ranty, here's a curve for you. It's, no, Ranty, that picture is wrong. Simple as that.
I've got to say, I'm now back on the globe side.
Yay. Right. So Ranty is now back on the globe because I've pointed out a picture and gone, can you not see how dark that Blackpool and Lytham St Anne's seafront is? It looks to me, I said this a bit, it looks to me like a sunrise Blackpool with the mist on the seafront, and the mountains in the back are obviously sunset because the sun's over there to the left, wherever it is. So yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. But on to the next one, because the new video that we've just seen. Right now, this one is Baldy Cats. He spent a day with his old nemesis. What did he find? Right. I'll just play the beginning a bit of this. It's very, very short. Here we go.
I'm just going to randomly film you. This man is Ranty, and right now he's filming Blackpool from Southport, a distance of about 15 miles away. It was footage like this that once convinced him that the Earth was flat, so much so that he created his own YouTube persona called Ranty Flat Earth. And on his YouTube channel, he presented regular content which he claimed was evidence for the Earth being flat. I'm a science teacher who goes by the name of Conspiracy Cats on YouTube, and I think that misinformation that can force people to jump down conspiracy rabbit holes.
Right, okay. We'll break it down and go through it a bit slower, right? 35 seconds into the video, right? So, first off, this is Ranty Flat Earth with a P1000. Now, the Ranty's camera's been missing for a while. Conspiracy Cats obviously was the one that went to Southport originally, because he showed you in the beginning of that other video. He drove all the way from his house to come and take a picture of that place there. And now Ranty's there with a camera. I'm not too sure whether it looks like a P1000. See whether we can get it a bit bigger. So, okay. It doesn't... I'm not too sure whether it looks like a P1000. Tripod looks a little low. Maybe broken. I don't know. And I'm not so sure whether he's actually got the camera fixed onto the tripod. I mean, it doesn't look like it. It doesn't look comfy. But, right, he's... So, Ranty... is taking some pictures of Blackpool from Southport. Now, he's not where Kevin Jackson was when Kevin Jackson took the picture, because we've been there and checked that. Ranty's just found a nice little spot here. Right, so this is the car park, the Velvet Trail car park here, and this piece of sand here is where Ranty got. I don't know whether you guys can see that or not, but on Discord probably not. So this is where Ranty is, where Ranty's taking the pictures from. This is where we first took a picture, because we tried to get the line right, but then we had to find that we need to go up to the highest spot. So this is where Kevin Jackson was. I think it would be nice if Kevin Jackson would like to come and talk to us about this picture or anything, but this is where I think Kevin Jackson was doing our testing of taking pictures of this spot. But this is where Ranty is now. This here says it's at 19 feet at the base of this, the height above sea level. And as you can see there, that yellow line is over to that building there. Well, actually, those stones, which you'll find are quite visible. So those stones there, let's just take the height of those. 19, 20 feet there, the base of these stones and this platform here, 19, 20 feet above sea level, mean sea level, the same as the position where Ranty is here. Right, now if anybody wants to know where we were doing our tests, we do the pictures taken from here, which are a lot lower down, more like zero, above mean sea level here. Right, so back to the Back to the Ranty taking a picture. Now, Ranty's got his tripod a little low. He's taking
I'm just going to randomly film you.
This... Right, now this is Ranty taking a picture of Blackpool. Now, don't be put off. This could be Cats that has done this post-processing, because you'll see how nothing in this picture is in focus. That's not because he's using a P1000. It's either because Ranty hasn't focused it, or Ranty's give Cats a really bad bit of footage from when he was doing it, or Cats may have blurred it up to make Ranty look like he doesn't know how to take pictures, or Ranty's camera might be knackered. But it's not. None of this is the fault of the P1000 camera. It's a very good camera.
It was in autofocus, and it was focusing to the foreground, trying to find something in the foreground.
There's not much footage, is there? Right, so, I mean, this is better than the bit that Cats uses in a
This man is Ranty, and right now he's filming Blackpool from Southport, a distance of about 15 miles away. It was footage like this that once convinced him.
Did you see how far that line was? I mean, I'll put it back up there. This line here is 9.5 miles. So I mean, 15 miles, 9.5 miles. I mean, it's only Cats and it's Globers, isn't it? I mean, and also Ranty doesn't seem to be able to focus. So
the Earth was flat, so much so that he created his own YouTube.
See now, if this is Ranty's footage, he's right. What's up? He's right. These flowers floating about in the foreground
here in focus
are what is messing about with the focus. So that makes Blackpool in the background look very, very, very out of focus. Now,
obviously,
we were discussing this a little bit earlier, and techniques that we use to see who can see the furthest with their cameras, the P1000s, and obviously Ranty's meant to be one of the most experienced cameramen on the Flurf side. I think he was a self-proclaimed. He wrote the book of optics on the other side, but it appears here whoever's took this footage has it in autofocus and can't seem to work out why that image in the background is terrible. But still, Cats has still put this on. Like, this may have been the best bit of footage that Ranty could get from holding his camera at sort of crotch level. I don't know, but I mean, yeah.
Persona called Ranty Flat Earth, and on his YouTube channel, he presented
Ranty made a persona, Ranty Flat Earth, based on images just like this. I think the Cat says it.
So much so that he created his own YouTube persona called Ranty Flat Earth, and on his YouTube channel, he presented.
He'd been looking at pictures and he created a persona, Ranty Flat Earth. I mean, why wouldn't you? If you could get pictures that look that grainy, horrible, and not in focus, then what else could you be? You could definitely portray yourselves as one of the greatest photographers in the flat Earth, especially if you had Flat Earth after your name. And then you team up with a science man called Cats that's a science teacher.
But is he actually a current teacher?
I don't think so. I mean, he might teach science, like, hey, Google it. You know how scientists work nowadays. Like, I've got all of science behind me. I don't know. I don't think so. But I mean, we don't know. I'd say not. I'd say he might have been trained to be a teacher, but I mean, that's.
But if he's not actively in a school teaching, he's not a teacher.
Well, doesn't Simon Dan do science courses? You know, like I could start it up. Hey,
online?
Pay me, pay me, and I'll teach you science. then I would be a science teacher. I mean, I think that's the way he's going, or what he's going for, particularly. Right.
That's who it sounded like. Simon Dan. That voice before?
No, can't be. No. Right, so Ranty. Oh, look. What's that?
That's cats.
Yeah, P1000.
Yep.
Is it really? It looks a bit small, but could be. He might be a huge man. Yeah, KC. Wow, who's talking about KC?
Optimine. I just read that. Yeah,
Yeah,
Casey.
well
That's a
done.
blast from the past. Twitter. Yeah, she's a
she
lovely lady.
Claimed to be a geometry teacher in Canada. I've got her.
Mhm.
Teaches kids which axioms apply and when to apply them. I remember Casey. So, yeah, Ranty and Cats have they've been to Southport and they've took these pictures. I mean, I don't know whether you notice this in the background here. Can you see these oil rigs? Just in the background. We'll have a look at those in a minute, just to show you, because Ranty here with these pictures that Ranty's took, he's not particularly giving a good name to a very good camera. I think a very cost-effective camera that has helped my lad out quite a lot with the photography and just getting out and about. So I've got some stuff here to look at that. How about, can you guys see that, or do you want me to? I'll swap the screen over for you guys now on Discord. Come on. Oh, it's not. Discord's messing us about. Oh, there you go. Right, now this is on my video editor because this is all I can seem to do to show you guys the way I can do it. So you only get a little bit of a picture. Now these are the oil rigs that were just behind Ranty. They've been nice and put 2 oil rigs there for us to take some pictures of. Would be nice anyway. So now Ranty took pictures of Blackpool over there. Now we are only really focused on the stones because like we say, we know that it's not worth looking too far. You best focus on the things that you can actually deal with, and we can measure ourselves from known benchmarks. We can find known benchmarks, and we can use them for doing measurement purposes. So what we do is we've been taking pictures of that particular view. But like we say, first off was the one to show Ranty that the Kevin Jackson one is probably manipulated. Ranty didn't want to look into that. He went off with his thanks Bev, thanking me for taking my lad to the pictures. But we have been taking plenty more pictures. Now this is to show you what the camera looks like, what a P1000 shot should look like when you focus it properly. So that I'll pause it in a minute. I don't even think this one's the infrared, to be honest. I think this one's still
It's not the infrared.
There, can you see
That's
that?
a normal one.
Yeah, it's a normal camera. But these are the stones here that we're looking at. So we're looking all the way across to looking at this, focusing on this end of the Blackpool. There's the channel marker that'll take you across the way, and this entire piece here is the wall of the Blackpool seafront wall, and these are the stones. I'll take you through it step by step. I'll try and do that anyway. If anybody wants to come in the Discord and ask us any questions about it, just can somebody drop the thing in and keep a check on anyone, because like I say, we're open to anybody coming and asking us questions about this. Not like Ranty hiding away saying thanks and then not saying anything about it. So we take the pictures of the Blackpool, and this is with a normal P1000, just looking at it, like we say, down a lot lower than Ranty was when Ranty was taking the pictures. We are, as you can see, we're round about where the end is of that path that Ranty. I'll show you anybody on YouTube that this is where Ranty was here. We walk down this path, and these are the little grassy bits that you can see in the picture. This is where I usually like to go, but sometimes we go here. Depends on how wet it is and how hard it is to get there. But no, like lower down than what Ranty does, but similar sort of distance, 9.5 miles across. Right, and here's some other pictures we took of a night time, showing the similar sort of thing, the marker and the stones there, and Blackpool obviously at lights. Now this is infrared footage, because we've now got an infrared camera. That's why it's slightly orange to the look. Now you can see even more clearly this time. This is the building. These are the stones. There's a ring of lights and things that are here. This here is the pier, and these are fairground rides on the pier in the distance behind Blackpool. So we're looking from Southport across there, 9.5 miles. The camera's probably about 4 foot above mean sea level, and this wall of this thing here and these stones are at 19 feet above mean sea level. Right, so
say good night, Ranty. And you got something to thank Bev for now.
Again.
Yeah.
See, look,
while you were busy looking at the sky and measuring mountains with rulers, look what we were doing, Ranty.
And this is manual focus. It helps out a lot over the distance. We thought that was one of the best things, that we have tips for each other when we're doing long distance photography, is manual focus. Don't rely on autofocus. You want to be trying to get the crispness. Now, we haven't sorted the tripod and the head and all of those sort of things, which to get a stable picture, but that's some good clarity.
That's how you take a video, Ranty.
And if you can see that there, if you take a stop of that picture, you can see that you are looking up to Blackpool Tower. You are underneath Blackpool Tower, quite a way away. That's about 12 miles away, Blackpool Tower, from where the camera is. And you can see you are looking up at it, because the perspective is all that way. Now these sand dunes here are very high sand dunes. Some of these are above 10 meters. quite above it, like a lot above, actually. They're very high. So if you're looking from a low position, about 4 foot above sea level, mean sea level, and you're looking up at the top of these, then you're looking up. There will be a lot of stuff hidden underneath, behind that. Just that's what I think. So you can see again. You see the clarity of the picture. Ranty, that's why I think there's something wrong with Ranty's camera, because
look at that zoom, man. You should
be getting pictures like that.
Beautiful. Say goodbye to your 39.59. Just like that.
So there you go. There is the base of these stones. That's at 19 feet. This is the bank of it. So like, we're going to go over there with the measuring rod and just get a few more measurements. But so you've got one set of stones here, another stones here, and they all go down the front of the Blackpool seafront. I'll get everybody a picture for everybody else over here. So, you are looking sort of along this line here. There's the wind and light thing at the side of the bank. There's the first set of stones. I don't think there's anything on that one. And then there is the other stones. Yeah, the other stone sculpture. So there's between here and here is about 75 meters. I measured it. I'll show you in a minute. So pretty good clarity. Here is the oil rigs behind where Ranty was. Now, this is amazing for the clarity of what the P1000 can do. Getting a good head for the tripod first as well. But that's what you should be able to do with the P1000 camera, and what's the manual focus, just to make sure you get it right. Amazing. So Ranty, if you want to take some tips for how to do that, my son is available for how to use the P1000 anytime. And here's the last look at the sun's going down a little bit later on. Stones, lovely.
What a view from 9.5 miles away. Ranty, you should have waited for full analysis before you flipped.
You should have asked.
It appears you flipped for nothing, bro.
Yeah, there's not much drop over there, I don't think.
No, I'm sure Ranty flipped for all the right reasons.
Yeah, he definitely did. Right, so here we go. This is where we now go on a day trip out over to Blackpool. We thought about asking Ranty, but he doesn't seem to want to talk to us or anything. So we went over there ourselves. And this is wait a minute. I'll link from video. Oh no. So can you guys hear that as well? That's me.
Yes.
I will I'll mute that. Okay, so we don't need any sound on there. So this is me now at the wall of Blackpool, looking back towards Southport. So Southport is now in the opposite side. I'm looking back the other way to show you what you can see from. Now I've never really done this before, so I can't really pick out that car park over on the other side in Southport. And these are the oil rigs looking from Blackpool side. Zipping round. This is me with the normal P1000. The normal P1000 on a monopod. That's why it's a little bit jerky, but I'm just using it as a camera so you can see where we're walking around now. So these are the stones that you can see, and I have my back up against the seawall. We're looking now at those stones, hopefully on a very similar line to what you're looking at him from Southport, all the way down there. And these stones, 75 meters away. I did take the measuring wheel to go and have a look at it. But what I was doing here was to try and show you the idea of the how deceptive the heights of things in the distance are when you are looking at them. I don't know, perspective, call it perspective, but there's some sort of a strange effect that occurs, that things in the background seem to look a lot larger than their actual size, and it shifts depending on your perspective. So what I'm doing right here now is I'm trying to find, see, there's the other stones there in the distance that I could do. I need really to swap them around, two pictures for one on the other, so you can keep an eye on one side to the other. And I'm looking now for those fairground rides. You can just about see them. There's an A-frame in the middle here, and then there's one pillar there and another pillar with yellow bits on the top of it, and you can just about see the lines of the thing about to be flung up there. I think it does get flung up in a minute. But I can't see that because I've only got the camera and the viewing screen, and I'm looking for them still. I can't find them anywhere. But in the other picture, they're just here behind these people. But you see that these two structures here are the two that were the highest things in the other view from Southport, and yet I'm struggling to find them. In fact, I do think I have to move to the side. There you go. I have to move further over to the side just so I can see them, but they're not as high as one of the stone structures. See the difference.
Thanks, Ranty. I want to thank you.
Yeah, we're doing the optics stuff now.
Thanks, Ranty.
So there you go. That's those on that height of that stone, and then when look from Southport, there, you can see these are the structures, the tall ones. These are the stones that we've got them by. These are the taller stones at the beginning, and I mean there's a lot of difference seeing as we're further away for something that occurs height-wise, right? You looking at these two pictures now, the height of these compared to the height of that from Southport, 9.5 miles away, and to go closer there and see them at the same height, surely should be able to tell you can't judge anything from that picture and the size of anything in the distance. Or it does to me anyway. That is I don't know, it's a little bit silly for somebody to say that you can look at that. I mean, look, the quality of this pictures that.
Look at that. Yeah, Ranty definitely needs lessons.
We get together and teach each other tricks of how we're going to get these pictures better. Because believe me, there's far more for us to get out of these cameras and the shots that we're taking. Definitely not going to be looking at mountains in the distance, though. I mean, that's a bit silly. Actually, we've got.
Why would you want to do that? Yeah.
We've got this here while we were at the beach in at Southport at 0. Can you see that there in the distance? That looks like a bit of land. 75 miles away. Oh, has my Discord just shut down? Am I back?
Yeah. I just wondered where you'd gone.
Discord just kicked us out. Did it turn the screen off? Wait a minute,
yes.
Let me get that. How's the screen going for you guys? Right, everything's all right. Evening, Shills.
Hey, Shills. I've got no screen yet.
Oh, have we got anybody? Oh, sorry. I think I'm pretty much done on it.
Okay.
For the Discord. I'll open it up for questions or anything. But I mean, that was just a basic story of Ranty and the picture he says he found on Facebook, but I don't know. I'm not so sure. I think he was given that picture by Ruhif. What do you reckon?
Yeah, it's not like Ranty just organically found a picture and went, oh my goodness, I was wrong all this time. I don't think that's how it happened. And also, can someone... Yeah, but can someone tell them that the videos that they make are not funny at all? Not in the slightest.
You can't tell them that they're not funny, Emma.
I can't even watch them. They're unwatchable.
Well, they might be listening. You never know. I don't know if we got any ballers in here. I don't know. It'd be a bit hard for anybody to come and watch this, I would imagine. Got anybody that thinks that level line that we put across there at 0 mean sea level is a curved line? I'm not too sure. I don't know. I invite Ranty to come and have a chat with us, and also Kevin Jackson. I'd love to have a word with them about that picture, why it took, why you think you can have triangles and use triangles with 180 degrees to then decide that triangles don't actually have 180 degrees, and it sounds a little bit fantastic. I'd have a word with Conspiracy Cats on the trigonometry based around it, how you can get curves from triangles. The maths involved in it, and how you practically put that to purpose? How do you practically do that?
Or how about everybody just stops listening to people like Ranty and Cats and goes out and figures stuff out for themselves?
Yeah, but that's not gonna happen.
I know, but it would be so nice. And then they just disappear off into obscurity.
I mean, I'm going to put some pictures in.
If it's not gonna happen, then what can we do?
Ignore them?
Expose them. No. What? You're gonna let everybody to think that they are the actual guys to go to for your information?
Oh, no. No,
exactly.
definitely not.
Yeah.
Right,
Okay.
so there you go. The Blackpool side, that's the wall with the sea in. I couldn't actually measure how high that wall is for when the tide's out, but I'll be going back again. Or Ranty, if Ranty wants to come and help us, take a few pictures maybe. You never know.
No, he should measure it from this picture.
Just yeah. Right, and
They
then
are good at that.
you can see we've been to the stones. That's the stones with my 5 meter measuring rod on it. So you could say another 2 meters on the top of that. You'd say another 3 meters maybe, all the way to the top. Who knows? Maybe 7.5, 8 meters tall. And because I don't give you everything, you've got 75 meters on the number on the reader there, and that is from the wall to that position there where the wheel is. The wheel is 75 meters from the wall at the side. And I didn't manage to get another picture of the 5 meter the wind thing at the side. So there's a picture that we have. I don't want to be making this a big deal of that. I'm not actually making anything of this other than to point out, give people an idea of what it looks like mentally, right? To give you some proportions of what it is we're looking at. So this picture...
You read my mind. I was just going to say, can you sum up in a couple of sentences what you're... Yeah.
So this picture, the one we're looking at now, on the YouTube, and if you're in the Discord, I'm just looking at the one I've just put in there. At the infrared shot of us looking all the way from Southport to Blackpool. Now the stones that we're looking at here are 7 or 8 meters tall, and they are 75 meters away from this edge of this wall here. It sort of turns here and goes off up that way. I'll find out where that is at some point, because all we need is somebody in Southport and somebody in Blackpool with a laser, pointing the laser and waving them around, and we'll be able to find where everybody is, and we'll talk to each other on Discord. But the stones are here. You're 9.5 miles away. We know the height of this wall. We can measure the height of all of that sort of stuff. These 75 meters away from the wall there, these here, you can just about see them, little uprights. They're 5 meters tall. But the difference between these and these is 3 meters. But actually, visually, they look like they're on the same height. Now, I don't want to make a big deal out of it, because that isn't what we're doing. We're not measuring the height of things from how high they are at the top of them. It seems that's backwards, right? We, as a basis in, I've got a basis in surveying and realistic stuff. We work from the ground upwards. We don't work from the top down and try and adjust things from the top. We always try and get that zero then we know where we're starting from the base. But it's an interesting study to look at the heights of all of these different things in relation to each other over that distance. A good study to be done, because there's obviously problems, and there are people that do have problems with all of this. But yeah, all we're bothered about is the height of this wall and the height that the camera's at, and the way all of it looks different, and it's not all in proportion to each other. It can't be. It's just a 2D image. So how's that, Emma? Did that sort it out, or am I waffling? Tell me to shut up if I'm waffling.
No, but it was more than a couple of sentences. But it's fine.
Yeah, more study needs to be done. And like I say, we're only bothered about that 0 to 19 feet. And this is just an aside for the water level test that we've got coming. Because the water level test is the basis of the horizontal. We need to assure the baseline that we deal with in order that we can make measurements from. We just stay its level, and we've got some tests coming up soon to establish that. So yeah, one straight view. I mean, I think I might be able to go back to Ranty's picture, I think, if I can just find it.
I'm just going to randomly film you. This man is Ranty, and right now he's filming Blackpool from Southport, a distance of about 15 miles away. It was footage like this that...
Right, so if you can see in Ranty's picture here, it's not very good, obviously, because Ranty can't seem to focus it or sort it out. I don't think it's affixed to his tripod properly either. But right at the edge here, you can just make out at the side of this building here, there's I think that's the Stones, just there, and you might be able to see there's water here. So the tide's in at Southport, which is quite strange, but you don't very rarely see the tide in at Southport. Definitely in at Blackpool over there, which would mean there is water all the way across there, and you can see the Stones. Stones are on 19 feet above mean sea level, and this is Ranty, and Ranty's at about 18, 19 feet above sea level. He's obviously got his tripod at crotch level, belt level, I don't know, belt level, I think that's better. He's got a low camera on his tripod. Maybe because his tripod's broke, or I don't know. But yeah, so Ranty's took a picture of the Stones, I think. We might be able to get him to go back and take a few more pictures of it for us when he's going back to prove his flare perspective.
That's devastating for their model. Absolutely devastating.
It's nice of Ranty to go back and get it though, especially when the tide's in. Right, you know, it's a good time. A good time for him to take that picture. So
yeah, zoom into the Stones, Ranty. When you go, try to focus this time.
Over the water, that would be really nice. Or maybe, well, we can do one with Ranty if he wants to come and get the lasers from Dr. John again. I think Sleeping Warrior's got them now. That's what I heard. But I've got laser. We just wave lasers at each other across the thing, and then we can position where everybody is.
A collaboration.
Yeah.
Former flat earther turned baller, and a level earther collaborating.
Well, I have already asked Ranty to do that. I mean, I did say if he wanted to do it, I'd be willing to go there. Because since we've all got P1000s, it would have been great. It's dead easy for us to look at each other and see on that bank over there where everyone would be and how far you can down. But anytime, Ranty, or anybody that wants to come and talk about any of this sort of stuff that we're doing, we're always up for doing. We're up for getting together with people to do any of these sort of tests. Just, I don't know. It's just getting together to get us all together doing stuff together.
Brian.
Oh my.
Who's that?
Is
Brian.
that Rob? No, it's not Rob.
He's got a band.
Brian.
Brian, we're live, dude.
My back.
I'm gonna have to mute him. He's got a camera going as well, has he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Live show.
He's trying to show us a band.
Yeah.
I guess.
We're live at the moment, Brian.
On YouTube.
I thought he was in the band.
Rocking. Night, peaceful warrior.
Is that Brian Mabbitt's band?
I don't know.
The Mabbits.
It might be a gig we're doing at the. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Brian and the Mabbits.
So what's the T? Is that Larry Scott aerial photography cross?
Yeah, I think that's one of his markers that he put down. But what's interesting is he's going at the what do you call it, reciprocal zenith angles, and got what's his name, Kozlowski, in there telling him he needs to do a video documenting it. It's pretty funny.
Nice. Well, I mean, he did say he was doing that, so we'll have to come back with it.
I can't work out these distances. See if it's a new one, or maybe it's not a new one. It's new to me. No, hang on. This one.
Buster, are you sat by a water feature?
It's
I don't
raining.
know what's up with people right now.
It's raining. Okay. That makes sense.
That's the same one we've already seen.
I can't work out the distance between the shots. Which one's the distance?
How is Brian up on the stage?
No, they've come down.
Oh my.
Yeah,
Is that like a British take on ZZ Top? I'm confused.
I don't know, but I'm quite intrigued now. I want to hear them.
I can see a crowd surfing coming. Don't get copyright.
Ain't no crowd surfing going on there. Somebody will break your hip, man.
They've been doing that for a while, right?
Oh my goodness, look. That's so cool. I'll put the sound on. You can't get copyrighted for live stuff.
Can you not?
No.
That's a lady there behind the drums.
Yeah, no, you can't hear anything.
Not really.
I think it's because it's too loud, it's cancelling out.
No, I think he's got his thingy noise reduction on.
Yeah, noise reduction.
Discord noise reduction.
Yeah, it cancels out.
Yeah, I can't leave that on. That would be bad for people listening. Nobody wants to listen to that unless it's proper.
It's always fun to watch drummers drum. They always make faces.
Well, obviously.
Yeah, like once again, I'm gonna have to ask Ranty, like, if you want to come for a chat about this anytime. No animosity, no nothing. Like, I'm curious as to know what the picture proves and how it proves it.
I might have to keep muted then.
And as why. Yeah, why you want to thank me for it? Because, I mean, I've not really done anything. If you were to talk to me, you wouldn't be saying that I helped you. Because the picture's fake, Kevin Jackson. Kevin Jackson, if you would like to talk to us as well.
That's what I wanted to
Cats.
say.
Yeah, Conspiracy Cats has got his name wrong in the latest video. He seems to have forgot who the guy was that took the original picture. He's
What did
called
he
Kevin
call
Jackson.
Kevin Jackson?
Yeah.
What did he call Kevin Jackson? Kevin Johnson, right?
Yeah. Kevin Johnson.
Like in Johnson and Johnson. Yeah, great. That's a lotion trademark, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, baby lotion. The makers of.
He mixed it up with the stuff that he puts in his head.
Yeah.
Having cats. Yeah.
I mean, I know Kevin Jackson's got a really good camera as well, right? I mean, that doesn't, because Kevin Jackson's got a really good camera and he's got loads of astro stuff and he's got telescopes and all of that sort of stuff, and he likes doing it. He's got a website, Astro Cookbook, that does all of the astro photography. I mean, he has got some amazing kit, but because Kevin Jackson's got some amazing stuff, doesn't make the P1000 a bad camera. It's just the way Ranty uses it that seems to make it look like a bad camera.
But it's not just that. The original Blackpool picture from Kevin Jackson that was put up to his Twitter in around February, I think, if I'm correct. That's a fake one. That's not a photo. That's a composite in itself. And I can prove that anytime you know.
Well, thank you very much. No doubt you will have some people coming round here and saying that now. Or actually, I don't, because ever since I pointed it out to Ranty that there's something wrong with that photo, Ranty just said, "Thanks, Bev." I mean, that was literally Ranty's response was, "Thanks, Bev," and it's like, I don't think that's right.
If you show that picture in which they put together, like back in May, probably, or a bit, some photo.
Yeah.
The mountains
well, I can tell you
are a little bit to the right.
I've got, is that the picture up there? Right, so the picture is up on screen now for everyone to see.
For YouTube?
Yes, wait a minute, let me get this.
Okay, let me look at it.
I'll put my screen on so you can see it. And then you can swap between the two, because what I'll do is
Okay.
There you go. So there's the picture that I took. So I took the picture of Ranty to show that this seafront here was lit from the sun coming down, that lights the mountains and puts the similar shadows on the mountains to what the shadows are here. But obviously we were in a different place.
Well, if you match it up by the tower right now, as you see, it's literally at the same place, but the mountains, especially if you look at, for example, behind the tower, the little peak is to the right on the Kevin Jackson photo. On your photo, it's a little bit to the left.
Yeah, well, if I take when I took, that we were trying it. That was the first time we went, right? And I didn't have the original Kevin Jackson photo to have a look at. So we were there. Copy. Right, so Ranty is there. I'll put an R for Ranty on that one. And then that is, so in Discord. So the first X on the left-hand side is where we were taking the picture when we took that picture that left us with this one. So this is the picture, and that angle is because we were slightly off. and then we moved.
By how much?
Well, that's where we moved, right? We needed.
What do you reckon?
Yeah, you needed to be on that line on the right-hand side where the yellow pin is.
Sorry, I cannot see it. Let me look at the live stream.
On the Discord.
No, I cannot see the map. I suppose you are showing the map right now.
No, I've put a screenshot in Discord with 3 marks on it. One where Ranty is, one where I was when we first took the picture, and then the yellow pin is the adjustment that we had to make in order to get on the same line with Kevin Jackson. Right, so Ranty's off a bit off that line, right?
That's kind of okay for the.
So that's why the difference is in the picture.
Or what I said, yeah.
This peak and that peak. That's how much you have to do to do that. It's not much, right? Like you wouldn't think it was that much. You'd think you'd have to move more in order to shift the mountain in relation to Blackpool Tower, but you literally you don't have to move that.
But
far
okay, I can get behind that.
Yeah.
Now, do you want me to? Because I'm sure that Kevin Jackson will never show his face anywhere near us or anywhere in these Discord channels, whatever you want to call it. Either it is Randy or Ruhi for anybody. He will never show up. Do you want me to, or can I post? Because we are in live stream, that's why I'm asking. Can I post it in the live chat? What I showed you like a few months ago.
Yeah. You go now.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll.
Okay, then I'm gonna copy it from when I posted it to you. It was back in a month ago, a month and a week. I put it together for you, and it contains altogether 4 images I'm gonna show. The first one is gonna be the original Kevin Jackson photo from Twitter. So this is not from Ranty, this is not from Facebook, this is not from you, this is not from Ruby, this is from Kevin Jackson's Twitter back from, I think, February. Even the link contains pbs.twimg.com, which is twitterimage.com.
Yeah, you can see to the far left-hand side, just so you can see the differences, how far that channel marker is away from where the stones are. Whereas when we go further outwards, we bring that much closer. In fact, we've had that a picture of that. We've been that far out that the channel marker is by Blackpool Tower, underneath Blackpool Tower. When we walked out, that's where the channel marker. Incidentally, Ranty says, "What do you think about this? See where the channel marker is on the very far left-hand side? Ranty and Witsit call that the horizon. That's why we call it the mid-picture horizon now."
I remember that one. Yeah, even in QE's live stream, they went through as if that was the horizon. So in the middle of the picture.
Yeah, the second one that you've got there is actually the picture that I gave Ranty.
So that's your image too, right?
Yeah.
By the way.
Yep.
Okay, just to be clear about everything.
Darkened.
Yes, and cropped, I guess.
Yeah, to try and hide the fact that it was dark, right? The whole point of me taking that picture was to show Ranty that seafront of Lytham, St Anne's and Blackpool gets lit up by the sun. It
Obviously,
stay dark like the original Kevin Jackson picture.
Obviously. Now, the next 2 images.
This is you'll have to explain us through this because.
Sure. No problem. So the next 2 images that I just posted in the live chat on Discord, and I suppose the ones who are watching on YouTube also can see it, even if it's a little bit small. The top one is the Kevin Jackson forensic analysis that I did with the, as you can see on the top left, it's called Forensically, and if you would put it in Google, it would pop up right at that moment. It's an easy little software to use. And the filter that I usually use when I go on that website and use the app is noise analysis. It's nothing, out of the ordinary. By the way, it's just a little layer, and it is trying to show the noise that can be detected on a photography. So again, the top one is the Kevin Jackson forensic analysis with this app. And the bottom one is your photo. Now, in my opinion, anybody can see a huge difference right away when you look at it. On the top one, when we're talking about any kind of photo, you cannot get away from noise. No matter what you do, no matter what your settings are, you're always gonna have a certain amount of noise. Now, most photographers will tell you that, and it's basically true, of course, that if you raise the ISO setting in any kind of camera, then you will introduce more visible grainy noise. The grainness and noisiness, or noise and grain, usually can be used for the same thing. So if you hear any of that, when you hear something about a photo that it's too grainy, is the same as if he would say that it's too noisy. On the top one, we see a huge amount of separation in between noises. If you look at the middle part of the Kevin Jackson photo with this filter on, the noise analysis filter, you will see a huge blackness that is not even homogeneous at all. It's only right above. It's starting right above from the mountain and the towers, and it goes up a little bit. It takes up like 1/3 of the image, but on the top side you see also again some noise. Now, if you would compare that to, for example, with Bev's image, and you can do it for yourself with your own raw images anytime. You can put it in the same application and you will see the same as you would see on Bev's photo. So the bottom one that Bev took, on which we cannot see the mountains as clear. It's in the background, it's foggy, it's blurry, and things like that. If you would put any kind of image that wasn't edited, manipulated in any way, then you would come up with something like this. On the bottom, forensic analysis with the noise filter, you see a huge amount of noise that is basically homogeneous all around the picture, which is basically, one proof that it wasn't manipulated in any way. The top one, the Kevin Jackson with the noise analysis, is basically a proof that it was edited, because you can see the separation in between the different layers that was introduced in some editing software. And when you introduce any kind of editing, you usually lose the noisiness because you are cutting out something, you are cutting in something. In my opinion, what Kevin Jackson did is that he had multiple images of the mountain at a good point, with a nice light on it, and then he had a different time in which he took another photo of Blackpool, in which Blackpool looked a little better, and even probably he had another photo in which the foreground, meaning whatever is in front of the camera towards the Blackpool and the tower, was a little bit crispier or better looking in any way. And then he put those three images into the, let's say, Photoshop or whatever. He cut it out right around the mountains and the tower, and he put together the nicer looking mountain with the Blackpool, and this is what you end up with at the very end. He probably did it to make it a bit look better, a bit more sellable,
It is for charity, right? I don't blame him, and he's just making a picture. I mean, it's a very, very nice picture. Stunning. I mean, it's
looks
understandable
good.
why Ranty's looked at it, because it's from a local area of, the Ranty. He lives in Blackpool. It's understandable. It's a nice picture. But I'm looking on this now. I can see there's a little green bit around the top of Blackpool. On that picture, around the bottom of Blackpool Tower. And then there's another green. There's... Why are there green bits that are in that picture?
Green where? In the forensic analysis picture?
Yeah. Just around...
Well, it's a remedy. It's a remedy.
In between the Blackpool and the mountains in the background.
In between?
Yeah.
Well, maybe like 2 pixels you can see that is... Yeah, maybe that.
There's quite a lot of green.
But I'm not even sure about that.
And there's a bit of red in the background of the other one as well. In the sky. But like I say, I don't really know much about that.
In the sky. So the basic idea is that, again, whenever you make a photo and you do not manipulate it in any way, you would end up with a photo in a noise analysis like this, which looks like the same as your photo in the noise analysis. It's graininess all around. Homogeneous graininess, homogeneous noise all around. The same thing. Like you cannot differentiate any part from your photos analysis, right?
Yeah.
You cannot pick out one part that looks very different from another one. It looks the same all across. Dots, and it's red, green, and blue, of course, and gray also, and any shade of gray.
Yeah.
It's all around. But when you look at this picture, yeah, I get what you mean. By the way, basically, it shows you that it's very black in the middle, and you have certain dots here and there.
Yeah, the green
now,
and
the problem
the
is
red
that
ones.
if it was a real photo, the first thing that stands out, it should be homogeneous in the same way as yours.
Yeah. So that sort
Now,
of means
what
to
exactly are those red dots? Well, it's basically a remedy. So the filter is trying to show you the noise that it can find in an image, and that's what he finds. That's what it finds.
Yeah.
And it marks it with red, which means that around those redness that you can see those few pixels, like literally few pixels across, above that and below that, and to the top left, for example, it's almost totally black, which means it doesn't find basically any noise there.
And that's wrong. It's been took out, has it? To clean up the sky.
This is what happens when you composite an image. You cut out certain parts that you want to use, and you cut out certain parts that you don't want to use. If you look at the original one, for example, on your one, how does the sky look, for example? How would you describe on your photo the sky? How does it look like?
I don't know, blue. I don't know. His sky looks very watercoloured, doesn't it? It looks like a sun.
That seems to be muted. Probably doing something.
What? I'm muted. What? I don't know why I got muted there. I didn't mean to do that. I have been talking for a bit. His skyline looks like how it does after sunset. As that colour changes going in the background, where you get the oranges and the yellows, and you get a different coloured skyline. Whereas, yeah, it's just blue, isn't it, on mine? Oh well, my lad's picture.
It's basically blue all around.
Yeah, because the sun's still up. You don't get that sort of a colour in the background while the sun's still up. Only when the sun has gone away, that it does it change to that sort of a sun. It like I say, it's one of the things in that picture that just doesn't look right, and there are many within that picture.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to ask. What do you need for those kind of colors to pop up on a landscape image?
Well, I'd say you need the sun to have at least gone away and out of the sky.
Okay, that's certainly, of course, one part of it. Okay, but what do you need for the sky to be orange at all? When do you get that?
After sunset, usually.
No, that's not enough. I mean, it of course, you have to have the sun at a certain level, but that's not enough. Clouds. You need clouds. If there are no clouds at a certain point, then you don't have anything like that.
I don't know. Let me see if I can find a picture for you.
Like, let me show you with this image, for example, that I just pulled up from Google. So, for example, that's a huge amount of clouds in the sky. And because of that, and because it's a setting sun, probably, maybe rising, but it's usually happening this way when it's setting, you need clouds. The sky is not going to look orangey if you don't have the clouds. And it's only happening on the bottom of the clouds. Now, do you see any clouds where it's orange there? You do not. It's airbrushed altogether. The sky looks this kind of orangey on the bottom, more yellowish in the middle, and goes into blue to the top, towards the top, because this is a simple 3-color gradient that he himself put on the sky to make it look nicer. That's why in the noise analysis, almost all of the sky is black, because it's a simple gradient. And on the top part, when you look at the noise analysis, on the top part you see the graininess again. I think he copy pasted back certain parts from whatever original image he actually took to make it look more realistic, because you cannot have literally one gradient and that's all. You have to put something over it to make it more realistic.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose you're right. I don't know. It depends what other photo analysts we've got. I mean, Ranty's gone. I mean, who else is going to look at pictures now? Might be you. What's up? You want to be the new picture stirrer? Looking at pictures.
Well, it depends what kind of pictures I'm talking about, but sure. Why not? The other I'm showing, this is more clearly shows what I was talking about. The orangeness happens in the bottom of the clouds, not anywhere else. It's not like a gradient. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, I like it. I always said there's something wrong with the photo, and it like I say, would be nice to have somebody to have a go at that.
Well, by the way, when I first came around, it was when this photo was first presented in, every debate platform. And they were talking about it in Brandon's too, and that's exactly when I was coming into the conversation altogether on Discord, and this was the first thing that I tried to talk about. That image is not even, a real photo.
It's not, yeah. Well, I think I'll send Kevin Jackson the thing and we'll put an invite out to him, see if he wants to watch it. I mean, it is his picture, and I'd like the Cats and Ranty have said, this is a photo. I mean, it's a lovely photo that you can buy and for a good cause. So I fully support him in doing this picture. It's a beautiful picture. I'd like to know how he did it. You know, how he's made this picture into that, because, like I say, it's stunning.
Well, I tried to reach out to the guy, by the way.
Yeah.
No comeback whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, we're not bothered about it proving anything. It doesn't prove anything at all. I just would like to know where you were when you took the picture and how you made the picture together. You know, if you pieced it together or whatever. We know it doesn't prove the shape of anything. It'd be ridiculous to claim it does, and nobody's going to ask you any questions about how it proves the shape of anything, because it doesn't. We just like to know how the picture was put together, and how I don't know. I don't want to take any credit for the photo because it's got nothing to do with me. This particular photo, other than Ranty sort of linking my name to it, but it's not. There is a website. I will find that website. Kevin Jackson, astrocookbook.com, and copy. It's here if anybody wants to go to it. That is the astrocookbook.com. I will let's go to this website. This is Kevin Jackson's The Amateur Astrophotographer's Cookbook, and that is the picture you can see there, and it says buy a copy of View of Blackpool and the Lakes for charity. I don't know if anybody's ever mentioned this before. I don't think you've heard much, but I mean, look at, he's got some fancy kit.
His gear is uploaded there.
That's
what he uses.
Yeah, that's his field setup. That's rather posh, isn't it? Look at the wires on it and everything.
Well, that's for the astro photography.
Yeah, that's for his astro
because in the Twitter that I copied the link for the image from, it contained, I think, an Nikon camera, and he also mentioned the lens that he used.
Yeah. Can we just click this? I appreciate this isn't astrophotography, but a camera and a 300mm lens was used. It just happened to be daytime and it was pointed horizontally. So that's handy to know. It garnered enough attention with the National Parks print shot based on the see the Cancer Charity Foundation, the Royal Preston.
He says there 300mm lens was used.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah,
It
I'm
says
looking
here,
at your
it
live
says,
stream.
I took my camera and headed down Weld Road to the beach. I took my Nikon D750 with Nikkor 70-300 ED VR AFP lens and took a few handheld shots. The VR capability
Now
of the
that's
lens really helped,
wow.
but it was a bright day, clear day, so shutter speed was fast to not warrant a tripod. Not sure getting a tripod out and taking landscape image warrants as exercise. So I was lucky as it wasn't needed. You don't need a tripod, apparently. Or he doesn't need a tripod.
Handheld shots. Yeah. Now I that too.
So
no.
he's got 56.75 miles. I mean, and then the different peaks.
Handheld. Yeah.
He says, I tidied up the image, nothing more than crop and adjust the contrast lighting in Adobe Lightroom. Pretty normal activity from back of camera to presenting. Says he's not done that
So
much.
he explicitly claims that it was only Lightroom that he used.
Yep.
Uh-huh. I mean, I can ask him questions that would put that claim into the corner. I'm quite familiar with both programs, meaning Lightroom and Photoshop, by the way.
Yeah. Well, like I say, it looks too dark. That's why we went there, was to go at that time of day to see what the light did when it hit the Lytham St. Anne's. And
I tell you what it looks like. It looks like as if the sun decided to light up the mountains and the foreground, but not Blackpool.
yeah.
That's what it looks like. When you look at it only with your, naked eyes. And to claim that it's a handheld shot. Now those mountains in the back are how far away? Like 80 miles or something like that. Or 20, is it 20? Maybe I'm remembering wrong.
The mountains?
Mountains, yeah. Was it 80 or 20? About
50 miles was the one that he's just done from that picture.
Okay. But the main thing is that you can see in his photo quite a detail on the mountains. It's not like just a blurry thing. You can see little crispy details on the mountains. Now, when you take a handheld photo of something that is far away, and supposedly because it's far away it looks very small, you do not get that kind of detail with having the camera in your hand. With a 300 millimeter lens on it, by the way.
Yeah, I'd like to ask him if he did go up the top of that hill, because I think in order to get rid of all of that refraction or the mirroring of the light, we had to go up high to get away from that. But I don't know. All you can do is try and ask people, innit? And we don't seem to be able to get anybody to talk to us about this picture. But I mean, it's gone. We don't really need to be worrying about it anymore, other than the fact that I think, does Gem Panda still have my name all over this picture? I think he shows it all the time.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, I don't know what for.
Gem Panda.
Yeah.
He jumped on this topic too. Okay.
Well, no, he's just got it as it's like Gem Panda's server is just the trolls. So they think that having my name associated to Kevin Jackson's picture, I don't know whether it triggers me like trolls or whatever. I mean, I'd be quite happy for people to buy this picture because of me and support the charity of Kevin Jackson. I mean, I fully support it.
That's quite humanitarian of you.
It's a nice picture. I mean, how can you say that's not a nice picture?
Yeah, I agree.
I've got some nice pictures of Blackpool myself.
I wonder if they're going to put the stones there too now that we brought it out and say, like, thanks, Ranty.
Well, I think we should start that picture, the one that Ranty's got. Although, I mean, did he put it out of focus on purpose?
No, it doesn't matter. He brought us to the attention. He discovered this picture after all, right? Stared at it for 200 hours.
Well, like I say, I really thank Cats, not Ranty, Cats, because Cats it was that made the video that sent us to that car park. Ever since we went to that car park and they started saying thanks, Bev. Well, we've done the managed to get underneath the horizon. Me and DP, we've been there twice to do all of that. We've done how much teamwork and how much laughing did we have when we actually went to the beach to do all of those tests that we did. We've found
that was fun.
We've found probably one of the levelest beaches that we could find. We've easily got a stretch of over 6 miles that we can plot out and level, and then use the cameras that we've got to perform optic tests. It's all there within that view in that one little beach. And all we need to do is get people together and perform tests on it. It's easily accessible. We've got the kit that we need. Thanks, cats. I really do.
I still think you're underpraising Ranty, because if it wasn't for Ranty discovering that picture, none of this would be possible.
Well, I don't think it was Ranty that found the picture.
Yeah, did he find the picture, or was it handed to him?
Yeah, Ruhif gave
Well,
him,
we have some new info that, could have been handed to him, yeah?
Yeah, unless Ranty wants to come forward and take the credit for it, I can't see what Ranty's got anything to do with it. Ranty's just the puppet that they're using to get him to swap over.
He can't be that gullible.
He would. He's the shadow. Yeah.
He's a manufactured shadow.
Yeah.
Shout out Plato.
Yeah. But I mean, if he wants to come and have a chat and tell us how he's not a shadow, he's one of the real puppeteers. I don't think he can. I don't think Ranty can cast shadows.
No way. He's not a shadow caster. No. Not even close.
No. How many shadow casters do you actually think there are in this arena?
I've contemplated that myself, but when you start asking questions, you realize I don't think there's any in here.
Yeah.
Who knows?
There might be some shadows that imagine somebody's shadow casting them as shadow casters. Like a shadow of a shadow caster. Blurred.
Can a shadow cast a shadow?
Okay, now you're all just being silly.
Shadow section.
Yeah, it's the whole idea. Yeah.
That's how you keep everybody fooled all the time, isn't it? Keep everybody.
You stir it around.
Yeah.
I mean, when I think of these people that we talk to, I think of them being the shadow and not even being a good one, and the guy that's casting them sitting there banging the light going,
they're laughing.
Yeah, it's like, son of a bitch, get this thing to work right.
It's all out of focus and everything. All blurry.
Blurry shadows. That's good. Okay.
And in the corner of a cave that nobody's ever going to see. Yeah, do you reckon there is a decent conversation, or are we saying goodbye to them? Or they're saying goodbye to us, I think, with the Ruhif thing. He initially said he wanted us to record us for suing. And then we've had, ever since then, Ranty sort of not wanting to talk to us, not wanting to engage. I mean, how do you talk to Ranty?
You can't talk to Ranty. He doesn't know most things. All he knows is he thinks he knows optics. That's about it.
And cameras. Okay.
Well, like I say, I would still ask Ranty questions about the thingy. What's the best setting that you can put on a P1000? I mean, Ranty's had a P900 and a P1000. How do you adjust it for settings to get the best distance photography? I mean, what is the best distance photography you've ever got? What's the furthest image you've ever got away, right, in the camera? We have got a personal best of 85 miles.
I can't believe a man with 5 years experience on a camera, one picture, and he thinks there's a drop there. Clearly, though, we just showed before, where's the drop? I don't see any drop.
Yeah, I think they might. Do they mean optical drop? But where are they measuring a level to drop from? And do they?
He says a whole village disappeared, right?
Well, yeah, he did say that in the middle. I'm gonna have to clip that out at some point. I might go back and look over it. But I mean, again, is it worth going over it? I mean, it's just ranty. Nobody takes him seriously.
Those rocks kill everything. Where does the drop start, Ranty? After the stones? So it's straight for 9 miles and then it starts dropping? I mean, it's ridiculous. We just killed their fantasy. We showed 9.5 miles away, absolutely no drop.
But it's not just that. We are looking through a lens, and we are looking at an object that is always, when they come up with these idiotic pictures and photos that they supposedly took, or it wasn't even them, who cares? They have these pictures, they have these photos, and they tell you that, see, you see the curve, right? You see, right? It's right there. No, I see something in the far away. That's it. Did you measure anything regarding it? You did? You measured an apparent thing? Really? That's how stupid you want to be? Okay.
Yeah. You remember the bridge? Soundly? Oh, you idiots, you flat earthers. There's the curve right there. Look at it. There's the curve. Yeah, sure.
No, I haven't heard Soundly. I wasn't around at that time.
Oh, that was priceless.
Oh yeah, we have done that, but I mean, I'd be quite willing to go back over that one again because it seems like people might have missed what we were saying when we went over it, and how Jesse showed everybody and told everybody at the beginning of his. You guys should check out Kay's YouTube channel. I've already seen all of that on Twitter. I think Kay was set up one of these people. She's one of these people that claims that certain pictures prove something, but then can never talk about how it does it. Kay is the KC that did the logic if plumb bobs are parallel or whatever, that if the earth is flat logic. I will find it.
Sure, I heard about that kind of approach, of course, but I do not like them.
Yeah.
Because it's usually a false dichotomy. It's like something they made up that, if the Earth's flat, then this and this and this should be true. But there is no basis for that kind of claim. They just claim it. And then they say, see, that's not how it is, so it's not flat. So let's move on. Well, your first claim was a made up one.
There you go, that's KC.
Yeah, this one, of course. Yeah.
And
we talked about this a lot.
Yeah, KC did a lot of drawings every time. When I did my water level test, KC was the one that did the drawing, right? So, have you seen the... I I did this one. Oh, it might take a while for that GIF to load. So I did my initial infinite water level drawing. Is that coming up?
Yeah.
Right, so that's just all of the water levels that show that they're all level, and you can move them around, and the positions of all of them show that it being an infinite water level shows that you could just keep doing that and you would end up with the surface of the canal, and you could move any of those water levels around and it wouldn't adjust the water level. Right now KC did this.
Yeah, that's his claim, and above that there's your claim.
Her. Casey's a woman, a school teacher, and that assumes that water level thing would work, right? Whereas I'd say certain ones there wouldn't be like that, right? You can't just take a water level thing like that and curve it and say that would work. But there are a lot of people that do actually think that is what would happen, right? Because of their model.
Yeah, sure.
So, I mean, here's another one of Casey's diagrams there that shows quite clearly on the globe the middle bit gets higher. Right, according to the level, even draws lines across them all to show where they would get higher.
So it's not even like if I was at one end, looking towards the second one, not the third yet.
No.
Just towards the second one. The second one would be on top, like higher.
The drop and the hump, right? This is where the whole thing came about. It's like when you see them do this, you think, oh, right, these are people have a problem. Like a serious problem.
They can draw those diagrams all day, but when it comes down to the real world and you got to go dig a canal, do you have to go to the middle and make it higher? I mean, the water's going to flow to either end. I don't. It's a disconnect, it seems like.
No, what I mean is that this expectations on a globe, this one is, even in theory, is stupid. Plainly stupid.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They're making a water level, and it's the same as a canal. So if you were going to dig yourself a canal, you put a hump in the middle or a drop on either end or whatever, the water's going to piss out.
Oh my.
Yeah, see, those blue ones just wouldn't work. But they continue to draw these pictures.
Oh my. What is she? What did you say?
She's a geometry teacher, she claims. I claim she's a Twitter
troll. I heard you
troll.
right the first time.
Yeah.
Oh my.
There's no way that's a geometry teacher, right?
And then no.
Because see, I even had to point out to them. Oh, wait a minute. That's probably not one of the best ones. That when they do that and they have these horizontals, that the horizontals intersect. There you go. I think I made the horizontals. I just extended all of those horizontals, and then you can quite clearly see that horizontal intersects vertical at not perpendicular. It's all over the place.
And then on top of that, you have different kind of horizontals, but you call all of them horizontals. It's not like horizontal 1, horizontal 2, which we actually are using in mathematics all the time when we are signing different sides, but we want to use the same letters, you know. But it's all horizontals, and they are intersecting. Am I seeing it right?
Yeah.
Oh.
You see Star
Okay.
Codder. Star Codder's coming in.
Another thing I see in that is they have a line where there's a camera on the right hand side of that, kind of indicating you look,
and you see the hump
to the other end.
Yeah.
But how are you going to look and see the other end if it's bulging up in the middle?
You just
Are you gonna be
imagine
able
it.
to see through that water?
Yeah, you just imagine it, right? Yeah.
See, this is the problem. This is the problem. This guy posts this video that has no proof.
Yeah.
Of what they did.
Not just that. I showed you this video, guys. I showed you this one.
We've been over
Yeah,
it.
we looked at it a long time ago. There's no proof in
This
it.
video doesn't show anything else, and it's claiming it in the description that this is only like showing what we will do in the future, what the test would look like. That was that video about. But the test itself never realized, never materialized.
Can you see what they're doing in that picture, though, right? Look at what he's trying to show. We know that it's all screwed up in the pipework and everything, right? It's not real. But what do they imagine the results show? They imagine that B is higher.
Yeah, the hump.
At different elevation.
Yeah, the hump.
Yeah.
They think they've proved the hump with that guys on that thing.
There's no proof in it, though. They just show you those measurements, and that's it. They show you a vat of water with a marker to the side, measure it, go to the middle, measure it.
Star Codder.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll just, yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got,
That's all there is, isn't it? That's all there is for them.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Can you see that picture? Because have you seen?
Well, there were three pictures on it.
Yeah, the
ABC.
Yeah,
Yep.
see A. What's that just to the left of the guy's head? Do you know?
Hold on. Just fucking downloading that. Hold on. Oh, I'm useless at that.
Yeah, he's got a theodolite, but he never shows the proof of it.
It's not on a tripod.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking now. Yeah.
It's not on a tripod.
Yeah.
It's literally, it's by the side of his laptop that's on top of the post. So how do you level it up if it's not on a tripod? And is it even a theodolite, or is it just like a laser level spot on? What do you reckon?
That one there?
Yeah.
It's, yeah, that looks like one of those the ones I haven't used. No, I haven't used one like that before, but it looks like. Yeah, I don't know. What is that one?
I don't know. I don't
Is
know
it
myself. They never go over it in the video. They never show you a look through it. They never show you anything.
No, exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
But is he showing that the what's he trying to show? Like in picture B, that the water is water there, or
It's higher.
They moved the reference down.
That's the thing. You cannot prove that they did that legit. Like, all you'd have to do is move the marker down to measure the difference.
Yeah.
There's no proof in it.
What the hell? Okay.
You don't get a video with it showing you how they did it.
Oh my god.
There's no reference to reference it to anything else. It's literally just
It's
black
literally it's a
water.
transit van that drives up a runway, and then they get out, don't they, and have a little look, and you can't really see a lot either there, and that's it.
Yeah, they ride down through there to that pipe and go to the second communicating vessel, and we don't even know for sure if they're communicating or not. For sure. Yeah, it's ridiculous. They show no proof.
So are they trying to say B is in the middle and that's higher?
Yes.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
hump.
All
Yeah.
the chevrons must be put in level, and then the water is separate from that, and it's showing higher. That's what it's showing. That's the claim.
They've proved the
Okay.
hump, supposedly. Like, impossibility, but...
Do you know what I'd say? I'd say that whoever put the actual chevrons there on B made a mistake and should move it up whatever 30 mil. That's what I say.
Right.
If that is the case.
No,
Right.
if you look at it, there's pressure fittings all the way through that system. There's not enough water to pressurize it. You shouldn't use pressure fittings. They would be leaking all over. But they use pressure fittings in that entire fitting.
Well, I mean, I don't know if they'll leak or not. I don't know about. I wouldn't claim that, but I'd just say that there's nothing to back up any of it. It's literally just nothing.
Yeah.
But it shows dishonesty. That's what it shows.
Well, like
Oh, this guy's doubling. This guy's doubling down. Oh no, that was what's up that posted that.
Stark Odder's going to be coming back. He's definitely doubling down.
Yeah, he's like he's saying we're just obfuscating. It's like no, it's like if you're going to bring something, you want some proof. You want to see it. They don't show anything except measuring a reference point that could be moved up or down. I mean, there's no proof that they even did anything with those chevron markers.
But that's why I'm asking, do you see what I posted? It's the comment right below that video from the uploader. What does it read? Please note that this video was posted to demonstrate the test method. What does it mean? It means it's not the test method, it's demonstrating how the test will be carried out. The next sentence, although everyone there could see the alignment of the horizontal markers and the raised height of the center water level through the scope, the camera we used failed to record the image.
Yeah.
He's doubling down. He first says that it's not even the test, it's just a demonstration of how the test will look like in the future, and then he states something regarding should have been recorded but wasn't.
Yeah.
So
and then they
it's a
try
double
and
fuck
say
up,
that
if you want to call it that.
Yeah. You did a video on it, Bev, didn't you?
Yeah, we have definitely been over it.
But yeah, it says it all there. I mean,
yeah, there's not much information in it, and then after the fact, somebody's told him that he should really have wrote something on it. So he did, to try and explain what it was that did happen. Now,
does the math even add up on their model? Like, how far away is it?
How far was it?
Yeah, how far away was it? And then
it's a kilometer. Yeah.
And shouldn't it show A and C lower?
Well, it depends what model
B
you
and
go
C
with.
should be lower than A, and C should be lower than A.
Yeah.
Well, they all should be lower than A if you're at A. But if you're at B, then they both should be lower than you. And if you're at C, then they both should be lower than you. I mean, always the water drops away from you.
Yeah, they'll have a tangent on B.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
But it's just the water level. There's no tangent, is there? I mean, I don't know what the measuring is and all of that sort of stuff.
Did they put food coloring in this water or something?
There's a lot of water there. There's too much water there, if anything.
Again, I don't even get those three images right above each other. What the heck does it even try to show?
Just don't even try to, because it doesn't make sense anyway. I'm just trying to save you the hassle. I've been looking at it like, what the? Okay, just forget it.
Yeah, I mean, it's
the actual pictures aren't showing the crosshairs on the setup of the site level. of the
They
water
never
level.
show how they established a horizontal at all.
Well, that's too far to
Well,
see anyway, isn't it? 1K. Too far. You can't look that far through any optical device to devise anything. Even the midpoint there is 500 meters away. That's
well,
too far.
unless he moved the and did it properly with 2 back sights and whatever. Yeah, and just moved the amount of distance he needed to move with the instrument
Well,
that he was using.
maybe then. Yeah, but did he do that?
No.
No.
They didn't show anything in the video. Literally, it's just the guy driving his van from the beginning.
Yeah, it's literally that. I didn't get it at all, by the way, even from the video itself.
It's, what was that, 17 mil? Or was that inches?
So the entire thing didn't get taller, just the water. Like what?
Yeah, just the
Okay.
water in the middle lifted up. Apparently.
Right.
Yeah.
See how stupid it is.
Yeah.
Yes, it's just silly.
How stupid is it for them to use it?
They're not the first. This isn't the first people we've had to say that. Remember, what was the guy we had? Helgi said he asked his boss, and his boss said that's what would happen. The middle would raise up.
Oh.
Yeah, you've probably seen that video.
Well, I mean, Buster, if his boss said that, you know.
I'm just saying, we've had both sides. We've had people say you can measure the drop from A to C. Then we've had people say it's I'm using air
level with
quotes.
C. Yeah. Sorry.
Well, yeah. A, the horizontal from A to C, but then the B's raised up. Then we've had people say, no, it drops away. B and C drops away exponentially, and then you get both sides of the story. But it's like
if you're still at B, then everything drops away.
Starkadder.
Have you read
Do you
what
see what
Starkadder
Starkadder just
said?
wrote? He says that it's not my go-to proof. So Starkadder, we are talking to him on Discord if you are just listening in, on YouTube. It's a guy, he brought up this problem with this, I don't know what I even should call this, by the way, never mind. So he brought it up, and now, after we talked about this for like 50 minutes, he says that it's not my go-to proof of anything. But he also states that Bev, when he goes out, he should do something similar.
No, he says, I just show it as a better version of Bev's test. Well, it's not Bev's test. It is the on the level test, and it's as much everybody else that's in here's test as it is mine. It's not our test, and that is nothing like our test. Starkadder, nothing like it at all. We have references that you can look at and reference something against something else. You can do that optically. We will show you how we adjust these water levels and how they are affected by that adjustment that you don't get in that picture of that one that you've just seen. That isn't actually a test of anything other than the fact that how gullible you are to be able to think it was an actual test of anything. I think that's all it shows, really, that one. That Adrian Chetwynd one.
And it goes to show that basically they probably found out that it was absolutely spot on level. They did do it.
Yeah.
And then decided, can't have that, mate. Just lift that.
Yeah,
just drop that 20 mil. And
Yeah.
then that's it.
But think about it. If Bev had posted that video and said, there you go, guys. However, like, let's say he posted that with no results, no showing of the setup.
It's just all of those things in line. Look.
You get rigged.
Yeah, look, guys. Look, guys. I would have shown you the auto level and me setting up all the differential point, but I didn't feel like it was necessary. But here you
The
go.
camera
Bam.
stopped working. It's all right.
Camera
Don't worry
stopped.
about
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, it's fraudulent.
Yeah, they'd totally be okay with it, and they'd all flip to not being Globers anymore. I mean,
The camera failed to record the image. Sorry.
Yeah, don't even bother answering their fucking questions, mate.
He's explained to Bev several. I have explained to Bev several times, both on here and on Emma's, how the segmented method will actually follow level, as has other people. So the problem is certainly not the info has been. It seems more than a problem on the uptake side. So it's our fault, your fault, everybody that's listening fault that doesn't understand that he's shown us. Come on in, Star God. Give us another go. Try again, because you've not done that well to understand. I mean, I thought you had the drop model, but you seem to have shown the hump.
And also, I would only have one question if he would come in here right now. Starkador, please explain what we see in that video. If you can do that, then yeah. There's nothing in that video.
Well, I mean, at least with that model, all your verticals would still be perpendicular. You just have a little bit of water raised up in the middle. So, I mean, they got a problem with the hump model.
Take your water level back to the manufacturer.
Yeah, I think you need to get the water level calibrated.
See, apparently that's what we need, Spot On. We need white/black checkered alignment targets used to optically align the containers.
Oh, my.
Optically align?
Yeah.
I was just going to ask.
Just eyeball it.
Yeah, just optically align your water levels.
When things get small, so if you optically align them, won't it be like on a downward slope?
Yeah, Sean G would not agree with this. He is not having this, I'm sure. I can hear him now.
You get it so it looks about right. You know.
Yeah. How far? Well, further than you're allowed to go normally with the optics of that device.
6 inches in 150 meters, isn't it?
Well, that's what he said, yeah. 150 meters, 6 inches. Yet they're 500 meters, and what? Because I did put it in there. You see that 500 meter mark is 19.6. Yeah, is that what that guy was measuring? Should we have a look?
It's like 2 or 3 inches, right?
Well, Sean G had. I don't know what Sean G had. Let's see.
I remember he had 6 inches over 150 meters.
I don't think we should be talking about how many inches Sean G had.
I don't know whether we can see that. 1, 2. It doesn't. I'm not too sure whether it's 19 mil. Like, you know. I'm not too sure whether he
17 mil.
Right. No,
it looks like 9 to me.
It should be 19. It looks more like. Yeah, I've just done a quick screen grab. If anybody wants to have a look at it, what do you reckon that shows there? It's a bit blurry, but I mean that doesn't look like 19, does it?
No.
Yeah, 17.
I mean, they got to at least match up the math on it.
But again, what the fuck does it show in the first place? Please, someone.
It's higher.
It's
higher than that target.
It raises up in the middle, man.
No. You can't say that. What you can say is there's a difference between the target and the level of the water at that particular position. That's what he's doing. He's measuring.
But that's what I was saying in the first.
He's measuring the equipotential.
That's what I was saying in the first place. There's no proof of how they set up those markers.
Here we go.
Yes, there is. They just eyeballed it.
Yeah, but they don't show any proof of how they set the markers up in the first place.
Starcod is telling us, look, first and last station was aligned using the water level itself.
Yeah. What?
Right?
What
to establish level between A and C. Right? Then Station B was brought into alignment using a theodolite to optically align all three.
Where's he getting this information?
He's making it up, obviously. I mean, this is what he imagines happened.
No, he said it. He said it above that if he was answering to me that even if I did that, you wouldn't accept it. And I was talking about this video. So he's actually, in a way, saying that he did this experiment. By the way,
Starcod, did you reckon Starcod had drove the van? Or do you reckon he's the little lad?
Station B attached? Like, are they communicating it? Or they just stick a thing out there in the middle?
Yeah, the water levels are communicating vessel. Well, so we're led to believe.
Well, he's saying A and C.
Yeah, but we never saw that there was a direct correlation between A, C, and B. Right? We did. There was no way of us knowing that they are actually communicating vessels. They
exactly. They
individual tubes.
They've got shutoffs on all the tubes.
Yeah.
So they don't show filling up the tubes. They don't show setting it up. They don't show how they establish the markers. So none of it's proof. You could have put those markers at any arbitrary point.
Well, so they did A and C apparently, and then they just stuck B out there in the middle.
Yeah.
And okay.
Yeah. Not leveled, sighted. What?
So B is not leveled, B is sighted.
Right, so that's what I mean.
Target,
Stuck it out
the
there.
target at C was
But
sighted
still,
at B.
it doesn't make any fucking sense. I'm sorry for saying fuck all the time, but it doesn't make any sense. Oh my.
Well, he used the water level to establish A and C.
It's along the same optical line. Okay.
I'd really
not
like
that.
to have a word with
That was for the middle
Starcodder.
one, sugar cookie.
Is Starcodder around? Is he listening, or is he just
It doesn't
sort of
make
typing?
any sense.
Is he listening? Do we know he's listening or not? Because he might not know we're live on YouTube right now. If he is, and if he doesn't know we are, he could come in and explain to us, because I'm always keen to hear a fellow water level guy. He does seem to know quite a lot about how to work water level tests, and
we get very few experts on water levels, so we'd love to talk to somebody.
I'd love to talk to him on his experience with the water level. Yeah. It would be great to hear. He's obviously a globe model fanatic with a water level, I definitely like to see that. Can we get him in?
Well, if he wants to, sure.
Let's ask him.
Let me ask him.
It might be better if one of you guys ask him, because he's already told me. I mean, you might not have heard it. What's up, right? You've not heard. I'll keep out of the way.
It is usually pretty cordial around here. I mean, I don't know.
He says you set up sight line from A to C, adjust the height of B. Why are you adjusting the height of something when you're trying to establish a horizontal?
No, I think I get it. I think I get it. From A to C, so from the first to the last, all they did is set up a water level.
Yeah.
And they set up something according where the water level was having the height, where the water actually ended in the tube. So they set it up, both sides. So the very first and the very last. But in the middle, they didn't use any water level. They used the sighting from the very first one, where it should be according to the sighting that goes through A from A to C. And then they measured if it's actually there by going there,
That's what I'm saying. There's no proof of any of that.
Yeah.
I don't even know where he's getting the information from.
And also, it's stupid as fuck because like 100 different things could happen, We are talking about a road, right? like doing this on a road.
Yeah, but the point of this is, if they start off from A to C, right? The contention is that is 2 points, and there is a straight line that can be drawn between 2 points. It's the shortest distance. Now, like we said, we're spot on initially when we first said this. It's like, if you do that, what occurs to the water level in the middle? Does it lie on that straight line? Is it above or is it below? It's very simple. 3 different answers. Now, I say level is horizontal. It would be on that very same straight line, as would all communicating vessels that are part of that system. They say there's a hump in the middle, which means the level line that goes from one end to the other deviates in the middle.
But then comes back at the end.
It goes back again, yeah.
Right?
Deviates from the middle back down to the other side. It's
That's
ridiculous
what I mean.
to
That doesn't make sense.
contemplate it. But
That's why I
people
said it
like
doesn't make
Stark
sense.
Odder and Ranty and all of these have a paradox, right? You can't have it dropping constantly from where you are, but then rising up at a mid-distance in between the 2 points that you imagine. They've told me loads of times, though, but they are the ones, I claim, that do not understand the water level. They don't understand levels at all, but I don't know.
They also claim 2 drops make a hump. Let's not forget that one.
Well, that's because you've got 2 ends of the water level. If you imagine just standing at one end of the water level, then it drops with all like we've got with the numbers. But
Yeah, and we have to not forget our friend Blue Marble Science.
With the slope.
An honorary mention. He claims that the water drops on either end of the canal. So we have a double drop the other way. Not inwards, like the twin boat paradox, but outwards. Let's not forget that one.
Yeah, there we go. I think this one I added this picture to the new one. So we've got the eyesight of the it was the Chihuahua and the bearded Nug looking at each other. So both of those scopes are looking horizontal. The water level at both ends, like they say, adjusted to make it level. And I say it's horizontal across the side, but the other ones have a drop. That doesn't feature the hump in that model because that's just the drop and the slope.
This one is in crayons to easily understand.
The children.
The double drop, double boat paradox in crayons.
That's your blackboard, your blue board, right?
That's my blue board, yeah. I got jealous of Bev.
And Mr. Bob, let's not forget about him. And his whiteboard, right?
Yeah, they're delusional.
Best use of whiteboard. Yeah.
That's my blue board.
Yeah.
And there you go.
Cool.
This is an old school one that we had for Jesse Kozlowski. The hump and the drop.
Yep. Delusion. Delusions of grandeur.
The Kozlowski nutsack drop.
How do you pronounce
the
the
DP one.
last guy's name? How do you pronounce the last guy's name?
George Nutsack.
Oh, thank you. Now I understand it. Okay.
He's a pleasant chap when he's not issuing death threats. If you can catch him on a day where he's not wishing death upon you, he's just an old guy, really.
He's saying your test will show that level equals level.
Nice.
And it's hardly a particularly interesting test.
No, it won't be. There's no need for them to worry about it. Obviously, they're not interested in it in the slightest. But, I mean, that's okay.
Oh yeah, by the way, don't forget about Rob and his whiteboard that he usually uses.
Oh, yeah.
By the way.
Yeah.
What do you guys think of just like eliminating the word level, right? Like it doesn't really, it's just, for me anyway, it's an extra word for horizontal that ballers twist into getting horizontal to not be horizontal.
Yeah. First,
So a water
the first step
it's a
to
water
not make
horizontal.
horizontal is to call it something different.
Exactly. Yep. Beautiful.
But you do
Well, they
have-
even obfuscate horizontal because they call it at a point, which is impossible.
And we've had, don't forget, horizontal circles. Like, it has been claimed, bendizontal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bendy's he was the first one to go bendizontal. Like
No, Bob was the first one. I always
Oh,
remember.
okay.
Bob,
Well,
the
Hex
liar
went full
guy. He was
Hex
the
went
first
full
one to go.
bendizontal.
Yeah. There's a few people that have gone full bendizontal. And Starkadder can't work that out with the hump.
Not really.
How can they actually get away with referring to horizontal as a point?
They can't.
I know they can't. I'm trying to ask a baller to be honest, right? I mean, it's incredible to me.
That's where your problem is, right there, by the
They
way.
have to have it at
to be honest.
They have to have it at a point because everybody knows you have a horizontal and every perpendicular along that horizontal is parallel to the next one. So it has to be at a point. So your verticals are...
Yeah, but that's a qualification without distinction, okay? That's overlap.
You can't imagine horizontal being a circle. if a horizontal is a line, it has to be a point. Then you can line all of those points up around the circumference of a circle, and then you have a horizontal circle. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
Donegon.
Yeah. Well, no,
Call
that
it a
Donegon
tailoring.
is the line. They have to give over a horizontal being a line, but as we know, geometrically, they can't.
Okay, but is there a baller on the panel right now?
No.
Oh,
They
no.
don't come in
I don't
here,
think so.
Travis.
No.
Wait a minute, who's that guy talking right there? What's up?
Starkadder. No, that's me, and I was mentioning Starkadder. He's in the live chat, texting.
I didn't recognize what's up, so I didn't get it.
No problem.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, we just constantly see, the reason for my quip, which is when the last scientist died, all this shit got rewritten.
Oh, sorry. What do you mean by that? Because I heard that last time, but I didn't ask you. What do you mean by that?
Would the last scientist who knows that there's a difference between proof and theory, there's a difference between level and horizontal. I mean, there's not a difference between level and horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
Horizontal is not a point in space, right? So the last scientist who knew that you could prove things, who knew that science proved things, as soon as he died, everybody who's waiting to rewrite the books started rewriting the books.
Okay, do you have a time period that you are also referring to? Is there something like that?
Right, I've said that numerous times as well. I have no idea when that time period was.
Okay.
But the last time you could have, let's say it was consensus, right? As soon as you had 51 over 49, and that's the way your system was set up, and you had finally 51 ballers, you lost the ability to write the books.
So that's what you mean, basically. A political game, more like than science. Okay.
This is why you don't want to get. This is why you don't get your information from books. You get it from reality, right? And it's so funny because they'll club on the Bible. Oh, that's just some book some dudes wrote. But then when you go try and establish a point using reality and an actual water level, they bring up books written by surveyors that say Britain is a ball.
Now they tell you that the water level is only horizontal at the midpoint.
Oh, right the hand. I couldn't have said it better myself. That was awesome. Thank you.
Bro, it's just a religion of, it's crazy. It's just crazy how.
By the way, hi Travis.
What's going on, man?
Yeah, good to see you, Travis. You don't come around these parts. I don't get to see you.
Yeah, it's hard when I'm driving because my Bluetooth in my truck doesn't play the Discord, so I can't listen through the speakers. So I usually listen on YouTube, but then I can't interact. So it's a catch-22, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
We're glad you're here, though.
Thanks.
Well, apparently Apple's going to be making an electric car.
Speaking of electric cars, did you know that Sony, the TV manufacturer, made an electric car of their own?
Today or like many years ago?
No, last year I saw it in Vegas. I went to Vegas as CES last year, and Sony had an electric car.
Yeah, it's going to be, like when everybody started making cars, right? You're going to get another revolution.
They had a giant drone for transporting people.
Bro,
like a helicopter, a drone. It was crazy.
Shit's about to get shit's about to get real, man. There's going to be like a tech, because we've been I feel like it's been, technology's kind of petered, right? Like, because, they're waiting for this release of a big one.
You guys got to check out that link I just dropped in the live chat. It's a fantastic song.
Right, what did I miss? Have we got
Nothing.
anybody in yet? Has Sarkada come back?
We had dead air.
Oh, right. Okay. Did you see that thing about the Elon Musk first principles?
Yeah.
And
Going back to root and building from that.
Yeah.
Yep.
In layman's terms, first principle thinking is basically the practice of actively questioning every assumption you think you know about a given problem or scenario.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And then creating new knowledge and solutions from scratch. Almost like a newborn
the
baby.
root, yeah.
Which is what we did. We went back to first principles. We found this after we'd gone through first principles, right? Because it became apparent that first principles is necessary nowadays to free yourself from, I don't know, call it the dogma, is it? the dogma of science that is like sort of there in the air. You've got to shed yourself of all of that stuff and start fresh. And if you don't do that, you end up just believing everything that's given to you. Have we got? I bet we haven't even got any in the chat. We do tend to have this at the point where we start making sense and start talking about things that do make sense. We seem to lose all of the ballers, and all of them will say, "Oh, I'm not watching that. Oh, I'm not talking about that. I don't want to. I don't want to even think about that." You've been told many times, Bev, that the water level rises, it drops, it does all sorts of things. The one thing it does not do is stay horizontal, which is strange, seeing as that's how it's all described. I tell you what I've been noticing a lot more recently, mainly through the trolls, but the dictionary definition of horizontal and level don't seem to matter. They seem to be able to go to Indian websites about surveying much more readily than any dictionary definition or mathematical proof.
My favorite's when they call you a physics denier, but yet physics and that have to do with water level disagrees with everything they say.
Yeah, the physics of water is probably one of the trickiest things that they're going to have to deal with.
Yeah.
Mr. Xavier is Globe Fanatics. He's saying that they're not undermining the test at all. They don't actually understand what they're going to have to say very soon. There's a very simple thing coming up. Is a straight line a straight line? Or does it bend? Now, you're going to find, we already know what's going to happen. We'll say it's a straight line. They'll say you're a flat earther. It's a circle. And we'll say, but it can't. Here's the proof that it's a straight line, and they'll say you're a flat earther. If you say, if you say level is horizontal, you're a flat earther. If you say triangles only have 180 degrees, flat earther.
So, sorry, if we are talking about geometry, they are going to talk about us.
Yep, flat earther.
Now that's interesting.
Geometry, flat earth.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
So we are trying to find something. We are trying to talk about a real object, a real topic, like geometry, anything what we are talking about. They are not going to talk about that. They are going to talk about us. And then starting to label.
Well, that is the thing, right? First principles. That's what we did. We went, what is the base thing that you can understand? And we have to start off with level. That's what everybody uses. Reference frames. Vertical and horizontal. Now, everybody says plumb is vertical. Well, what's level? Perpendicular to it. I mean, that's what they say. But it can't be perpendicular, because perpendicular can't be two straight lines. It's as base as that for them. And at some point, they're just literally going to have to say, no, not that. And I know that they can't, because they're forced by their model. That's why there's no point us trying to talk to them. They're just going to deny the basic physics of water and call you a flat earther. Then everyone else is going to go, well, do you know what that means? If it is a straight line, then that means you're a flat earther, because the earth can't be flat. The earth is a globe. And if you think it might be horizontal, then flat earth. I mean, you're a flat earther. And because of that, they can then say you're denying science and you're doing all of that sort of stuff.
Even though
Science denies science every day. It's literally a quote from Michio Kaku that they are always fighting with each other, isn't it? What the heck they are even labeling you with? I really do not think that they thought it through when they say shit like that. That we deny something. Because that's what they do. The ones that are in academia, they do that every day towards each other.
They deny the mathematics, I think. They like to say that they go along with mathematics and mathematics prove things, but they do definitely deny Euclidean geometry. Mainly, I think, because people like WS has told them that it is definitely a proof. Yeah, they have to deny the mathematics of all of this. Just to be able to carry on with their assumptions. Mm-hmm. Yeah, first principle, their first axiom is globe. Is definitely globe. And then we work from there. How can we have straight lines on a globe? Well, we just pretend that they're straight. We just say they're straight.
How many times have you heard, imagine you're on a sphere? You've heard that so many times. It's just your problem, Bev. You can't imagine. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to help you.
On our model, you don't understand what's going on. As I literally just deal in reality. I don't care about models. It's a very strange position to be in, where people will not talk to you because they just think you're trying to trigger them.
Oh, you mean when they say that you are just a troll?
Or a Poe, or whatever, it doesn't matter, yeah. You're just literally talking about triangles having 180 degrees, but somebody has to invoke a model and then say that triangles can't have 180 degrees. Like that to me is crazy. But they'll all do it. That's why there's nobody coming round here. They all know that the argument that we have will end up with them having to state that straight lines curve and triangles must have more than 180 degrees.
Yeah, but that basically, you know what that means, by the way? Them not coming here.
Mm-hmm.
That basically means that you won. they got nothing. That's what it means.
Yeah, didn't I already tell you guys
You know,
this is
I
what
know-
winning feels like?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. I know that you didn't expect that winning in this arena would feel like this, but in this arena, winning feels like this. This is the upside down world that we are living in.
You see me, lad. Shaking his head going, I don't know why you're still talking about this. It's like level is horizontal and triangles only have 180 degrees. Why are you going on about it still? He can't understand it, right? He's a young lad.
Yeah.
Like, you wouldn't have to wait until adulthood to be able to ask these questions, right? Being asked them as a school kid. I mean, his head's messed up. Listening to it.
A bunch of grown-ups online talking about horizontal and perpendicular.
Yeah, I don't know why you're still talking about these basic facts.
Right.
And it's like because there's a group of people out there that say they're not true. And he's going, but they are true. It's like, I know that.
I can just see him shaking his head like, oh, man.
It's like, for months, years you've been doing this. It's like, yeah, I know. But the thing is, right, what he knows, he wouldn't be able to go into school with. I know that for a fact. Because it would challenge the teachers, and they don't want it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It challenges anyone. This particular conversation challenges anyone to think about what they know for themselves and what they can prove and all of that sort of stuff. And it causes very, very strange reactions from a lot of people. You do not know how that person that you're talking to is going to react.
Well, it's interesting to think about it because I know when I was going to high school, I didn't really even think about it. I was just like, okay, well, this is the right answer. This is the right, I'm trying to get it the right answer, not trying to separate what's the right answer to get a good grade versus what's really going on. I never even thought about separating that.
No one does that. You were told by your parents and by your teachers and by society whenever you looked around that you have to get a grade A, right?
Yeah.
And in order to get that, what do you have to do? Use your memory.
Get the right
Yeah, you're right. Give
you just
the
have
right
to memorize.
answer.
Memorize.
But it's based in memory, not in logic, not in thinking. It's a very different part of the brain altogether, by the way. Everybody knows that, I think. That's not what we train our children in schools to use their brain, actually. That's not it. It's just the memory that they have to use, nothing else.
Yeah, here's the facts. Now repeat them back to me. Okay, good. You're good to go. You can go to the next grade now. It's not necessarily, like you said, the critical thinking stuff. And I think it's great that Bev, your lad's able to, kind of see it for both sides of, I guess, what you're supposed to be learning from a school point of view and what you should be learning from like a reality point of view, and that there's actually, a separation there. I never thought of that, I guess, until I am older now.
Yeah.
But I never really. I guess that's what older people do is go, well, what the fuck did I just learn like the last 30 years?
Yeah. At that moment, you get challenged, right? You have to access that bit of your memory, and if there's nothing there, you have to then go, well, what was I taught? Right?
Right.
Now, imagine you are a professor at a high-stake university and realizing that after 30 years. What would you do?
Well, you're invested in that as your way of life. You're just balls deep in it. So it's probably going to be pretty hard to see any other, viewpoint.
Yeah, but that's my proposition to imagine a guy like 50, 60 years old has been teaching physics for 30, 40 years, but realizes after like 30 years that, wait a second. Wait a fucking second. Let me look at that again. Because something happens, something clicks in that hasn't clicked in before. Now, what he will do at that point, at that moment, when he realizes it?
Oh, it's a personal journey, isn't it? You can't say how anyone is going to react to any of it, because the first time you hear it, I don't know, it's not like once you've looked into it. There's always more. There's more depth to every one of these arguments. Like my lad says, I don't know why he's still talking about it. Well, I'm still talking about it because I'm pretty sure I've not heard all there is to hear from people. Right? As we change our arguments and we talk to these people, then their argument changes as well to fit in. Their argument changes on the fly. They literally make up things as they're talking to you.
Yeah.
Because it's needed to fit the narrative.
I was talking to Professor Phil once, and we were just talking about all this stuff, and it just got to kind of like, Waterland. He was like, well, what do you expect me to do? Give up my job and all that? And it was like
exactly.
Yeah.
Bro, it was
Exactly.
a subtly very true point where I was just, I was like, yeah, there you go. He knows. He just,
yeah.
I guess how long they have left to get tenure and all that too. Yeah.
Well, Professor Phil he doesn't have a job, right? He's not a professor. Definitely not a professor. He's learnt a lot of stuff and he knows how to recite things, and he's probably got a rumpus-sized tab thing or PDF somewhere that he can access for all of the particular topics that he's wanting to talk to, because he's not quick, right? He can't access these things. He has to go ready armed with an argument to try and lead you into it, and then he has that argument, right? There's a lot of them that are like that, and they'll always meet you in text rather than actually face to face. Professor Phil actually was doing some proof for proof with me, and we did 2 proofs, and strangely enough he chose geometric proofs to show his proofs, and I was edging him towards showing us one of the spherical geometry proofs or some globe proofs or not, but he stopped bringing it. He's not done anymore. The 3rd proof was meant to be one from him from the globe side, but it didn't come. The only proofs he could come up with were Euclidean proofs. I think one of them was that triangles only have 180 degrees. It may have been. Which wouldn't help them too much, but you know how it goes with the proofs, and the more perceived education these people have, like, I don't know, I'd call it perceived education because I don't think they're as educated as they like to say. PhD Tony might have
a real PhD.
Yeah, in something that he doesn't really understand, because he came big and he fell flat on his face at the beginning, and we've not seen him since. But I mean, he'll still be around somewhere doing what he does, just out of the way of us challenging him. Same as Fight the Flat Earth. The way they act and the way they go after people, they do not want an intellectual, logical argument presented to them. They would rather have the shouty shit shows where they call people flat earthers and then abuse them. Well, I think that time's ending pretty soon with this logical argument from reality. At best, it should make you think about what you have been told about the model.
Yeah, we should be looking for more answers, not yelly, shouty.
Yeah. But there's a lot of people that in this arena that are only in this arena to make other people feel bad about themselves so they can feel better about themselves.
Yeah, obviously.
That's the only reason there's a lot of people in here, in this arena. And, well, that and the fact that they've obviously been triggered by what they call flat earthers. A flat earther has triggered a glober. They don't know how to answer the question from the flat earther, perceived flat earther. Maybe just be somebody from reality asking them a question about their model that they don't know how to answer, so they have to back away and hide in a little room somewhere. A little Discord server. I mean, and people say that that's what we're doing, right? They project lots. We aren't in little Discord server. We are in a Discord server right now because this is where the best minds meet, right? You will not find a sharper room of the people that are in here. And they're more willing to talk about it too.
It's not just that. You mentioned corner, and we are staying in our corner, but that's certainly not true because last time we went over to the intellectualist server, right?
Yeah. Well, I'll go anywhere and talk to anyone.
Yeah.
It's those people that don't like to hear what we have to say.
Well, that's another topic, but regarding them saying, I mean, the Globers in this arena that we already know, them claiming that we are just echo chambering each other here, that is not true.
Yeah, but with right hand here, I think where else is there for us to go right to hand that we haven't actually already been to talk to people? Like, I think most people in here have been everywhere. I mean, it takes a lot for people to talk, right? Doesn't it? But where haven't we been? I'm talking to right
similar places
specifically here because he's
okay.
I'll go to any server, right? I'll still go to any server. They don't want us there, so they can't be sitting there saying, "Oh, you're sitting in your little server." The only reason we're over here is because you are afraid to. We'll go into your place. You won't come in here. We'll go to you. So you know that, so you have to ban us and then say, "Oh, you just sit there." Yeah, 'cause you're all.
Like, did you hear about the Jose Chihuahua incident?
Yeah, I seen some of the. I was reading some of the DMs to you from him to you. And yeah, he says how he's like, no, we're gonna keep this like, no bullshit, no name calling, and then he's over there going, "Fuck you, take it, brawling your ass from your dad or whatever."
Yeah, he's banned us though because I put Reservoir Chihuahuas, and that's racist as anything. Like, it's disgusting behaviour. He had to ban us from his server because I put Reservoir Chihuahuas.
So Jose was making a live stream and Bev was chatting in the chat. He didn't talk, he just, sent in some comments and they were talking about, because they had no other topic whatsoever, they were talking about at Jose's about Reservoir Dogs, the Tarantino film.
He was doing movie reviews because obviously the topics were really hot.
And Bev jokingly commented that, Reservoir Dogs, let's call it Reservoir Chihuahuas. And that was it. Nothing else.
It was Unicorn. Unicorn Laser Eyes started it with Angry Chihuahua Reviews for a title for Jose's new video review slot.
And Jose has Chihuahuas, right?
Yeah, 4.
Yeah, that was his problem. That someone made a little joke with his Chihuahuas. Well.
It might be because the SE, the original SE on the skateboard dog, was the Chihuahua. Look at that. So yeah, if you be careful what you do when you're mentioning Chihuahuas around Jose. I think everybody should know.
Yeah, he gets very triggered. He thinks it was a racist comment.
Yeah, he'll publicly call you a racist to everybody. If
He already
you mention
has.
Chihuahuas, yeah.
He called me a garbage man. and I just flippantly called him a Chihuahua. First thing that came to my mind is, after all, he has 4 Chihuahuas, right? But he took it as a racist statement. Dude, we're Canadian. We don't have these issues over here.
And
Chill out.
it's a Mexican dog. He's Puerto Rican.
Yeah.
It's not even lining up.
Yeah, he even says I made a Mexican accent, which I did not.
What? I didn't. When I was saying reservoir chihuahuas, I was not meaning anything. I was just swapping chihuahua for the dog bit, right? Because the chihuahua is a dog, and Jose
Obviously.
has 4 of them. Not racist. I don't know. I've never heard of anybody yet to say that a Chihuahua is a racist dog, or like saying Chihuahuas are a racist. I don't know. I don't even understand it.
I want to reiterate that he's Puerto Rican.
Yeah. He messed up the countries. Even that. Yeah. The problem is that it doesn't make sense because it's not what you think. He didn't call you a racist. He wanted to get rid of you. And then he pointed at something. He found something. He made up something from that little comment that he posted. And now he has a so-called real reason to get rid of you. Right? That's it.
Because I was giving him support. I was saying I liked the way his new channel was progressing through the thing with the movie reviews. I mean, it's much better him not abusing flat earthers, calling them stupid and all of that, and just going into making, reviewing movies with Farmer's Boy. It's a much better way for those people to pass the time, right? They're not getting angry at anybody. We're all keeping calm. I think it's a brilliant idea. Jose should try it much more often. A little, if he could hold back on calling people racist for non-racist reasons, might help a little bit more. But I do like the way he's going.
So calling somebody a Chihuahua is racist or is not racist?
Just mentioning Chihuahuas.
Just
I think, yeah.
I'll say that if it's going to be racist at all, the person has to at least be Mexican.
I was thinking it. I mean, there could be another one. If somebody owns a dog, is mentioning that dog racist to the person that owns that dog, right? I mean, it might not be Chihuahuas. It might be the fact that Jose owns Chihuahuas, and that somehow that might be related to Jose and the new racist laws. I mean, I don't know. I'm a little bit behind the social justice things and how they go nowadays. So if anybody can keep us up to date on how it exactly works with the, linking dogs to racism and how that works, because I like to say PC, but in order for me to stay PC, I have to know the new rules. And if Jose's inventing new rules, I'd like to know if him to lay them out.
So if you had Pitbull, let's say you had a Pitbull, right?
I was just going to say, if I go Pitbull, Reservoir Pitbulls, is SE, can he...
Exactly, I was going to say that, bro. Let's say you had a Pitbull, and I said, yo, Pitbull, what's up, bro? You'd get offended as racist?
Maybe. It might be grounds for banning you from the YouTube channel, at least. I mean, I don't know how it works.
Like, what happened to manhood, man? What happened to men? I mean, what's going on here, bro? I don't get this.
turn into some bigots.
This is the new man.
Hey, well, I'm Canadian, and I have a South African Mastiff in my house.
Well,
if you call me a Mastiff, I wouldn't be offended.
There you go.
Well, that may not be a racist
Wait,
comment.
imagine if he had 4 of them. Imagine if he had 4 Mastiffs. And I said to him one day, "Yo, Mastiff, what's up?"
You'd have to
My
have a
house
big
would
house.
be a shambles.
You know, bits of sofa chewed up all over the place.
Man, there's a lot of soy boys around.
But I mean,
this is after. One last thing, mind you, this is after he called me a garbage man. Let's keep this in mind now.
Yeah, well, I mean,
listen, that's only because SE, we don't know your real name, right? So you're just a character. He can call you whatever he wants, but simply because he's Jose Gonzalez, that's his real name. Well, any slur,
real name.
According to him, it is, because that's why you can't say anything against him, because he's got a face, he's got a name. That's the reason. That's how he can get away with it. That's why he says I'm here for entertainment, because you can say anything to anybody in the chat because they're a nameless, faceless potato. But you can't say anything against me, Jose JG, because I'm Jose JG. You know who I am.
Yeah, but that would apply to then. Because I put my face in, but he says shit about me, so he's a fucking hypocrite.
I know. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, but doesn't that put him out there as a public figure? Doesn't that put him out there as a public figure at that point?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's fair game, just like everybody else is.
Well, no, we shouldn't go after Jose. I mean, he's obviously struggling
No, but
at the minute.
That's just pointing out the hypocrisy. I'm not saying do what he's doing. I'm saying he is fair game, but he's trying not to be.
Well, no, he did say that that's not his real name. He said he doesn't care, but then as soon as Right the Hand pointed out the hypocrisy and made a video of it, then that was the worst thing that anybody ever could have done. Right? It like Jose, like Travis said, that Jose, he thinks it's okay for him to do it to everybody else, but nobody can do it to him. He gets ultra offended. Now, I think Jose needs help at the minute. I've been asking him if he's all right. I was offering support to him, and I think that's what got him upset enough to publicly slander me by calling me a racist. I'm definitely not racist. Anyone.
Yeah, he should take that back about me too, because I definitely did not mean anything racist about it.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't do that. I mean, it's ridiculous.
And I have nothing against Chihuahuas either.
Yeah.
I like Chihuahuas.
I'm not too keen on them. I say they look like little rats. I'm a man's dog sort of thing. I was a Weimaraner.
Hey, I never said I'd own one.
The Mastiffs.
Let's get that straight now.
All of that. Gun dogs, like useful dogs, are the ones that I like.
Yeah, pointers, chasers, guards.
Yeah.
Mastiffs.
Yeah, retrievers, guard dogs, stuff like that.
Thank you for mentioning
Jack
Mastiffs.
Russells.
They're the best guard dogs.
Yeah, even Jack Russells, like they'll get rabbits out and all of that sort of stuff. I mean, there's reasons for dogs. I'm not too sure what the reason for a Chihuahua was. I've never decided that yet. Like, anybody know what was the reason for the dogs breeding, making a Chihuahua?
Maybe that was for the rich, so they can carry their dog, not to get it muddy. Get the furniture all dirty and all.
I want something to yap at people, like
the yappers.
sort of fitting for Jose, isn't it? You know, I like it. Yeah. But yeah, I don't think we should. I think we should be trying to support Jose. I mean, can you imagine the last thing that you want to do is bite the hand that feeds you? If your business model is wanting to talk to people on the internet and have a genuine conversation, banning people because they're publicly calling them racist and banning them from your channel, when they're the very people that go round and have the discussions that you supposedly want to have. I don't know. What's up with yours right hand? Is it... I put it down. I said quite a bit ago. It's the logic. And logic isn't complicated, is it? Logic's really simple. It just comes to you and you go, yep, that makes sense. Yep.
Well, it's because they double talk on everything, right? They have to invert and change, and their entire world is in this word semantics. So once you settle down on the definitions, they can't do their tricks.
Yeah, keeping everything simple, like proper simple. Making it available to the masses, not just these ones that have a perceived intellect. Which it definitely isn't. It's just a confusion. It upsets me when I can hear them talking. Because I know that there's people listening in. Not many people listening in to us. But, you know, these other shows, 100, 200 people listening in. Just hearing confusion. Nothing ever getting sorted. It's circular arguments. I mean, I came into this 3 years ago, let's say, wanting questions answered, and not one of the questions has ever been answered. You just get abuse constantly. You end up finding out there are questions that nobody can answer. That's it. Not just that you're not clever enough. They cannot be answered.
Yeah, that was the realization I came to, and it was just like some people, anybody that's like, oh, we know this, and I'm just like, well, you can't know it, and then it's, you know, that was like started becoming my litmus test of, you know, if you can't admit we don't know something, that's a red flag.
Yeah, and the idea is to find the quickest way for you to find that out about somebody, right? Is it worth me talking to you? Because there's a lot of people that it literally is not worth talking to them. So what we've developed, I guess, is some sort of a way of us testing. Like, is it worth me talking to you? And that can be done quite simply. Is like, how can we agree that a straight line doesn't bend on a basic level? And if we can, then we can build something and go forward. And if you can't do that, and people are willing to argue with you and argue around it, I mean, I don't know, we had those two people on those 2 days. Who was it? Gently, and was it 50? I think we had 50 and then Gently, and we were trying to go through the 7 basic facts, and the first one is that a straight line doesn't bend. And we were arguing for 2 hours with each of those two people without coming to an agreement that straight lines don't have any bend to them. Because they know the basis of their argument is screwed the moment they agree to a straight line being straight. And that's people that have been in this arena for too long, I think. Over 5 years. 5, 6, 7 years, some of the ballers.
The moment they agree to anything, you'd be like, oh, if I drop a rock, it'll fall to the ground.
right? We all agree on that. Like, yeah, okay. So if the moon was a rock, it should fall to the ground. Well, now hear me out. Now you're like, oh, so we can't even agree that rocks fall to the ground. Like, where can we start? Where can we be on common ground? There is no common ground, right? There's zero common ground. You can't. They won't allow you to make any. I've been trying, like I said, for years. I've changed everything I've said to try and find a common ground. It just, does water roll down a grade? Yes. Okay. So if there was any type of grade, water would be rolling down it. Yes.
But do you think that comes now because you've got a name, right? Right, the hand says this. Well, that can't be true, right? And you have to face that every time you're talking to them.
Oh yeah, they'll bring up who you are, right? They do the same thing
Yeah.
to you, right? It's not your argument they're talking about. Oh, Bev, right? Oh, but you hear Bev more than you hear horizontal or straight. They'll say, oh, all Bev talks about is horizontal or straight, and all you talk about is Bev.
Yeah.
Right? Bev,
All
he's
right
gonna
hand,
talk
right?
Yeah. It said they'll never talk your arguments. They just talk about you.
Yeah, talk about the person and attack
Or
the person.
QE's scientific method. How about QE's scientific method when he's quoting scientific institutions like universities and shit? He's quoting, and they're calling it his scientific method.
Well, they try to make it like somebody's making it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, experts are fine when they're using them, right? Like when they go to the book and they can pull something out of the book that agrees with them, they're like, look. And then you go to that same book and be like, yeah, well, what about this? No, that's all. That's all. That's bullshit. You're just picking and choosing. That's why we work in reality and not the books, right? You know?
I'll try and find that video for you, because it did actually happen. We had them back to back. It's crazy the amount of arguments you can have with people. Like when I say argument as well, like we prefer, like obviously right to hand, all logic based, and an argument is a formulation of a logical statement into a if P then Q, right? And you can argue about the outcomes of these if then statements. That's an actual argument, whereas what these most people consider an argument, we said it the other day, it's just people shouting at each other. Now that's not what we're after, but the meanings of words have got so lost, especially within this arena that we're in, because like nowhere has relativeness or relativity been more apparent than within this argument.
It was the downfall of society. Relativism. Logic, it just killed logic.
Well, I think they needed it for the model, right? You can't have the model and logic at the same time. One of them has to go. And in replacement of the logic, we ended up with relativism. And now, look at where we are. I mean, as a group of people, I mean, we're fine, because you're thinking and all of that, doing whatever. But the moment you step out there and try and have a really basic argument and involve a slight bit of logic, there will be a pushback. It's been taught to people to, I don't know, just push back against it. And I think the kids are going to be proper struggling very soon. If we don't sort of get a grip back on it, you're going to end up with kids turning into young adults through this COVID stuff, severely mentally affected. School system will be messing about with them. Because I'd like to be able to take this argument into schools. It would be the ideal place to get young minds thinking about stuff. But I know how how the outlook would be were we to go and say, take an argument into schools about level being horizontal. Because according to a group of people, that would be us pushing flat earth into the school system. And you know that's what they'd say. Because the only chance is if you go with level being horizontal, then you have to say it's a flat earth. That's what they say. They know it's in their heads. That's why the pushback is so strong against it. And it's just a straight line. Once you understand the geometry behind why level is horizontal, because it's reality and it's logical, and the reason they changed that was through geometry, and all they did was gave you a new concept of a straight line around a ball. The straight line never changed. Just the concept of level changed from being a horizontal to a circle. Straight lines are circles. That's got to be bad once you realise that.
Yeah, I think it was. I mean, maybe it was Buster that posted a meme in there the other day. It was like 1984, Brave New World, and it kind of had the different zones of the circles. Like you are here, like right in the middle of all that stuff.
Yeah.
Where 2 + 2 = 5 now. Straight lines are curved. Dogs are cats.
Five-sided squares.
Yeah.
One-sided
Yes,
triangles.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, the amount of stupid things we've heard. That's why the ballers don't come. Because they know through the argument or whatever, just a logical argument, they have to end up saying stupid shit. And we know through logical argument we can make them say that stupid shit. It's like a comedy routine now. Exposing cog dis in people, right? And that's why we're sort of here out of the way. Because I personally feel it's sort of cruel to expose people to this sort of stuff, to their own cog dis. It is really. Are people better off living in that thingy, or do you risk making a gem panda, another gem panda? Or fight the flat earth? Although fight the flat earth's a money grabbing twat. He's not like. I get the feeling Gem Panda gets really angry, right? He, whenever challenged, he seems to get really upset about it.
Really upset.
That's what I don't want to be guilty of making more people like that. So are you better off not saying anything to them? Or do you challenge people?
People are here of their own free will. Some will understand, some won't. Some will see the light and then go back in the darkness because they like the stake, right? Like the guy in the Matrix, the traitor. Was I know this ain't real, but damn it, it tastes so good. And by the way, make me rich with a lot of women. Isn't that what he said? Yeah.
I don't know. I've not watched that for a while. I might give that another look over. But I mean, you know how it goes anyway. You're like you have to wise yourself up to this. The way people sort of treat you. If you can say level is horizontal and somebody's willing to call you a flat earther, and then somebody else is willing to say that flat earthers are morons and stupid and you don't understand, and then somebody else will go, oh, flat earthers, scum of the earth they are, they're the worst people, they're racist, and they do all of these horrible things, only the horrible things are done by flat earthers. And then somebody else will go, oh, yeah, flat earthers, yeah, they're all child abusers and all of that, affecting people's minds with that level is horizontal stuff. I mean, if that's where it goes, then, yeah, who do you talk to? Because that's purposely meant to shut you down from asking these or stating facts, I'd say. I'd say I can prove it. I mean, it's used like that every day. I mean, I've talked to many people, and I've got no reason to tell any lies to any of you guys, because we're like that round here, right? We just want to help each other and speak honestly. I've never talked to a surveyor that said that level isn't horizontal. I can't imagine talking to a surveyor that would say it curves. That must be really strange, but I mean, it's going to have to come at some point. Because this globe model thing is so strong in people. They have to believe it. And if you can believe something, then does that make it real? I mean, I guess it does to people that believe things are real. Can you be taught to believe things are real?
Well, some people, they'll never see beyond what they believe. That's just the way it is.
Well, like when we were in this and you come into it and asking questions and you realise there's something strange going on, and then you have to ask yourself, what do I believe? And I think that's the point, right? At that point where you know, what do I believe and what can I prove? Well, you realise pretty quickly that how do you prove things? I mean, what is proof? What does it all mean? And if you're honest, you have to come to the conclusion that we have no proofs. I mean, you can imagine that 1 + 1 is 2. But, I mean, how would you call that a proof? I mean, what does that mean as a proof? I mean...
And I can even argue that.
Yeah.
Right? You didn't make 2. You have 1 and 1.
Yeah.
You didn't make a new designation.
Yeah, you're not putting them together, combine them to make something brand new. Because if you're talking about a physical, you've got one coin here and another coin here, and you put them together, you have 2 coins, but there's still 1 and 1, right? That makes sense, right? So what is that you can prove to yourself? There isn't much.
Two piles of sand. You can take 2 piles of sand, combine them.
Mm-hmm.
What do you get after 1 pile of sand, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1 + 1 equals 1.
1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so mathematics and, it doesn't work. You can't actually prove things through the number form of mathematics. All you can do is prove... What is there? What can you prove? I mean, can you prove you're alive? What would that even mean? Again, these are like stupid questions that ballers ask each other. I'd state that you can only prove things that come through logic. You have to formulate it in logic to give you a yes or no answer at the end of it and use it like that. I mean, that is the formulation of proofs through logical statements done through science.
I hear you, but let's not go too Karl Popper. I mean, we can prove certain things, right?
When you say
you
prove,
tell me what?
Yeah.
What does that mean to prove something?
Exactly. This is what we have to come to terms on what proof is, right? Like here, I'll give you an example. I can say that every time I take a lighter and I put it to your hand, I'm gonna burn your hand every single time.
What, even when you've run out of gas?
Well, obviously not, right? Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? I don't want to go too far into woo-woo land, right?
Yeah.
Because they say you can never prove anything. Well, yeah, you can prove some things.
No, that's what I'm saying. I say you can
You're going to
prove
die
things.
one day, right? That's a fact, right?
Yeah. You
and I'm
can
going to die one
definitely
day.
prove things, right? But it's how and what can you prove? You like everything can't be proved, but there are only a certain amount of things, and those things that you can prove are all physical, right? You have to be able to check it and verify it in order to get your proof. It has to be repeatable.
Cause and effect.
Yeah.
It has to have cause and effect.
Okay, but what's more important, inductive or deductive?
Well, again, that's
I don't
a
like to go
form
into
of
fancy
logic, isn't
terms.
it?
No, I'm just saying,
Physical,
like they
something physical.
Oh yeah. But what I'm saying is, it's like we talk about geometry, and it's the basis of mathematics. And after reading some of the stuff I've read, I think that the mathematical proofs are more important, because when you work out the geometry and you understand the concepts, the theorems and axioms, and you work through it, then when you actually go out and use it, you can use it and prove it to yourself firsthand.
Somebody, hey, look, E equals MC. Sorry, I'm cutting off, huh?
Yeah.
Then somebody could come and say E equals MC squared, man.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything, though, does it? Literally,
exactly.
That's not a proof. Although somebody could think it means a proof. To me, no. I'm with Buster. Like it has to be definite for me, personally, to be a proof. I have to personally have done it myself and experienced it. I can't take second-hand somebody else. Now, what I can do is, or I would want, is that person to describe it, what they did to me, well enough that I was able to do and repeat exactly what they'd done. Then I would be able to go, yes, I verified what you said, and I have now proved it to myself. And I would tell somebody else and get them to verify it also. And that would be even more. Now, if somebody else came back to me and said, I didn't get that, then I would go back and try and replicate that failure of it and try and prove that. And if I couldn't, then that's a proof, right? It's a personal thing.
Yep.
And until you're willing to actually go to those lengths to personally prove something to yourself, I don't believe that you can say that you definitely cannot hand a proof to somebody else and them accept it as a proof. I don't think, but I'm guessing a lot of people think you can.
It's personal, like you said. Look, example. You've seen those guys that pop Mentos into the Pepsi bottle, right? And it pops in the air, right? Okay. Now, I personally have not done that, right? But I can see how that can possibly happen. Now, when somebody tells me something that happened 14 billion years ago, right? I'll laugh at him all day long. So, yeah. But I get what you're saying. You want to personally do it yourself. Yeah, obviously, repeat the experiment. Yeah, cause and effect. If you can repeat it, there it is. You don't need fancy terms. You don't need anything. What caused what you're talking about? Explain it. Show it. If you don't have a cause to the effect, then you have a story.
Yeah, I mean, I see that's where we have to go, right? If Jose and people like that are saying they don't want to talk to us, I mean, that's fine. I'm pretty much done with talking to people like that anyway. But what I see is, I would like to find is a group of people that are willing to find out whatever, right? If somebody gives us a good question and we don't know the answer, I'd like to be able to go and find the simplest answer to all of those questions. And go on.
Sorry. I just wanted to, could I read something?
Go on, yeah.
This is why I asked, because like I'm not that big on fancy terms either, but I was looking up proofs, and like, of course, says mathematical proof, but geometry is the foundation of mathematics. But it says mathematical proof is an inferential argument for a mathematical statement, showing that the stated assumptions logically guarantee the conclusion. The argument may use other previously established statements, such as theorems, but every proof can, in principle, be constructed using only certain basic or original assumptions known as axioms, along with the accepted rules of inference. Proofs are examples of exhaustive deductive reasoning which establish logical certainty. Here's the kicker. To be distinguished from empirical arguments or non-exhaustive, inductive, which establish reasonable expectation. I mean, basically what they're saying is within a geometrical or mathematical proof, you can work it out through theorems and axioms, and it's a proof, which empirical arguments, it's saying, are inductive, which are just reasonable. Like, you have to work through all of the other stuff, you know, like when they say the empirical scientific method. I mean, there's all these things you have to work through that give you a reasonable expectation, but with the theorems and axioms, it's exhaustive and it's a proof.
Yeah, literal proof, right?
Yeah.
That's what the meaning of proof was made up for, was for that self-check.
That's what it says. It says from the word proof from Latin is to test.
Yeah.
Probe, you know, it was just to come to your own knowledge, like personal knowledge of it. Yep. Sorry.
Yeah, we're saying the same things. Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah, you and your big words,
Yeah,
Buster.
take it easy on the big words there, Buster.
No, I just was reading it, and I don't know. I mean, yeah.
I didn't mean anything by that. I mean, words have meanings and inductive, deductive. Yeah, sure. But I just wanted to simplify things, you know?
Yeah.
Cause and effect. All you need is those two words. And then, everything else, of course. But if you don't have cause and effect, sayonara.
Well, that's the scientific proof, right? Cause and effect.
Yes.
What you would call it in logic is antecedent consequent, right? What comes before and the result of that it's basically the same. The cause and effect is the cause is the antecedent, and the effect is the consequent. It's just a logical formulation into a scientific, practical thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Chicken wings, chicken. Yeah.
As you were talking, I was, cause effect. It would be like manipulator and the manipulated, right? You have to have some form of, there has to be the cause. You call it a cause. You could call it, the God or the person pushing. There has to be the impetus for the thing that then happens, right?
Yeah, and they have to be separate, right? They can't be the same thing. Like the law of non-contradiction always applies to reality. You can't have something being both this and that when that and the different, right? You can't have that.
So gravity can't be things falling down, but also the manipulator of the manipulation, right? Like,
Cannot be both the cause and the effect. That's relative bullshit,
ludicrous.
isn't it? You know, it's like stupid. But hey, science. Like what? Like, do you not trust the whole of science? It's like, no. The law of non-contradiction stands with me. I can't go against it. I'm sorry.
Are you saying that you're smarter than Albert Einstein? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Well, if Albert Einstein went against the law of non-contradiction, then yeah. It's got to be stupid. But
Einstein said somebody ages faster or slower than the other, depending on your height from the surface of the earth or your speed.
I bet.
No, sorry.
I bet
call
he never
bullshit.
said that. I bet he never said that. People on Discord servers say that.
There's been movies about it.
Yeah. That's what they ascribe to him now. Maybe he didn't actually say that, but that's what it's ascribed to him.
All I see in Albert Einstein is like a rumpus. That's it, with a load of people in the background going, oh yeah, well it has to be, doesn't it? Well, yeah. Like nobody really understands what he says, but people just say, oh yeah, genius.
The smartest man in the world. Yeah, sure.
It's the Emperor's new clothes, right? Is that
almost like
intelligence?
And he didn't even have Wikipedia.
Yeah. Yeah, he was literally just making it up, though, right?
As he went along, yeah.
Top notch.
And if that doesn't trigger any ballers, then there mustn't be any listening.
Oh, they're freaking out right now. They think they're smarter than Einstein.
It's a basic, I'd say maybe that straight line thing, maybe the, like we said, whenever you talk to people now, you have to get down to that check, whether they're real or whether it's worth talking to them. And the law of non-contradiction has got to be that thing, right? We have to be able to have that common ground where you can't just change your mind mid-sentence and say that you just said the opposite of what you just said at the same time as saying what you just said. It's
like gaslighting.
Well, yeah. I don't like hearing it because again, like I've got my lad, like I've tried, they always say, you're a child abuser because you're teaching him flat earth. And it's like, I'm not teaching him flat earth. We're just going out with the auto level and I'm teaching him practical tools, right? But he's like hearing this, like through osmosis. He's hearing us talk over the internet and he's involving himself in the conversation, right? And he's seeing already that it's a stupid conversation. He's like, why are you still talking about this? But it's way bigger and way deeper than he sees. He hears the straight line thing and level being horizontal, and he knows the triangles of 180 degrees, right? He knows what it is. Can't see the argument. But, I mean, we're way beyond that actual, I don't know, what would you call it? Way beyond the argument of the level is horizontal. We're into proper mind games now, right? They're saying I'm abusing him, but, I mean, with what? They're pushing the flat Earth stuff on us. I'm just talking reality with my son.
Yeah, it's the thought crime.
It's because everybody else is being taught rubbish, but when you try to teach pure logic and deductive reasoning to reach conclusions, I guess they see that as dangerous.
Yeah. It'd have to be.
You shut up and do what you're told.
Yeah.
Yep. It goes against the white coat doctrine.
I'm sorry to keep belaboring this, but it's just like a penny dropped for me between this inductive and deductive. I'm not a big on big words, trust me. I'm like you guys, I'd like it simple, but it's like geometry is a deductive, exhaustive, and then.
Yeah, proof on proof on proof. Never
Proof
ending.
on proof. And then you can take those proofs and work it out in reality. Like I can find the square footage of a room to order the right material. It's a proof. But
you can't go against these things, bro. Yeah, there's no way. Like, straight line, perpendicular, parallel. What is it? 3, 4, 5. You can't. I mean, these are set in stone.
Yeah. Set in stone, but there's new school, isn't there? New maths. There's new geometry. And that's just old stuff. But I mean, like I say, when my lad was going through school, they do teach that to the kids, right? That stuff your parents did, that's the old stuff. We don't do stuff like that anymore. That separates the youth from the parents, in the knowledge sense. And if everybody else is doing, well, we don't do what they did back then, that's bad. Because then they can teach them everything. And the kids sort of, when the parents try and get involved with it, I mean, I don't know how many of you, my lad's 15 now, so we've gone through that early stages of learning, and he's doing it himself. But I mean, it does get confusing. The missus used to always say, "Oh, I don't do that maths and that sort of stuff. I'll do the words and the spellings and all of that with him. I can't do the maths." Well, that's because that's my missus. She'd been taught that in school, that taught the maths that she couldn't understand. Well, if you get taught maths like they want to teach you maths, you're not meant to understand it, because it's numbers, and numbers deceive. Once you know the true mathematics, you come to understand that maths can't be trusted with numbers. There's only the logic within the mathematics that can be trusted. And that's why they made Euclidean geometry rather than the numbers stuff to prove things. It's pretty sad. But I don't know. People with young kids, I feel sorry. And I feel sorry for the kids, like my lad, that's going to have to grow up with he's going to have to find a woman. And I can't see there being very many sane kids out there that'll be able to get together with other people. Not in a stable relationship, anyway.
I'm going to take a picture of what I was telling you about with the geometry problem. Just hang on.
Go. Yeah, Einstein's, it's a bit of a weird story, and I don't know. Not so sure about how he worked. and how he got to be. It always seems to, every time I see a picture of him, seems like an old lady. There is quite a few Einstein quotes.
Now look at that. See what you think about it. We worked out the Pythagorean theorem, but look at the confusion that they lay in that.
DF.
It's important to look at the smaller triangle first and look at the measurements they give for the opposite and the right angle lengths.
Right, let me get a calculator out. Here we go. 32. 1024 and plus 1024.
That's a cute house.
I mean, it's the basic 3, 4, 5 method, but they put the long length on the short side.
Where?
Look at AC, and then look at seed B.
Well, that's the one where you said they did the opposite.
Yeah.
Long.
Oh,
Yeah.
my fuck.
Yeah. It's not.
I mean, I get it doesn't technically matter, but visually, it kind of does. If you put the short side, the short length on the longer side, I mean, how would you ever learn what 3, 4, 5 really means if you've put the longer measurement on the shorter side? I mean, you can't understand the proof. You just understanding how to work an equation.
Well, the hypotenuse, the longest side of a right-angled triangle, will always be opposite to the angle, opposite to the largest angle. And in a right-angled triangle, the hypotenuse is always opposite the right angle. That's the longest side of a triangle. The hypotenuse is always the longest side.
No, I know that. I'm saying when I worked out look what I did. It's like 180 for the hypotenuse. So I divided it by 5, and I got 36. So then I used the short side of the right angle triangle and did 3 times 36 and got 104, and did 4 times 36 to get 144. But in the book, like in the answers, they were backwards because they had put the longer measurement on the shorter side. I mean, how would you ever learn a proof from that?
Yeah, I mean, I admit it. If they're going straight from, like, how, I'm guessing that you had to try and understand it and then give your interpretation of it. But imagine if you hadn't have had any idea on what you were doing. Like most people, I don't think many people would understand that sort of a mathematical problem. I know my missus wouldn't.
I don't know. They had worked through Pythagoras in this scenario, and I was like, well, if that's a right angle triangle, and that hypotenuse is divisible by 5, then it has to work out that the other two are divisible by, or you can multiply it by 3 and 4. I mean, that's just, it has to be that way.
No, well, no, because it's just a right-angled triangle. With that one, the DEF, you would have to say it's an isosceles, which means those two sides are equal.
Yeah.
So you would have had to have worked out the formula with it, where A and B, you sort of A squared plus A squared equals C squared in that formula. So you'd end up doing the squared 2A squared, right? Do you get that?
No. All I saw was that, I mean, I don't, like I said, it's been so long since I've done geometry. I was fairly decent at it 20 plus years ago, but using it practically, when I saw that hypotenuse was divisible by 5, and then there's a right angle, I got the right answers, but they were opposite, because what I was trying to point out was they put 32 meters on the shorter side and 24 meters on the longer side as far as that right angle is concerned. That's confusing, right?
He's right about that, man. Look at that.
They're both drawn two isosceles right-angled triangles, right? Although one of them isn't. They've just put numbers there. So you've got to actually look at the numbers and realize that triangle isn't the right shape for the numbers. That's the deceitful thing in that picture. The DEF triangle is good because it is an isosceles triangle. But the one that's come before it, it's played a trick on you. Right? It's deceitful in a way that you're meant to think, well, they're not the same size, but they look the same size. And I bet if you measure that, they are actually the same size, but one's labelled 24, one's labelled 32. That's deceitful.
No, it's still messed up because I actually got the right answers, but in the answer book, they were backwards. So that the longer length that I got, the 144 was supposed to be on the bottom, and the 104 was supposed to be on the... They were just backwards, but I got the right answer. It's crazy. Anyway, it was just to point out that they do... It's almost like they do things just to confuse people on purpose. Or maybe it's like you can get the right answer, but not understand the principle. I don't know. It's weird. Like you can get the right answer through an equation, but they don't want you to have the practical knowledge of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I'm guessing. Like my brain's just trying to do the puzzles, right? I just do that sort of stuff normally.
Yeah.
So you're saying that bottom one's right because you can't be making it. It's not a 3, 4, 5, is it? They're just similar right triangles. The missing sides for similar right triangles.
Oh, but wait a minute. That side cannot be longer. Can it?
When I saw that it had a right, I used 3, 4, 5 like a lot. So when I saw the hypotenuse was 180, it's divisible by 5. And it has to work out that the right angle is 3 and 4, divisible by 3 and 4. I mean, it has to.
Well, no. What that particular thing says for similar right triangles, right? So you've got to relate those two triangles together because they're similar, right? They're all in proportion to each other. So the only thing you've got to relate one triangle to the other is that they're both similar. Now, if you take the 24, the 32, and the 40 in that first triangle, they do relate. If you were to break them down, I bet you would end up with a 3, 4, 5, right? Because the proportions of the 40 is the 5, like you said. The 32 is the 4, and the 24 will be the 3.
Yeah, but they're in the wrong.
They're the wrong. If I do that practically with a measuring tape, that 24 is wrong. That would be my 4, and where the 32 is, that should be my 3. It's backwards, is what all I was pointing at. It's like confused. It's like
I don't think that matters. I don't think it matters which way round you have them within the 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
No, because as long as the 4 and the 5 are the two sides, that's why you have a sine and a cosine, right?
Well, that's over my head, but like all I know is like if I lay my string out, I measure one string at 3 foot, I measure the other string at 4 foot, and then I take my 5 foot across, and when they match up to the 5 foot, I know it's a right angle.
Well, if you divide all of those numbers 40 by 8, right, you get 5. If you divide 32 by 8, you get 4. If you divide 24 by 8, you end up with 3.
Yeah.
It's a 3, 4, 5 proportion, right? So in the next triangle is similar. So all you have to do is take the 3, 4, 5 proportionality, and because you've been given the 180, right, you just have to put the other 2 in the 3 and the 4, right?
Yeah, but it was backwards. Yeah. I mean, I could have worked it out like what you're talking about. I get what you're saying, that the numbers are just kind of arbitrary, but practically, for me, it was like I worked it out as what I would do in the real world, and I got it backwards because they have the longer length on the shorter side.
Yeah. Well, it's they're similar triangles, and all they've done there within that particular question is get you to play with numbers, right? But in doing that, you haven't really understood or gained to learn what there is to know about the similar triangles.
Yeah.
Right? You're being tricked into the numbers.
Yeah. I just hated it.
Yeah.
I just hated it because it's not teaching the proof of how it's used. It's like backwards. It's like I showed her how I would work out the 3, 4, 5, and that's looking at. I mean, I get what you're saying as far as just working the numbers and figuring out the similar. But I
don't like it, right?
It's confusing.
Because, it confuses everyone. Like, it confused the missus, it confuses my kids, and when you break it down to understand the simplicity of the triangle and the right-angled triangle and its relationship to the circle, then that's a practical proof. This is just number play around that practical proof of the triangle. I'm with you. This doesn't teach kids anything other than to get completely messed up with numbers.
Yeah, that was what was discouraging, was that like I use it. I was telling her, I was like, I use this practically, like
it's not
pretty
like
often.
This. It's not.
And I was like,
this.
I was like, this is backwards because they gave you the 3, 4, 5, but the 3's on the wrong side. So it's like, you can work the numbers out and do the equation, right? You can do your a squared plus b squared, but it's not teaching you the practical proof of how it's used. It's it's crazy.
It's not teaching the square on the side.
No, they didn't. No, they did not. I had to show her that. I was like, they don't do the square and how it's.
Yeah, that little number 2 above something, like the practicality of what that means is so visible when you see it. Not a lot of kids are taught that, and again, that's something that, like, when adults hear that and they think, shit, I feel really, why wasn't I told that? They feel bad for not knowing it, and then think that you're teaching them as though they're a child. It's like it's something that's ingrained into them, isn't it? I think.
Yeah.
For them
It
missing something so simple.
It was just sad because they actually did the point, line, and line segment. And I was like, oh, this is going to be good. And then that was it. Didn't even mention Euclid. Went straight to Pythagoras and a squared plus b squared. And I was like, and then the a squared plus b squared equals c squared doesn't even show you how it's worked out practically. It's just, they teach you the formula, but not the practicality of it, the proof, how you get there.
When I first saw that using the squares, it clicked right away. I go, oh shit, that's what they mean. Like a visual thing, right? But when you see numbers and this and that, it's like confusing,
Yeah, that's.
Hey, everybody.
Hey.
Hey.
All right, Bri.
I have something to add in. If you're interested, it's on the topic of triangles.
Oh.
I sent you a diagram yesterday, Bev, in Skype. Hey, everybody.
In Skype? Oh, I haven't looked at Skype for quite a while.
What's Skype?
Yeah, I hardly use Discord. That's the problem. If you want, I'll try to send it to your Discord.
Put it in live chat, right?
You're always in Discord.
If it's all right, if it's all right for viewing and people aren't going to get triggered by it, then just drop it in live stream.
It's just a diagram. I'll have to probably let me see. Just give me a minute. I'll come back to you.
I hope it's got straight sides. You're not going to show me a bendy line triangle. It's not real. Do you get that fucking Einstein quote? Any fool can know. The point is to understand. I mean, what does that even mean?
I think I can take a crack at that.
Go on.
You can know what the sun is, right? Because they tell you, right? But do you really understand?
Well, we have had a chat with me and Spot On, right? Now, in the word sense of all of this sort of stuff, we have understand being stand under. And because we're both come from a building term, right? To be able to stand under something means that you have complete confidence in what you've just done. You've made it. And you are willing to stand underneath it, right? It's not going to collapse on you. You're sure of it. That's what we had.
You can trust it.
I think so, yeah.
I like that, yeah. I like that.
But to know is a knowledge, right? In order to not have the knowledge of something, you have to have experience of it.
That's what I was going to say, experience, yep.
Yeah. So I'm not too sure, like, how it all comes together. The knowledge and the experience comes with the understanding, right? I don't understand what that Einstein quote is.
Well, look, you can go to school, right? And they can teach you the atom, for example, right? They can teach you there's a neutron, a proton in the center, and there's an electron. Now, you know that because you learned it, you passed the test, you got your diploma, but do you actually understand that? I don't know. That's kind of like my take on it. They think they know stuff because they've been taught.
That's a good example, SE, because a lot of people, they know about, let's say, the atomic model, as you just spoke about there, but they don't understand that it's just a description. It's an agreed upon convention as a tool. It's a it's a tool, basically. A tool is used within chemistry and things like that. But it's not real. As in, they can't show you an electron and a proton and a neutron. These kind of things within the nucleus of an atom. They can't show you that, but they can describe what they see as effects, maybe underneath microscopes and stuff like that, with it. But they can't prove it. It's a description. So a lot of people might know the atomic model and be able to rattle it off, but they may not understand that it's just a description. You know, that would be how I'd, maybe if you wanted to add sense to what Einstein said. But Einstein was German, so maybe his command of English wasn't as good as he'd like it to be, maybe. But who knows?
I disagree. I think that is a horrible quote. Like, any fool can know. I think that's totally wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, you can understand how an engine works, but until you get in there and take it apart, fix it, put it back together, that's when you know how it works.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a reversal, a play on words.
That is a Russellism.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Play with your mind.
I posted that diagram there in
I seen
live
that.
chat.
Yeah. Everybody see that in the live chat.
Do you want me to say something about it, or do you want me to?
Well, I can see a problem straight away, but if you want to have a go, feel free.
Yeah. Do you know what it's related to?
It sounds like measuring angles.
Yeah, it's the reason I posted it to you is that it completely disproves not that you needed or anyone in here needed this to disprove what they call spherical excess, but this is the use of a sextant and what a sextant does. And what they do with a sextant is it's a triangulation tool. So when you're at sea, you view an angle to a star. And when you view that angle, the angle is taken off of the horizon. And then you do what's known as, so basically using the angle between the horizon and the star, any celestial body that works. I think there's 68 of them. So once you take that angle, you then do what's known as a horizon dip correction. And this supports what both me and you have been saying for a long time, Bev, is that if you're standing at the seashore and your feet are at the water, then you're technically, your eye line above the basic mean sea level. You're above that much above the horizon. They have to take a horizon dip correction where they bring the angle as opposed to being from, let's say they're standing on the deck of a ship or a boat, and that deck is 10 foot above the water, and their eye line is another 5.5 feet above the water. So that's 15.5 feet, 15.5 feet, let's just say, that they have to add to that angle to bring the angle down. So there's a straight line between, let's say, right underneath them in the water, going from there straight out to the horizon. And there's another straight line going to a celestial body. And then that is the correct angle. And they have to do that to get it correct. Because if they don't do that, their coordinates and everything will be out. But the great thing about this is they start off and they take an angle to a star. They do the horizon dip correction. That means they need 2 straight lines and then a 3rd straight line from the star down to the, if you want to say it, down to the horizon. But they then refer to the almanac, the navigation almanac, and they go by the time that they took that reading and by the angle, and the almanac will tell them exactly what the GP of that star is. GP stands for geographical position or ground position. So it's basically the exact point, the zenith, or let's say the ground point underneath the star, or the coordinates right underneath that star on the Earth. And that is then pre-assumed as a direct straight line from underneath the boat to wherever this GP, this ground position of the star is. And that could be hundreds, thousands of miles. So they're creating a radius in a straight line that could be hundreds and even thousands, and often thousands of miles. So then with that radius, they create what's known as a circle of equal altitude. As you can see the circles around there. And that they basically turn the radius into diameter, and they know then that from their exact position, that anywhere, as long as with that star in the center, or making a radius to that star and that star in the center, that they have a circle of equal altitude or equal angle from anywhere on that circle to that star. And then they do the same with another star, and they always use at least 2 and often 3 to do this. So you're talking, like, let's just say in that diagram, the yellow triangle could be, let's say, have a radius of 3,000 miles. The blue triangle could have a radius of 2,000, and the red triangle could have a radius of 1,000 miles. And so 3,000 miles would be a diameter of 6, 2,000 miles would be a diameter of 4, and 1,000 would be a diameter of 2. So they're basically pre-assuming that they're taking angles that go in 6,000 miles in one direction as a diameter, 4,000 miles in another direction as a diameter, and 2,000 miles in another direction as a diameter. And they're all presumed flat. And the almanac gives you your exact distance in flat. And it's always flat that's used. It's always a level horizontal plane that's used. And now, it's always treated that way. So they always treat it as a horizontal plane. And that is exactly what's used. They don't convert anything to globe. You can't even put any of those circles of equal altitude. You can't even plop any of them onto the side of a sphere because they won't work. Number one, there's all your angles.
There's no need to talk about stuff that doesn't happen, right?
Yeah, but I'm just saying that that's what they don't do. I have to speak about what they don't do and why they can't do it.
Don't. We don't need, we don't do that round here. There's no need. You're not talking to anybody. Anything. All anybody is interested is what actually happens, right? We don't need to know what can't happen somewhere else.
Well, the only reason I was mentioning that is that the pre-assumption is that it all happens. It's all converted and happens on a sphere, right?
Can you use a sextant on a beach?
On a beach, yeah. But the point I'm making is...
What purpose would you use a sextant on a beach for? I mean, like, imagine, right, you're on a beach and you're out there with a sextant and somebody comes up to you and goes, "What are you doing?" What would you say to that?
Well, you could say you're taking angles to stuff. I mean, you could use it on the beach as long as you bring the dip correction down to the waterline.
Yeah, for what? Yeah, like you measuring angles.
Yeah, well, that's what else are you going to do with a sextant? That's what it does.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean?
So what?
Kind of
like what would you measure an angle to on the beach?
It's the daytime, maybe the sun. In the nighttime, the star, the moon.
And what do you think you get for measuring an angle to the sun?
What do you mean?
Well, you get an angle, 45 degrees. What does that mean? I mean, I know it means you've measured an angle of 45 degrees. But what does that do?
I'm not following you.
Well, yeah. See that picture that you've put there? Now, that assumes that S, 1, 2, and 3 stars have a vertical position. Right? Well, I know that they move around. Go around in a circle. Lights in the sky. So they're never in the same place. There's only one star that is in the same place. And I've never, ever, ever seen a proof that somebody has stood directly underneath it, measured a zenith with that light above their heads. Now, I can't even imagine that. So I can't imagine how all of these 3 other stars would be in a position that they are directly vertical, and how that would help somebody navigating. See, I only imagine
Well-
when you're out on the thing, you're getting the stars, and the stars are, like you say, 68 of them, I think, that are bright enough for you to be able to take his head in. Now, you'd have to have a timepiece to know where they are meant to be in the sky at that time. You can then take a heading of it, and you could then tell in what direction you were headed. That's it.
Well, yeah,
on the water.
but that's what the almanac does. The almanac has all that information. That's why you take your time of sighting and the angle to the star. So the almanac gives you all that data.
That would be just like one star, and from that you would be able to tell which direction you were headed, and you could adjust the ship according to that one particular star. I mean, mostly you would aim for the North Star, and if it was visible, then that'd be it. Easy. You wouldn't really need to do much of a heading or anything, right? You'd know where North is, and you'd use that to position yourself in a certain direction.
Well, no, that's not exactly how it works. Well, it is. This is the whole point of the circles, as opposed to just circle. Circles is in plural. The intersection point of those three circles tell you where you are. It triangulates your position. It's the original triangulation system for navigation.
But that assumes that you move to a position and you are directly under a light in the sky. But we know that all of those lights in the sky are moving. So I don't understand how you can put that in a position.
Well, that's the point of taking your time. You see, that's where you take the time. So you know at that exact time and that exact angle, you can then refer to the almanac, and the almanac will tell you where that star is and how far away from the GP, which is basically the zenith, what they call a zenith distance, to the GP of the star. So you can then find out how far you are from the point that star sits over above the ground or above the sea at the exact time of you taking the angle. So that allows you to find out, triangulate your position. Then after that.
So, like, where is the person? Like, each measurement I take, am I at that right angle point, or am I in the center and take three different measurements?
You're in the center. If you look at those three right angles, they're the GPs.
So how do you get that? Where's that right angle? How do you know? Like, if you're in the center and you go to S1, I'm not understanding where's the right angle coming from.
I don't get right. You've only got an angle.
And they use the angle. Yeah, but that angle is used to give you a measurement. Let's say you are at where the corners of those three triangles meet. You are at that point. And your angle to, let's say, the yellow one, will tell you, with your time and your angle, will tell you where the zenith position of that, the ground position of that star is, or whatever. And you know then from referring to the almanac, because all the information is in the almanac, exactly how far away the ground position of that star is. And you know then that you can draw a circle around with that distance. You can draw a circle around, and with you on the outside of that circle and the star in the center, and you know that anywhere around that circle will be that same exact distance, where it be 500 miles, 3,000 miles, that same exact distance from the GP of that star at that point. And you do the same with two others, and where those three circles intersect, that will give you your triangulation on the Earth.
Right. Well,
that's how
let's start, right, just with one triangle, right? So you're in the center. Let's say we go for S1.
No, you're not in the center.
What?
Oh, sorry, you're in the center of the triangles. You're not in the center of the circle. You're on the outside of the circle.
Okay, we're starting off with S1, just the one triangle. Now we're in the center, and we measure that angle, right, from the horizontal. We measure upwards to that star. So we've got one angle of a triangle, right?
Yeah.
That's all we've got.
Yeah, you just start off with the angle and you do the horizon dip correction, so you make sure that you're making sure that
Don't
it starts
forget
with the water underneath you.
Buster's famous words. You can't do fuck all with an angle, right? You've got one angle, like that.
Well, that's not true when it comes to the sextant, because it's a proven tool that has been proven to, like, when you learn how to use it, it's so good that you will end up within a mile most of the time of the location you intend on going.
It's just an angle measuring device, right?
Well, yeah.
So you can't do anything with one angle. Like you need more parts. I mean, there is nowhere within data that says you can do anything with an angle. You're
not just using one angle. You're using 2 and 3 angles to intersect
for
surfaces.
3 different triangles. That each of those triangles, you only have one angle. There's no distances.
Well, the distances are in the almanac. That's the thing. The distances to the ground position of that star are in the almanac.
What? Sounds like wizardry.
But it actually works all the time. Like, this is not something. This is something that has been done for God knows how long, and it works all the time. And it's always flat measure. They always assume flat, and it always works with flat measurements. Like, as far as I know, how to get the distance is that, let's just say you have a 25-degree angle to a star, right? Then you know that's from you're counting those. I think this is how they do the distance measurements with it. That means that they're 65 degrees away from your zenith, basically, right? Your 90 degree. So that's 65 by 69 miles per degree, and that's how you'd work out. I think that's how they work out the straight line radius.
No, don't do that.
Yeah, that's how they do it. It's not like, I don't know why you're not. I don't know what this is something that's done all the time. Like, they always do it this way. They always use flat. Like,
I know you're using that right. I understand that triangles have straight sides. That's something you don't need to tell us that, right? But I do have enough knowledge to know that you can't do fuck all with an angle, right? You need more to develop a triangle into be able to predict the other side that you're not knowing, or the other angle that you don't know, right? You need to have that basis of a triangle.
But that's what the almanac is for. It's a wealth of information in the almanac that was compiled over God knows how many centuries.
So out in the sea, you can't just have the sextant. You have to have like a reference book.
Yeah, but you have the almanac. You have the almanac to tell you where that star is. Because getting the angle and distance to the star is not enough. You have to know where that star is at that time on the Earth. So you can, because you could use three angles to 3 stars.
The star isn't on the ground.
Yeah, but it has a ground position. It has a zenith.
What do you mean? I don't know. This is the first time I've ever heard of a light in the sky having a ground position. This is where, the problem that I foresaw right at the very beginning is you've got these lights in the sky at a zenith position on the ground. Well,
subsolar point.
I like the subsolar point.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Well, that's what they use, and they get to their destination using flat measurements and location of the star. They get to their destination within a mile of their destination. I mean, and they could be traveling several thousand miles.
Well, you can't tell the speed of the current. You can only tell your heading. And that's what you want to be going. You want to be sorting your heading.
Yeah, but that's why they refer to the almanac, because the almanac will tell them at that exact time and date, because it's down to the day and that time where that celestial body is, what part of the Earth is directly underneath that celestial body at that exact time. So let's just say I take an angle to a star, right? I'm in the Atlantic Ocean. I take an angle to a star, and it says that that star is 3,000 miles away from me, right, through the angle measurement. And when I refer to the almanac, and that tells me that that star is sitting directly over Oregon.
So somebody that just has the sextant and that's all, they won't be able to use it?
Well, you could use it if you've got enough knowledge of the stars, but
for heading, isn't it?
You'd have to, like, you could use it, but without the almanac, you're in trouble. Like, I mean, unless you're very adept at it and you know the sky very well, and you were very adept at knowing the cycles of the sky, you're going to have your work cut out, because this is a kind of a build-up of information over a long time. You know, they did mariners. Like, as I said, if that star is at that time in day, like 10:30 at night, I'm in the Atlantic, there's a star that is 3,200 miles away from me. It's right in a straight line. The GP, where that star sits directly over, like it's sub-solar point, if you want to call it that, or sub-star point, where that sits directly over is in Oregon. And then I do two more, and I find out where they sit over. That tells me, with the maps, where I am positioned in the Atlantic, because I might know where north, south, east, and west is, but that doesn't mean I have any idea where I am or how far away from land I am. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's far more precise. It's absolutely brilliant, to be honest with you. I have such respect for those that compile it, the information of it. But it's actually it gets you to within a mile of your location by using it. So, and it's used all the time. It's been used by mariners for centuries. But, you know, like the globers would have said that sextant proves a globe without ever even learning what a sextant does. It's an angle. It takes angles. You can't have an angle on a spherical surface, and you can't translate a 2D circle to a 3D sphere. It doesn't work. All the coordinates, the angles that you took, all the distances, throw all out, doesn't work. So when they come in,
you can't measure an angle to a curve. Full stop.
No, can't do it. No, there is no angles on a sphere. It doesn't work. You can't have angles on a sphere. End of story. So when they're claiming a spherical excess, this absolute rubbish, this exact diagram here, and the fact that this sextant is used this way all the time, completely disproves their rubbish.
I'm not going to take that on as a thing, because I can't see how that works. And we are pretty stringent with our geometric facts here, right? And I'm still of the opinion you can't do fuck all with an angle.
Well, I would implore you to contact Tent and leave Tent go through. Tent has more knowledge on this than I do. I learned this through Tent. And leave Tent sell it to you, because if you don't, you will regret it.
Well,
because
I'll say,
you say to yourself, come on.
I was just going to say, I'll say this. The last person that came in with a similar thing had angles to the top of a mountain and had law of sines and cosines. Now, he got within, do you remember, Bev, was it 40 meters?
Yeah, I think so.
Of the right height, and this gets within a mile of the right position. I don't know, it's hard to keep.
But I mean, I was saying a mile. It can be even less than a mile. It depends on how adept you are with it. But it's like anything. If you have to take a bit of time using it, and the more you use it, the better you get at it. But the thing about this is that you're in the middle of the ocean, the Pacific or the Atlantic, and this will bring you several thousand miles to the location you want to go to. You know, with the use of the almanac and obviously maps and stuff. But this will bring you to where you want to go, and it does it using the pre-assumption that the oceans are a horizontal plane. So spherical excess, you can make a triangle with those three GPs or those three stars there. You can make a triangle there. It's a real triangle, but real angles presumed on a flat plane, and it's used in the real world all the time for centuries, and that's how they find their way around. I understand the skepticism. I get that. I get the skepticism. But all I say to you is that this absolutely supports you, and when you look into it, if you do, you won't be sorry, because this is the use of angles and to triangulate your position and navigate your way thousands of miles in a straight line. I mean, isn't the main argument on this channel? And like, I know it's not Bev's channel, but Bev is like the main speaker. Bev, isn't your main argument that horizontal and level are the same thing? This proves it. So it's up to, I'm not going to try and force it. It's up to yourselves. I'm throwing it out there. It's up to yourselves whether you adopt it or not. It's up to you. But I just said I'd throw it out there because I know how important and how much you argue. And Bev, I listen to you arguing with these boneheads.
I don't think we argue, right? I don't do it to argue with them, right? I do it so people see the fruitfulness, right, of the argument, right, and also how these people deny basic reality. That's the only reason I do it. Like, they're done talking to us now, and we need to just talk to each other. And I'm not convinced with this as a way forward, right? Because I can't see how you can use them as a ground position, the light in the sky. I don't think you can relate the lights in the sky to what's underneath your feet in any way.
Well, look, they have a sub-star point where there's a kind of an area that they sit over at that exact time, and that's how it's worked out. All I say to you about this is the only argument against this is that a radius line is curved. Is a radius line curved? Or is it always straight? Because if they have to claim a curved radius line to even argue against this, I'm absolutely, and Tent Man, absolutely annihilating them at the moment. They have nothing. I mean, absolutely nothing. The rubbish they're coming back at you with. They're in boiling water. So I leave it up to. Look, I'm not going to force the issue. It's up to yourselves. But you will hear more about it from our side, from the Flat Earth Debate side. You will hear more about it over time. But I leave it up to yourselves.
Well, yeah, I'll wait and see whether I hear the ballers coming back with it. But like I say, the ballers are done with us. They don't even want to take the basic straight line argument that we have. I mean, the horizon being horizontal, I mean, that's a bit of a risky one that they don't want to touch either. A bit basic as well, but all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon makes all horizontals parallel to each other. I mean, it's pretty basic, right? I mean, it's hardly any wonder that they don't want to come and talk to us.
Well, I mean, basic things are proofs, yeah? Aren't they? In reality.
Yeah.
Basic things are proof. A horizontal is a straight line. Level is horizontal. If level wasn't horizontal, why would they be defined as so? But
yeah, it's literally not worth arguing about, right? The argument has been done to death especially with the people that we're talking about, right? When you say they say it's only that group of people, right? Only that one group of people that you're aiming this argument at, because nobody else will understand it. And we're trying to take it out of this place to somewhere new. And it's got to be made as simple as possible. And
well, sorry.
Go on.
Well, there's something similar happening over on the FED, where we're trying to get away from the boneheads that we end up dealing with all the time. You know, there was a lack of them coming in there as well. I know they're going to get shouted at by Nathan, and a lot of them they'll get scared of that. But the thing about it is that they just don't have anything, so they're just time wasters, and they're not willing to. Those who do understand are just straight up being dishonest, and then there's some of them that just don't get it. They can't understand simple, basic things. They can't get away from the fact that you can't have an angle on a spherical surface, things like that. So we're trying to move away from the trying to find newer people who are, because as Nathan calls them, they're anti-flat earthers. You know, I'm starting to call them anti-globers, because their whole shtick is that they can't support their own model, and they're just going against anything that goes against the model they can't support. You know, this kind of thing. That's what we're dealing with. And they're starting to become, as Nathan actually said earlier, they're starting to become a niche element on the internet like us. Now, I understand you don't like the term flat earther. I understand why you say that. I understand why you point out, well, you know, the oceans or sea level, water at rest is horizontal, you know, and it's level. I understand that. I understand that the lands have elevations, so they're not flat. But as an aspect, the Earth from a high elevation looks flat. Let's just say, as an aspect.
I don't think you understand why I say that, Brian. Right? You think that I want to separate myself from flat earthers, right?
I don't think that. No, right. I just think I'm pointing at reality, rather than the ballers want to put us into a category where we're supposed to be against reality, because they want their globe to be reality. But you're not even going into it about flat or globe. You're just stating that this is the way it is. You know, elevations are, surveying is horizontal distances and vertical elevations. That's it. So where is your sphere? That's all you're saying. I can't speak for you, but that's what I get. You're just pointing out reality, as opposed to stating that I'm a flat earther and you're a globe earther. No, this is reality. I don't know what you're talking about. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I get from you.
Yeah, it's about the argument, right? It's about the discussion about reality, not about two different models arguing. Because one of the first things I had to deal with was people like George Nutsack saying that you had to come up with an other model, right, to appease the other model. And I said, that's ridiculous, right? To say that there are two models is to presume there's another model somewhere that is different than the model that you model in reality, right? And that's where I think that everybody should try and step away from it. Like, I like the way Nathan's going with his anti-globe earther, anti-flat earther. But there's only a very small group of people that do that. I've been told just recently that flat earther now is a derogatory term akin to moron. Right? So when people call you a flat earther, they're not actually saying that you think that the Earth's flat. They're just saying you're a moron.
Yeah, well, the problem and it's been a problem for centuries now, is that when you start pointing out reality, and reality just happens to be horizontals and verticals, right? And across waters and oceans, with the exception of undulations like waves and swells, it's a horizontal plane. So you're basically pointing out that there isn't a consistent curve to the Earth. So if it's not curved, then it has to be more horizontal, let's just say. There's a horizontal baseline to the Earth, let's just say. Well, we call it sea level, let's just say, right? You're just pointing that out. But ever since people have been pointing that out, ever since people have believed in the globe, and other people like us point out, well, that's not reality, their number one main defense has been character assassination. So now they have it at such a point where if you're called a flat earther at all, then you're seen as a crackpot or whatever. And all you're doing is pointing. And unfortunately, there is a lot of flat earthers who do end up getting lost in conspiracies and nonsense. And they end up, let's say, exposing themselves as being a little bit of a crackpot to the public that they didn't need to be. They might be wrong about one or two conspiracies, but they're not wrong about the nature of reality, let's just say. But this is what they do. This is how character assassination is their number one defense against us. So you end up being put into a niche bracket, or just because you're pointing out reality. They have a belief that their globe is reality. Go on, sorry.
Oh no, you just get pigeonholed into a group.
Well, yeah, and people don't realize is that everyone is in that group. It's called the reality group. Regardless of what models people want to push forward, the reality is horizontals and verticals, not a consistent curved surface. It is what it is. But because you point out that reality, you end up getting this term being called a flat earther. And I don't mind being called it, but I understand why someone else wouldn't be looking to be called it. Or, what I mean is that where you just, well, I'm not trying to be a flat earther, I'm just pointing out that this is reality and what you're stating concerning a globe is not. That's all you're doing. But it's like George Netchuk wanting you, Bev, to come up with a whole new model. That means he wants you to come up with a whole new reality because he believes or wants it to be that reality is a globe. But reality isn't a globe. I mean,
it's more of a framework.
Yeah. He wants you to give him something that's unavailable, right? They want you to give them something you can't give them. Then they can say, you can't do that. Right? That's all it is. It's just a way for them to have a control over you, right? Now, that sort of person, I'm done with. There's no need to talk to him, right? Now, in reality, I can talk to anybody and say, a talk about level is horizontal, right? Now, I don't have to mention I'm not a flat earther, right? Because it doesn't relate to anything anybody ever does. You don't ever have to say I'm a globe earther and, right? It doesn't work. There's no need for anybody to do that. But the people around us at the minute are saying you are a flat earther because you think triangles only have 180 degrees. You are a flat earther because you say level is horizontal. Right? Now, they're saying that to me. And like I say, I'm not bothered. I mean, I like flat earthers. There's some of the best people, right? There's some of the most open minds and some of the most free-thinking people there are out there, right? I think they're foolish for saying it's a flat earth because it's a misnomer. The earth isn't flat.
I appreciate it.
Sorry, Rob.
Shite Mike, Rob. Go on. Is he still working?
If he's still working at this time of day, he needs to get a different job.
He's on California time, different time zone.
Yeah, he's only like a couple. He's working at 5:30 on a Saturday. Rob takes some time
Nice.
off, but
It's Canadian time, isn't he?
I think he's only like an
No.
hour or two behind me.
No.
I'm going home soon.
Okay.
Shite Mike time.
What time is it for you right now?
I got Saturday, Mike. Sorry, guys.
What time is it for you right now, Rob?
It's 4:35. I'm leaving in half an hour.
See, there you go.
3 hours.
Okay, yeah, he's 3 hours behind me.
Back to what you're saying, Biff.
Yeah, it's a misnomer that's been given to people. I mean, I think I lost one of my subscribers today for saying Robotham was fake.
Oh, so he was mad about that?
I think so. Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know.
I think-
Like his, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that makes me a shill, but yeah, that term "flat Earth" has been given to people, and if you wear it, then you are starting off from one of the weakest positions that you ever have.
Well, if you take on that label, you have to take on people like Lemon and Brian Leakey, and it's like, yeah. How do you do that?
And Ranty as well. Don't forget Ranty, Flat Earth, Ranty. You have to
You
take
send
that
me
on.
in there. Sorry.
Well,
I didn't mean to be hot.
I think the thing about it is that when you have people on who are deemed by the public to be flat earthers, and they say stuff like the sun is 3,000 miles up, without ever verifying how high up you can even go, without doing anything, it's like claims like that. It's like, you know, they can be easily argued against and like debunked through consensus, even without even having to go further than that by the opposition with the likes of George Netchuk and that. Like claims like that, it's like pointless, silly claims, you know, or that the ether is doing something when we haven't ever even detected it. Whether it's there or not, I have no idea. I just know that I have no evidence to support that it is. You know, I don't know, and anything I'm seeing doesn't support that it is. But the thing about it is that if you're making claims that about basic physical claims, and you can't back them up, and them claims are becoming part of a model, then you're open for attack. It's silly. You're making silly claims, and when you were attacked, it's like with Bob Nodell on the documentary. It's like when he was attacked afterwards for saying what he said about and bringing, he basically gave validity to a ring laser gyroscope being a proof of something, and he was attacked for saying what he said. It's like, why did he say it? I mean, the ring laser gyro is not a proof of anything. You know, it's like, why did you go down that road? Why do that? You know, it's like, it's that kind of thing that it only gives people, it's like only allows an open door to be character assassinated. You know, that kind of thing, you know.
But you reckon we're going to get character assassinated for coming up with the proof that level is horizontal?
Well, they've already tried to do it to you, Bev, at the very start. Fight the Flat Earth called you a child abuser because you're teaching your child that the horizontal and level are the same. Is that not character assassination? Straight away.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that hasn't stopped. Yeah. I mean, what happens? I mean, nothing. Nobody cares that occurs, right? And that's always gone on, right? And for me, stating that and the fact that the horizon doesn't rise to eye level and level is horizontal, like it's all the same thing. And triangles only have 180 degrees. Yeah, I'm still getting people telling me to this day that they get taught at school, their kids get taught at school spherical geometry. So my lad's a bit behind because he only gets told that triangles have got 180 degrees. They just imagine all sorts of things.
If I was to teach my child that Bigfoot might be real, would they accuse me of child abuse?
I don't know. If they were after labelling you as a flat earther, then yeah, probably.
It's crazy. Why just flat earth? Why just horizontal, vertical? Why just, think about it.
Yeah.
Why are you free to teach your child or discuss with your child anything else? Aliens, gods, demons, tooth fairies. But why not flat earth or level is horizontal?
Yeah, pointing out reality to your children then. And you're teaching them about reality. And that means reality is not what they want everybody to start accepting or believing that it is. Every school you go to in the world now teaches the same rubbish to children when it comes to the geometry of the world.
Yeah, but why just flat earthers accused of child abuse?
They don't teach the geometry of the world, not as far as I know.
Well, not real, not the real world. They give mathematics towards what they say the world is.
I don't think
and
they
people
do.
just accept it.
They don't do that. I think there's it being in this little community that we're in, there is a danger for you to believe that everything is like this little community. It's not. The kids aren't getting taught any different geometry, like Buster was saying earlier, right? They're just getting taught the same basic stuff, but in such a convoluted way that it doesn't aid the digestion of it, right? It's not made easy. And that makes kids think that they're not very smart because of the teaching methods. Now, the teachers I know, they're under pressure because they have to teach a curriculum. They get told what to teach. Somebody tells the teachers what to do. Teachers then have to make the plans to try and teach the kids. Now, they can only do the best that they can when they get taught how to teach this stuff. Right now, once it goes round a few times that the teachers have been taught the bullshit, and then the teachers get taught how to teach the bullshit to the kids, then the kids are being taught the bullshit from teachers that know how to teach the bullshit and have already taught the bullshit. Right? And it just...
Even
if
they know the bullshit is bullshit.
Yeah.
They still teach it.
Yeah.
My biggest problem is
Columbus, for example. Columbus discovered America, right? We all know it's bullshit, right? But they still teach that to the children, no?
my biggest problem with what I was seeing was that you're taught an equation, but you're not taught the proof within it, like how you derive it, like how it's, and like you start with this, you work here, you go to this point, here's the line you draw. I mean, like that with the definitions and axioms, propositions, and it's built upon.
They don't want to teach you how to think. They want to teach you what to think.
Yeah, that was my thing. Was that like it was like what I know practically how to use it. It was not in there. It wasn't shown that way. It was just giving you some numbers and an equation and how to work it out. But when you looked at it, it was convoluted.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like it.
When I was, you go ahead. I might.
I say when I was, I was teaching. My mum, right, had to do an exam or something. Stepmom had to do an exam through nursing or whatever, and she couldn't do maths, right? She just couldn't get it. But because of the way I've been brought up and had to teach myself, I had a logical way of doing mathematics, right? And I taught that to her, and she went, "Oh yeah, see that's," and then she understood it. And I've done the same with the missus, right? To teach Pythagoras and right-angled triangles and the square of the sides, right? And once you get shown it in a practical sense, you can understand the principles behind it and how it's involved and how the numbers relate to that. But if you don't ever get shown it, it just stays as a something that just doesn't, you can't understand. Right? If you don't understand it and you don't get it, then I can't see how you can, like, you imagine that you're not clever. But maybe it was the way you were taught that makes you not right. Maybe you are clever. You just haven't had it applied, right, in the right way, so you can use your own brain to teach it to yourself. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I totally totally agree with that. When I was 15 or just around 15, I had to leave school. I wasn't very good in school. I had no interest in it. I hated every minute of it, but that's another thing. But the reason I ended up being able, was my father didn't want me to leave, but the maths teacher was the head, let's say the head mathematician in the whole high school. He told my father, he said, look, he said, I've tried everything. He said he just can't do maths. I thought he was being lazy. I thought he was messing with me, but I understand now that he, talking about me, just cannot do maths. He just can't do it. He said, so he can't go further because he won't get anywhere, because once you go past the point of 15 that year in school, once you go past that point, the maths gets a lot more difficult and it becomes a much bigger part of whether you pass on a year or not, you know, your exams and all this nonsense. And so what I had actually done is I had switched off completely to mathematics from when I was a young child, because you're told this, you do this, and this is the way you do it, and that's that. And you never get a chance to find your own way of doing something. So what happened is I ended up just switching off. And anything to do with mathematics, I just switched off completely. And it was just a jumble is all it was to me. And years later, I met a lad who I became friends with, and he was younger than me. And he was a natural with maths. He just has a natural ability with them. And he used to constantly correct his teachers in school. He used to get into trouble with it because of it, because the other people in school with him used to go to him to figure out how to do something, because the way that the teacher was teaching them was just not logical. And he just threw a few things at me that made and it's like, yeah, that's what I was thinking, but I was told not to do that way. And it turns out that I was right to try doing things when I was very young the way I was going to do them. And he just, because he had such an ability at it, he was able to prove that point much faster and better than I could have. But after that, I had a whole different thinking to mathematics. And since I got into this subject through the use of YouTube and different learning bits about geometry and that, my mathematics has improved dramatically. But if it wasn't for those two things, this subject and the lad I became friends with, if it wasn't for that, my mathematics would still be nowhere, simply because I was told I couldn't do them. Because the way I was being shown just didn't make logical sense to me. It just wasn't logical.
Yeah, that's the problem with it. The numbers aren't logical. That's why you need to have a principle of something behind the numbers. It needs to be formulated in logic that you apply the numbers to. And that's where the maths get separated. It turns into formulas. If you don't get told what the formula means, you can go forward thinking the formula is the proof. I mean, what does F equals MA mean?
force equals mass times acceleration.
Yeah, what does it mean?
What does it mean?
Yeah. Where's the proof?
Well, it's just a pre-assumption of stuff.
Yeah. What you've done
That's
there
all it
is
is.
you've been able to say you've separated three things, which probably shouldn't be needed to be. But what that means is you can go mass times acceleration equals force. So give me some mass, let me push it. Boom! Just made a force. Well, you haven't. You've just called the reaction of you doing something a force, but it's not. Like you've made the formula into something that means you can mess about with it. The formula means nothing if you don't understand the principles behind what it trying to go with. That's where the numbers fool you. The numbers, it's just like algebra, right? Algebra is derived from geometry, and that's even more confusing than anything because I'm guessing it's meant to be. Purposely confusing.
The Dr. John Dee pulls a lot of this stuff apart. He's been he's taken a lot of these supposed, these terms and things and these equations and what does it even mean? What does that word even mean? In reality, if you wanted to, he's pulled a lot of this apart. A lot of this stuff because there's a lot of stuff that's just pre-assumed. A lot of pre-assumed stuff that we've just been fed over the years. And people just parrot it and just don't think about what they're actually saying and whether it actually has any real relationship to the reality you experience. Only the so I'm just going to fill in the air there. What are you going to say, Bev?
Yeah, I mean, we're only here for fun, right? For something to do, as is most people. Like, we're just passing time. So, I mean, this isn't anything serious or out, but I mean, we are just living our lives, trying to get along, right? Trying to learn as much as possible. But a certain group of people that are always trying to put you down for, I don't know, you trying to work out where you're going in life and trying to get some answers to some questions seems to trigger a lot of people just recently into some very, very strange reactions. Now, there's a lot of people, I think, within this arena that we're in. I call it an arena because it's not really a community or anything. That they're led by the YouTube thing, and there seems to be a YouTube community or I don't know, that it's a lot about face and ego and how everybody else perceives you and thumbs up and clicks and likes and all of that sort of stuff. which seems to be driving the narrative rather than the search for truth and what's right. Don't want to get too serious, like, but I mean, that's all we're doing here is just a group of people trying to work shit out, trying to simplify.
The more
stuff
dislikes,
go
on. Sorry, the more dislikes and negative comments you get from the ballers, the better you should feel. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that, because I find when I'm getting a lot of dislikes on a video or whatever, I'm not going to pretend, I'm not going to lie that I actually like it, because I know that I'm causing them a problem, because I dealt with them for 6 years. Yeah, I've dealt with their nonsense for 6 years, and I know how sneaky and how nasty they can be. And I'm not nasty about it, but I am direct about it as much as I can be. And I do like it when I get that reaction and a lot of negative comments and stuff, because that means that I'm causing their thinking a problem. And on YouTube you can be an avatar, and you can get there's people on YouTube who in real life wouldn't be a big persona in the real world, but on YouTube, in this arena, they can have a big persona. Like George Netjo, because I'm a small little guy, an old guy is a small little guy. If you were in a supermarket with a lot of people in there, you'd probably walk past them without even seeing the guy, unless you were wheeling a trolley into him by accident or something, But in this arena, he can be somebody. So, and the same like Jem Panda and people, like they can be somebody in this arena. So, and the same for people on the flat earth side. And like humans are humans. Humans are humans. And it is nice to have a persona. And it does kind of take you a little bit out of reality a little bit. And there is a little bit of vinegar in there sometimes where you enjoy their anger and they'd enjoy your, because they'd enjoy your anger and their intent, let's just say. And Bev is right, it does get a little bit egotistical, because a while ago I put out a video and I wasn't getting any comments or anything on it, and it was already out an hour or more, and I was like, where are all the negative comments? I was like, come on, where are all the... And I started thinking that I do something wrong with the video, and then suddenly a stream of negative comments came in, and I was delighted. You know what I mean? It's just like, and then I started laughing at myself that I was so much wanting these negative comments. I was getting attention. It's about attention. You get a lot of attention online, and a lot of people don't get attention. Like, I'm not saying I don't get attention in the real world, but a lot of people crave the attention you get online. And I can't say that it's not addictive. It can be. And you have to watch yourself, But yeah, I was sad because I wasn't getting any negative comments. That is really sad.
Yeah, it's funny. You need the complete opposite. Yeah.
Yeah, it validates me when I get the negativity as opposed to the positivity. That kind of way. I know I get positivity of my own side, but it's the negativity of the board side that really gives me the sick pleasure, I suppose, if you're going to call it that.
Well, let's put it this way: if Blue Marble Science, my buddy Blue, comments and says, "Oh, you're right on the mark, bro. You got it right," you did something wrong.
Yeah.
Shout out Blue.
Yeah, if they start to agree with you, you know that something is off. Yeah, something is off, because they don't agree with you if you're doing something right. I can understand like Jem Panda is not a big guy, and he's got a bit of a small deformity with his back or whatever. I don't know the guy at all. I never joined his server. I don't intend on it. But I understand why he has a persona online. Like, he has a big voice, let's say, or a distinctive kind of voice. I understand why he has a persona online. I understand why online and the persona he has. And I'm not saying it's a good one or bad one. But if he didn't have this, what would he have? You know, that kind of way. He probably doesn't have a big persona out in the world. I can understand it. Like, or even George Netchuk. Although I don't have any time for George Netchuk, I'd have more time for Jem Panic than I would have for George.
George is gone, missing. He's gone. He's on his year sabbatical. He'll be gone for a bit now, George. He screwed up tremendously.
This is something I haven't heard about.
Have you not?
No,
Wow.
because it didn't happen in the arena in the father debates. Go on.
I had a chat with George and over at Brandon's. Rumpus requested that George have a debate with me or a chat.
I do remember that.
In that debate, George was talking about the horizon that rises above the crosshairs over a distance of 2 miles. 2.7 miles, I think it was. Yeah, 2.7 miles. And he had around about 17 feet travel above the crosshair. So, yeah, it's possible that the horizon can rise above the cross. I mean, I say it's impossible still. But George says, yeah, he's got pictures of it as well. Showed us pictures of it. At the same time, I showed him somebody else who couldn't adjust their crosshairs and everything. And he agreed, yes, that other person didn't know what they were doing. And that other person was the main surveyor. So he threw the main surveyor under the bus and said that the main surveyor doesn't know about how to set his tools up, which we knew. Fake surveyor. At the same time as saying he definitely set his tools up correctly and measured the horizon rising above the horizontal. So, yeah, it's not surprising George has gone missing.
So it's a hill up to the horizon now.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got literally got the pictures of it, so I can show you. I'll just pull them out here now. So you can.
I remember you appearing to be underneath the horizon or underneath the water level.
Yeah.
When you're out at the beach.
Yep.
But I wasn't aware that the horizon now rises up on our globe.
Yeah. Here's one picture of the crosshair, right? See that?
Can I say something with my shitty mic?
Well, you can have a go.
Okay, I just want to say, Bev, that was the funniest thing ever when you were hanging out under the horizon.
Yeah, I'm surprised a lot of people haven't really took that on a little bit more, right? But yeah, see, check those two crosshairs. George says he's definitely not messed up. Definitely set them up the same.
No way could you set them up the same. How could they be above and below? No.
Well, I mean, that's why George isn't around anymore, right? He's gone. He's gone missing. Imagine saying out publicly that the main surveyor can't set his tools up and then saying, yeah, the horizon rises. And, yeah, that's why George isn't around.
Well, I know if you're using a camera that there's a tendency when let's say you're zooming. If you're trying to zoom across water, there's a tendency to end up zooming into the water. But it's just a visual thing or something that happens with lenses or something. Because I've noticed this, like, I've always noticed this, that you have to, when you're zooming, you have to end up kind of slightly readjusting yourself because you can end up zooming down into the water. I think it's like something that, maybe it's something that humans do or something to do with how a lens works or something. But I do notice that, and I have noticed that happening. But it doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that there's a wall of water in front of you. If you know what I mean, it just means that you're doing something incorrect. Do you know what I mean? It's like I don't get. So what about the other people who say that there's a drop? What happened to the drop in this hill? Are you? Do you know what I mean? Is this a drop hill? What's going on?
It's just optical, isn't it? Anything that you look through with those devices, right? There's a limit to how far you can see and how far you can judge, right? A picture's a picture. You go, oh, that's a nice picture. But you can't then put a ruler on that picture and start measuring anything. It just doesn't work like that.
No.
However much the ballers want it to work like that, it just does not work like that. And unless you've actually been out there and measured and tried to do that measurement reason, right? And tried to go beyond the limits and see the problems that occur once you do try and go beyond the limits, right? If you've never actually done that practically, then you don't know. And you can imagine whatever you want.
Yeah, well, I don't know where the drop is in this hill. And you have to drop when you're looking up the hill of the horizon. Where is the drop value that shows up on? If you go to Mick West curve calculator, he'll show you the drop. You know, so how does George? How does he? What calculations does George have to invalidate Mick West's curve calculator that shows a drop in all directions at 8 inches per mile square on his model, if you know what I mean?
You're forgetting George has a rise. Right?
Yes, the opposite from a drop.
Yeah. That's why George is missing at the minute. Because he's gone against it. Like I said, one of their arguments, I'm talking about the Globe Earth Defenders, right? One of their arguments is to say that the horizon rises to eye level on a flat Earth, which it doesn't, right? In reality, it's provable that it doesn't. So for anyone to say that it does, is playing into their argument right now. Like I'd said to George, I've never actually heard anybody say that the horizon rises to eye level. I've heard a lot of globers claim that it's a flat Earth claim, or that's what would happen on a flat Earth, and the fact that it doesn't happen means that it's not a flat Earth, right? I'd never heard anybody say it. But when George said that it does, he's got a picture of it actually rising above the eye level, then, well, surely that's got to be a flat Earth claim, hasn't it? How can George be the one to say that he's got proof of it when everybody's been telling me that it is, right? I mean, it's not surprising that George has gone missing.
Evening, by the way.
All right, Adam.
Adam.
Oh, guys. You just posted those two pictures.
Mm-hmm.
What's the claim in them? Is there a...
You know, George has he has a house at a lake, and he has, at the side of the lake, he's got a special concrete pole that he's cemented into bedrock. Surely
Proud
you've heard
of
about
it,
this.
too.
Yeah, definitely. If there's one thing that George has done, I would be pretty sure to say George has definitely concreted a metal post into bedrock. That's one thing that I can be absolutely certain of, right? He doesn't know.
My wife calls that the washing line.
Well, I think, but George has got it like it's got a special mount, and he can put his theodolite on it. He can put his auto level on it, and he looks across a lake, right? And he's put these special markers up, as you can see, in this lake. Now he has them situated at 2.7 miles and 6 miles. We never actually got to see the 6 mile target. These are just the 2.7 mile targets. There's a whole bit where I run through it on Brandon's with him, where we go over this step by step, as it painstakingly has to be when you're talking to anyone about this. But yeah,
Humor me then. So these two images in the live chat, they're from the same distance.
Yep.
So what?
Yeah, bedrock,
What's he
like a
demonstrating?
auto level on a post in bedrock, like on a concrete slab.
No, that's a theodolite, right? Because it's got that double crosshair. At the
Oh
bottom.
yeah.
Right,
Theodolite.
so checked, right? That because, like I said, we went over it with the main surveyor. I showed him where the main surveyor had two, an auto level and a theodolite set up next to each other, both looking out over a water like they do at lighthouses or markers or whatever. And they were both next to each other, yet the crosshairs were at different heights. Now, the main surveyor said, as to be expected, because they're different tools. I state, if they're horizontal and they're starting off at the same height, he couldn't do anything. George agreed that the main surveyor didn't know what he was doing. He must have set these tools up wrong. Although the main surveyor says he didn't, and it was to be expected that horizontals are different from different devices.
And not different geometry, though.
No, just different horizontals, yeah, from different devices. So then we get round to this, and I say to George, could you not have done the same sort of thing, right? It's a theodolite. Could it not just be angled down a bit? One day you might have knocked it, and he went, no, definitely not. And it's like, okay then, George, fine, I'm having that, right?
Are
you saying that the horizon has actually
shot?
Yeah, I'm saying, are you saying that the horizon has actually risen above the crosshair? And he says yes. And it's
so
like,
he's claiming shot 1 and 2. This is what I'm trying to ask Bev, because this is just like, obviously, hence why I'm confused. This is bunkum. But he's claiming that shot 1 and 2 are the same place, same camera, identical, just a different day. Glue.
Have you never heard of George Nutsack's refraction testing? I mean, he's been doing this for years. This is what George does.
Anytime he's on it, I kind of avoid him because he's filth. So I've kind of dodged him because of the scumbag that he is. But
yeah, you've not lived unless you've received a death threat from George Nutsack. Then
I know what's happening. Sorry, I'm.
Oh, no, mate. No, I was only going to criticise George, mate. Go on by, because I was just asking for clarity on that, because I was listening to you guys, and I mean, the bottom picture, just to say, is the horizon suddenly raised and suddenly further into the distance? So we're on a bigger ball in the second picture, where his crosshairs are lower. Or
no, I think he's claiming that it's refraction that's lifted the horizon up. Like, it's hard work, you know how hard it is to get them to clarify things. They just tell you you're stupid and you don't understand. But yeah, the best I could get out of him
was, what's interesting is where the top of the tower sits, and they're very different pictures, zoomed in at different rates and etc. Even on the image you're showing. If you kind of like take a clock and kind of approximate where from 90 degrees on the top of the tower, on the top image, where the top of that tower would intersect on the left hand side of the clock face, the circle, the telescope image, and you're looking at somewhere just after 10, maybe 10:30, is where the top of that tower, the least distorted area, the point where angular resolution has the least effect. If you go and draw a parallel across it, it's about 10:30. If you go into the bottom one with all the distortion and the conflatory crap that's ruining the image, which you know is untrue because it's more distorted than the top one, but you can see what the real topography is like, even though it doesn't fit with the second image. If you take the top of the tower in that second image and draw a parallel line across, it's about 10:30. So the areas where the least refraction and, more importantly, angular resolution issues occur, which is at the highest point in terms of off the surface, they're still matching up relative at the same point with the supposed thing that he's got set level, irrespective of the resolution or anything. Everything's the same, just the resolution of the image.
What?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, you just bothered about the crosshairs, right? That's all you're bothered about.
That's a line drawn on the lens. Look at it. Look where the top of the tower sits in terms of the relativeness of the image in both of them, and it occupies the same space. It's been distorted by the way they've zoomed in on the top one. You can't see as much of the top of the circle.
There's no zoom.
If you look at it.
Yeah, so you can't zoom with the
theodolite.
No, I'm on about the images that are presented. So look at the differential between the two images. One's got a smaller circle which you can see more of, and the top one has got a bigger circle that you can see less of. And that distorts your comparativeness between the two images. If you look at where the top of the tower resides within that telescope image, yeah, proportionally it's about the same, irrespective of what's going off underneath that in terms of distortion, clarity, complete overlay of a horizon in the background on the bottom image. The point is, if George is saying it's the same tower on the same day from the same post, I agree, because the top of the tower sits in the same position, irrespective of what's gone off during the day, to distort all of how you view the image. Doesn't matter, but its proportionality appears to be the same.
He's got the horizon above the crosshair.
The crosshair's a line on the thing. Whatever he's done,
it's meant to be horizontal, right? That was the question. Like, forget about everything else, right? I know, right, that George hasn't got that crosshair horizontal. Basically, by the fact that it's not, the horizon can't rise above it. But the problem is, George said it was horizontal, right? And that all of that land has risen above it. The horizon has risen above it. Apart from the fact that there's a tree line behind there. So the actual horizon is above the tree line, right? So he's just talking about that little bit of land, the white stuff, as being the horizon. Now, it hasn't risen above it. George can't set his tools up. Now, for George to pretend that he's a guy that he said in that very interview or that very chat that we had, that he was the man that calibrates that shit. He's the professional that calibrates it.
Help a divvy out here. So as I look at those two images, right, that black line on the first image goes straight through the center of the screen between 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock. Why on the second image is it going between 4 o'clock and 8 o'clock?
That's just because George is putting a camera, he's putting his iPhone to the camera lens and he's wobbling it about and taking different pictures.
It's a bit like what Soundly did. We take one clear optical image, and then what we do to give the illusion to fit our paradigm is to take that image and then view it through another lens to distort the image to fit what we want it to do.
Why would his paradigm Why would his paradigm be to have the horizon above the horizontal?
Forget
I
that.
understand
Why
You can't forget about that, because that's the very crux of what we're talking about.
Explain to my ignorance why on the top image does the black line the centre line from left to right, right, in the middle of the image, run between 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock.
For the same reason, he's got the crosshairs at the very left-hand side of it.
And
Because
why then?
He's not putting his phone in the middle of the thing, right?
Right. So
you
the
realise,
image
have you
is
ever looked through one of
distorted.
these optics, right, and seen how
I don't
small?
need the explanation. I'm just trying to get to the point of we're saying that this is a perverted image. It's not lined up, and the two images are not commensurate with each other, as demonstrated by the black line horizontally.
No.
There's two things happening there.
No.
No.
Brian, let Bev explain, because I'm not being an arse here. I'm asking for him to explain why these images aren't.
Right. Well, when you set I've got, when we go with our auto level, right, a camera that fits over the eyepiece. So you set it up, and then that's what you see through the eyepiece. Now, if you don't do that, and you've looked through it just like any eyepiece, the tiny little things, you put your eye up to them, right, and look through them. Well, if you're doing that with the camera phone, most of the cameras now for iPhones have to be right close up to it. And if you move it around, you will get that, the optical bit moving around, right? It moves around, but it doesn't move the image that you see. It just moves where the crosshairs appear in the picture.
How long did it take you to get your camera set up for your tests?
Oh,
I mean, didn't you?
Yeah,
it was like 10.
Yeah. You have to get it set up, and you have to get it focused, and you have to put it in the center, and you then have to get it adjusted to make sure the crosshairs are going across the screen rather than, at an angle and all of that. So at least he's got the crosshairs going across the screen in the right direction. I mean, that's not bad.
Yeah, Bob's was like all jacked up.
But all you're bothered about with these things is that crosshair. I mean, if that's all George is bothered about, is not the left to right, the vertical crosshair. He's only concerned with that horizontal crosshair. That's it. Otherwise, you're just looking at something, right? The only reason for you to have crosshairs in that picture is to show where the horizontal is. It's too far for one, right? George should know that. Well, obviously he doesn't, because he doesn't even know how to set his tools up. George is a fraud, right? He's been fooling everybody with all of this bullshit for God knows how long. And I'm not surprised he's disappeared. George will never come back to talk to me. He came to talk to me once, and then this one, Rumpus put him up for. Rumpus wanted it. Rumpus asked Brandon to get a chat for George and me. Then George was just put in there to... I don't know. Literally, if you listen to it, you will hear George saying everything that I've just said. And I was just trying to get George to explain what he was actually talking about. And it was very difficult. Go on.
There's two things happening with this, right? One is down to George, and the other is down to effects. Adam has a point that in a lot of ways that the tower is in the same basic position. There is obviously, if you look at the tower in both of them, it's obvious that if they're taken from the same place, same location, same distance, it's obvious that there is an upward type compression happening, which does happen, right? I've seen this myself, right? But the other thing is down to George. Either he's setting his cues wrong, or when he's using his phone, he's tilting his phone or something as he's putting it up to the lens.
Doesn't work like that.
Yeah, it wouldn't alter the crosshairs if he was moving about with his.
Even if he tilted his phone to look down the way. His
No, no,
phone
no.
lens
It would
looked
it would
at?
only move that circle around in the
Yeah.
like the circle would only move, not the image as reference to the horizontal line.
Yeah,
My
I
issue with
wouldn't.
it, Brian, is that, irrespective of flat or ball, over a distance, these two images that are being reported to me to be from the same place, from a, what did you describe it by? But concreted into the ground metal pole.
Yeah.
Look
Yeah,
at the
into
quality of the
bedrock. Don't
Look,
He'll
like
get
I say,
upset.
if I'm taking the same image from the same place, I can at least make the screenshots match in terms of size and proportionality. The difference between these two is just farcical to draw a conclusion, because the crosshairs aren't lined up, and I know you make an excuse for that, and I'm only talking from my humble perspective as a non-photographer, but clearly also that says to me that the bottom picture is pointed down more. They're not from the same position, they're not from the same height, yeah, and there's all sorts of other effects. Look at the quality of detail. Now,
it's George's proof, though, right? It literally, it's George's proof.
Yeah,
not mine.
I'm not asking
Fucking
you to
ridiculous.
defend him. I'm just aghast that somebody would present that like that, and without, like, how the hell can you pretend that gives you on a different day that much? And if it does, why is your crosshairs? Yeah,
Just you'll have to wait till George comes back. Maybe after a year, he might have been retrained. Or
you know what?
It might be the last you ever see of George.
Yeah, I'd be happy with that, Bev.
Yeah, I keep thinking back, right, to the time when I was talking to Jesse Kozlowski, because Jesse Kozlowski went to help him set that up, that little pole and his Rainy Lake, and all of the experiments he's done. Well, yeah. George and Soundley, Tim Osman, Jesse Kozlowski. What a team. What a team of people.
That's what it reminded me of. Okay, so if you look at some of Soundley's stuff, what they do is and I replicated it with my iPhone and another lens, is you set up a standard view of something, and then you can put another lens and take a picture of through the lens, and by repositioning the relative lens positions, you can create curvature, and you can create this obstructions and stuff. And that's what I smelt straight away, mate. It looks like an optical double kind of optical image. So it's one lens on top of another lens. The bottom image as the first one. I mean, look at the quality and the resolution underneath that halfway point as you go down the tower to see the quality there, as if you're going to get that even from a atmospheric point of view. Very odd to get that level of quality difference from the same pole that's concreted into the ground, isn't it? You can even see the H in the middle of the top tower and not see anything in the other. That just seems odd to put all of that difference to the optics of the day.
Well, it's so he can say you don't understand surveying, you don't understand geometry, and it's a globe. I mean, that's a globe proof. To George, that is the horizon rising above the crosshair, which is a globe proof to George, right? It does happen. That's what he's been doing. That's George's legacy. He's leaving that behind. Everybody in the future will be praising George for all of the refraction experiments he's been doing at the lake. I mean, all of that study over the many years. He'll be releasing it soon. It'll be coming out with Ranty's book of optics, Flat Earth Data's book of fascinating facts, George's book of refraction. I mean, everybody has to leave something to this world, don't they?
Some months ago there on the Flat Earth debates, I was in just about Soundy's photograph. I had one of his photographs, a cleaned up image. It's the one he's selling or the one he has for sale. I don't know. He has some kind of copyrights on him or whatever.
500, the one that's 500 plus stacked images.
Yeah, maybe it's that one. It's just really clear. It shows. It's very clear, but very obviously. There's a lot of effects going on. Let's say, refractive effects. But that actually completely debunks him, right? And his claims. And the reason it does is that at the opposite side of the lake, regardless of what's happening in the middle of the lake or with the bridge or any of this, at the opposite side of the lake, and I was about to show this on the show, but something else happened and I ended up with two people arguing and it just never happened. But the opposite side of the lake, all along the opposite shore, there is inferior mirage. And inferior mirage means that in the very center of that inferior mirage is where the real, let's just say, land or water is. But you can't have an inferior mirage without a surface. So in the center of that inferior mirage is where the surface was. So he's looking in a straight line at the shoreline. And if you look at the shoreline at the opposite side of that lake, it's like you have to go several miles back before you'll even find land that's even 25 or 30. You have to go 6 miles back, I think, before you can even find land that's 25 or 30 feet above the main level of that lake. So it's like, if you're seeing inferior mirage at 24 miles away, then you're looking at a surface 24 miles away. You're looking at a surface. You can't have inferior mirage without a surface.
Go on, what do you mean by inferior mirage? Have you got the picture, then we can have a look at it. Is it?
I don't know what I have it. I'm not on my computer. It's on my phone. I don't have it.
Right.
I'll have to find it.
You know the Illuminati pyramid that's on the top of that tower. If you look at the top one, the clearer image, it's more of a isosceles triangle. The base is shorter than the two sides. If you look at the way in which the image resolves in the second one, it looks quite equilateral, which would to me demonstrate that we're being from a different height and different distance. But along with all the other obvious facts with regards to the resolution of the rocks underneath, the H, the struts, the crossbears, the antennae that you can make out on the top image, it just looks like a flim-flam to me. But the bit I raised, Bev, at the start, I've took a couple of screenshots. I'm going to raise these with you because if it is different distance, then their relative position within the whole shot should be fairly similar.
You're going to have to talk to George about this. I mean, I tried to question him about it, right? And all you can get out of George is he's got targets at 2.7 miles away, right? And because of such, he's got targets. That black and white target on that thing is sized, right? It's sized so that they, over the distance that they are, get this, I think he said that they were sized so that they would be 33 arc seconds in size. He's got one at 6 miles as well that's also marked similar. Right? Whether that's some sort of a code or whatever, but yeah, the black and white targets are sized for that very purpose. Now, what I pointed out to George was that I understand how stadia hairs work, and over distance there is a linear size relationship between the distance and the size of the object in the distance. George agreed. So we have a linear representation of the size of an object proportional to the distance it is away.
So is this different equipment, these two images?
You can see the one where there's two, it has a double slit on the down, on the vertical one. That signifies a theodolite. When normally with those ones. Now, if you look at the one that there are double images, upright, like a vertical image, that doesn't have those on it. That one's an auto level, as George said. He does have a theodolite and an auto level.
So he's a fucking joker, isn't he?
He's done it with the
he's
auto
presenting
level
these
as well.
two images from different devices as if it means anything, when we can see there's a different optical resolution in the two, right? But that different optical resolution is meant to present as Earth curve. It snatched his own wig off. If this is from the same place, the same concrete mounted pole, but with different optical devices, and that's what he's presenting.
Yep.
Am I lost here, Bev? Is he taking a piss?
He's a Globe Earth Society, right?
He said
George,
he took the...
He's either delusional, going senile, or he is purposely a Globe Earth Society agent.
I'll go with the latter.
Throwing confusion in. Well, I'd go with all three myself.
Yeah.
Don't forget he did take into account the tides of lake.
Yeah, the lake tide. Yeah, he's measured the tide on that lake personally, George.
But that's the shit he'll throw in when you ask that. What I've bambled through and rudely interrupted this evening was because I was listening and I didn't understand what the claim was. But there isn't a claim.
Well, the claim is that the horizon rises above.
Yeah,
That's the
taking
claim.
random pictures of shit with different equipment and going, look, this looks different. It prove a ball.
No. The horizon rising above the crosshairs is a flat Earth claim. So George has proved the flat Earth
for that. Well, you can, but you can't use it for anything because it's different equipment. You're not demonstrating anything.
I'm using it, right? Never has anyone ever claimed to me that they have personally seen the horizon rise above the crosshairs, right? Never up until George showing me this. So, right, you can take this, watch the video where George says it, right? Then you can say, when somebody says, flat earthers say that the horizon rises to eye level, you say, oh, no, George Nutsack has got a picture of it actually doing it. Now, he's a glober, so if it's a flat earth claim, then George has proved the flat earth with that picture.
Right.
Brilliant.
Right. So, to me, naively, crosshairs, when I'm looking through a circular thing, they're the thing that kind of point north, south, east, west, and form a line smack in the middle of the image. A crosshair. Yeah?
No, it'd be vertical and horizontal.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. So, north, south, east, west, two sets of lines.
Well, no.
Crossing.
It's not north, south, east, west. It's vertical and horizontal.
I'm talking about up, down, left, right, whatever. Yeah, you get me. Yeah, not north, south, east relative to the image, obviously. What I mean is looking through that optical device, it's quadranted.
Yeah.
Okay, by the crosshairs. Now, where's the quadranting going off in either of these images to validate anything? And last time I checked, what kind of Joey telescope has a crosshairs lined up like in either of those images? What is going off for those images to be so off kilter with regards to the crosshairs?
I'm guessing George took them, right? The pictures. I mean, that's the only explanation. It's like we just went through a bit earlier. It was like, why is that picture all out of focus? Because Ranty took it.
Are either two ways of doing it. You either put it on, and like digitally afterwards by drawing north, south, east, west. 90,
Oh,
180,
I wouldn't
270, 360.
suggest.
Those lines.
Wouldn't
Or
suggest George
it's
did
ingrained
that.
in the image. Now, I'm suggesting that it's not ingrained in George's optical device that those crosshairs are so Joey, and that optical device number 1 has the left-right line up pretty close and not up down completely out. And number 2, look at it, it's at 7 o'clock where it's lined up. So what's putting those crosshairs that aren't crosshairs on the image, and why aren't they lined up with a crosshair? And what does George presuppose these Joey crosshairs means? And genuinely, I'm not being flippant, Bev. I'm asking from a neutral point, what the fuck's going off, mate? What's he, or is he just he's on drugs?
Right, yeah. Can you see that? Just put it in there. Right.
I'll scroll down.
That's our auto level.
Yeah.
Right, now that is because we've got a camera set up and we've got it set up properly to get a full image, and that's from Discord. Now you can just about see in the bottom right hand corner the edge of the circle because we've zoomed in and we've spent a bit more time, but it's not in the middle, is it? The crosshairs aren't exactly in the middle of that picture.
Not in the middle of the picture that I'm seeing. I assume they're in the middle of the actual optical full image, not the bit you've zoomed into.
Well, it's not zoomed into, right? It's a picture. That's what you see, right? So once you set the camera up and position the camera over the crosshairs, that's what you see through the image when you're taking a picture. But the actual optics of the auto level have the crosshair in that position, right? It all depends where you put the camera to look at that actual image as to where the crosshairs appear in the image that you're looking at.
I've paused it at 4 seconds, okay? And I've got virtually top to bottom view of the circle. And I can see that it's smack bang in the centre. Yeah. And the crosshairs, I've not got a full left to right view. There's the edges of the circle cut off. But I can see that it's pretty much lined up so that the centre of the crosshairs, the point of intersection of the top down, left, right, 2 lines, is at the centre of the circle of the whole image that I can't see the sides of. Yeah. But I can see that the crosshairs, irrespective of the image and how I want to line up that image with whatever I'm representing later, but the optical device I'm using, the crosshair is in the center of the device.
Yes.
The optical device. Right. That's nothing to do with what George has shown.
That's
like your video.
That's because I set that up, right? Right. That's why that looks like that, because I set that up, right? The other one that George did, that's because that's how George did it. Like, I don't know.
That's my whole point. And that was my only point that you were presenting. I was confused to hell. Yeah, that you were thinking that was normal. And
no, I wasn't. I'm not thinking it's normal, right?
No.
That's George. Like, that's the whole point of what I'm showing, right? It's not...
You see what ballers do to us?
Nothing's normal with the ballers, right? They're all fake. That's why they disappear. They come and talk to us, make an absolute fool out of themselves. Then they can't come back and defend it because he said a load of shite, right? It's indefensible. He's just come to me, and you'll have to listen to it, right? Talks a load of shite, and it obviously doesn't wash over me, right? I don't take it. I don't accept it. And
I was just confused, Bev.
Yeah.
All I wanted to do there was sit and just wind down, quietly listen, and then you threw that up, and I was like, what the fudge is going off? What is he trying to flim-flam people with? And I wasn't questioning you. It was just trying to understand what
George
was he as
doing.
retarded as I first thought it was.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
The honest answer is yes.
Yes.
Ad. it is as retarded as you first thought. That is what George is trying to
You
pull off.
might have thought before you started tonight that George actually knows something about what he's talking about. And at the end of it tonight, hopefully, George is not worth talking to. Now, you should be certain that George hasn't got a clue what he's talking about.
Well, no, I wouldn't profess, hence why I was asking you, what's going off? Yeah? But clearly I have a much greater understanding than George.
Yeah. Yeah.
Could I present something before I leave? Just that Lake Pontchartrain train photograph?
I'm going to shut up, listen to you guys, and then I'll head off to bed. But thanks, guys, for humouring me, because genuinely, I appreciate that.
No problem.
George is not any competition for anyone with logic, Adam. I'll leave you present it, Bev, and it'll be a very short explanation on it. Have you got it up?
Which one?
The Lake Pontchartrain.
Okay.
Should.
Yeah.
Okay, in the background, on the right-hand side of the bridge and the left-hand side, I have a couple of red lines put in there. On the right-hand side, the land on the right-hand side appears to be closer to the camera position than the left-hand side of the bridge. And on the right-hand side, I have a red line going through what is the center of the inferior mirage on that side. On the left-hand side, I have a red line, two red lines. The bottom red line is in line with the red line on the right-hand side, just to show that where that line extends to. And the back or the top red line is in the center of the inferior mirage in the background on the left-hand side. So we really only have to worry about the top line on the left-hand side and just the normal red line on the right-hand side. That is where the inferior mirage is. You can't have an inferior mirage without a surface. And if that's the center of the inferior mirage, then that proves, without a doubt, that's where the surface is. So on the left side and the right side, and as you can see, the left side it only appears this way, it's just optical, it appears to be slightly higher than the right-hand side, but it's further away. The inferior mirage in his photograph completely debunks his claim. Not that I'm saying he had a claim, but it completely debunks his claim, because inferior mirage requires a surface. It doesn't happen up on the side of mountains. It doesn't happen on the side of airplanes. It happens down at the surface of land and water. So he can't have that without a surface. So soundly has debunked his own photograph by making it look so nice, because he's showing the inferior mirage in the background. That's the end of that.
Right.
Well, I was going to go to bed, but that 139 picture you've posted, Brian, have a look at those bridges. Do you think that's plausible? Look at the thing they're going over. Look at the distortion in that image relative. Is it a roller coaster you go on when you go across Lake Pontchartrain? Where suddenly you go miles up into the sky and then shoot down like a water flume? Or do you think we've got compression and distortion so perverted through the whole thing? Look at it. What kind of road have you ever seen like that, middle of that bridge?
It's supposed to be, I believe, 28.5 meters hump at the center.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We know that's not there.
And something doesn't look right about that.
Do you want to have a look at that one? I've just put in there.
What I would say about it, Adam,
is that
the hump may go 28.5 meters above what we see as the look at the similar hump. What you're not seeing there is a clear image. What you're seeing there is a zoomed in section of a telescopic image. So what you tend to see is real big perversions in what you're understanding, because as you look at the image, left to right and up and down doesn't go commensurate with depth. So what you see is probably that 28 meter high bridge. But what you see there is demonstrated over probably 20 meters in terms of its depth. It's going into the image, even though it goes up 30 meters high. But the reality is that 20 meters in the image of going into the image for the 30 meters of height is actually probably commensurate with 2 or 3 miles. And that's the compression you're seeing. And that's the level of distortion that you see in there. So yes, there is that height differential between the main causeway and the rest, but actually it's compressed so much, look, unless of course it does go up like that and then straight down like that, which like I said would be...
No, bro, you're missing the whole point here.
That
There
water
is no 28. There is no 28.5. When you look at that bridge from the side, it's completely level from one point to the other. That's the bull that they come up with for their hump. Yeah.
Well, the
no,
reason
not about the curve. I'm talking about the two strange triangles in the what? Imagine driving that.
Yeah, we have Rakir that does drive that. He takes
Yeah,
us on
we
a
have
trip of
somebody,
it.
yeah.
They're long,
I know-
slow humps. It's
Walt
only because of
from
the
Iron
compression.
Realm
That
Walt-
water
Walt-
is superimposed over that bridge. That's not a real.
That's over 500 stacked images,
Yeah,
slices all the way through it. That's just But I mean, can you see that last one there? Is that what you were talking about, Buster? It doesn't look right. It always never looks right to me. And if you do that with it every time, you will see why. There's a dam, supposedly. There's a difference between the water on one side of the bridge and the water on the other side of the bridge. They're at different heights.
Yeah.
There's so much wrong in that picture. It's unbelievable. But what you do is you adjust your senses when you look at that picture to accept everything that's wrong about that picture.
But that's the reason why I point out the inferior mirage at the back, because all that other distortive stuff with the water at two different levels and the bridge and everything else.
The water tower.
The point is that Soundly and the ballers, they'd argue about those things all day long, but in the background, the inferior mirage proves that there is a surface, and if that's where the surface is, then it doesn't. Yeah.
Is there a fucking log flume in the middle of Lake Pontchartrain Bridge or not? Look at the.
No, it's nonsense.
Right.
No,
Is the image worth anything? Forget whether there's an inferior mark. It's all bollocks. The image you've got is a sack of shit, unless, of course, there's a log flume in the middle of Pontchartrain Bridge. Yeah? It's nonsense, mate. You can't, and unless you can justify the log flume, you can't justify anything else you pull out of that bullshit image.
It's all visual distortion. Absolutely.
I understand that, but the reason why I point out the inferior mirage is because it debunks the claim of the photographer, as opposed to arguing about the bridge and everything else with him. He doesn't have an argument after that.
You're spot on, because if you want to explain why it's so steep, it's because if you look at the line that's drawn in there, look, it's at the peak, and then there's the miraging effect there, which exemplifies it. But that's what I'm saying. You can't draw anything from that other than it's a totally corrupted, perverted image that isn't representative of reality.
Look at the water tower.
But
Say again.
It certainly doesn't show curvature, because look how flat it is.
There's two
It's
pictures
just
there.
a great distance.
Look at the two pictures, the one that SEs give you and the one that Brian's give us. Look at the water tower. How far different would you have to be in order to move that water tower bearing in mind you've only got a hotel. How do you move the water tower that is like 6 miles further on? Right? And how big is that water tower? It's 30 plus miles away, that water tower. Look how big it is over that distance. That hump's less than halfway. Yet the water tower is nearly the width of one of those. How many lines of traffic is that? It's huge, but it moves. You can get it to move, apparently, in 2 different pictures. Both that Soundly's took. Not Soundly. A guy called Mikey on the Bayou. He went there with Jesse Kozlowski. He's a horrible troll.
That was the biggest joke of, that was the biggest joke of all for me, was when Kozlowski claimed that he went there and he proved the curvature of the Earth right with that bridge. And what did he use? GPS coordinates.
Three
coplanar points.
XYZ, yeah. XYZ, GPS, 3-dimensional coordinates, XYZ. And so it was like, that was the biggest joke of all. It's like, what, you proved there was a curve with horizontals and verticals? No, you didn't. You know, it's just complete nonsense. It's just more Kozlowski nonsense.
All of the points of the bridge were 5.8 meters above, and he showed it. They all are. So the only way you get curvature in that is by curving the water that's underneath, which Jesse did. And in curving the water underneath, he developed, with Walter Bislin, a 28.5 meter hump in the middle. Now, I don't know how much you know about water physics. But a lot of people seem to think that they know about it. But 28.5 meters is impossible. That's what you call, thrice cavitated water.
Yeah. There's only so much hydrogen bonding can do as far as humpy water goes.
So, like that, you want to say that, call that, like, once you say that, you say there's a 28.5 meter hump. Then you say that's level, and 3 coplanar points across that thing proves the curvature of the Earth. Genius. And you get people
a monument to the curvature.
Yeah, a monument to the curvature of the Earth. It's level and curved, as Soundly said, at the same time. Like, break the law of non-contradiction, why don't you? Just state it. Level's a circle. And not just a circle. A circle of a very specific size that can be calculated, but not measured. Although Jesse Kozlowski thinks he's measured it. He's gone now as well. You'll not be able to ask Jesse a question. You can't ask George a question. He's gone now. The guy from Maine seems to have gone missing also. Can't ask him anything about how you do it. Sean G's come back as a surveyor. Told you that you just have to look at it. Something like 6 inches over 150 meters. And you can just see it, and it's there if you see it. It's curve. It's his globe.
Well, they do live, like Kozlowski and them, they do live very professional lives. And they don't have time to waste arguing with people like us on the internet. And Sean G used to be a soldier before, if I remember correctly. But now he's a surveyor. Was he a surveyor in the military? What's going on? He was ex-Marine, I thought.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, he messes with his laser transits and sticks.
Is Earth moving now, I think? I don't know. He's coming up with some fantastic stories. So was Sean G never a surveyor before then, right? Is he just gone disappeared for like a year or so? And then done a bit of training in surveying?
Well, I remember him being, and even his avatar showed like a military person on his avatar. I remember him being like an ex-Marine or something like that, or ex-US military, ex-Army or something. And he said he was going away from the whole subject a year or more ago because he wanted to spend more time with his family. And then I hear him talking to you, and there's a claim he's a surveyor.
Yeah.
Now, I remember he was supposed to be ex-military, and he did have he did because he did move away from the. He was supposedly a flat earther, right?
Yeah, he used to do his own shows, didn't he? He used to do like a YouTube thing where he chatted to people and had debates and stuff.
Yeah, but when he went on to fight the flat earth for an interview after he's learned not to be a flat earther, he's told Fight the Flat Earth the reason he realised he was wrong was because the earth was so big. That was it. That was at 3 minutes and 16 seconds into their little interview some years ago.
Nice.
So that's what Sean G said. At 3 minutes 16 seconds or 3 minutes 12 seconds, if I remember correctly. He said he proved to himself that it wasn't a flat earth because he found out the earth was really big. Now this is a guy who's now claiming to be a surveyor.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, like the first time he came to see us with his newfound surveying knowledge, and we asked him how he would measure curvature, he said, you go to the top of a mountain and look at another mountain. And that was it. It was genius. But now he seemed to have come back with a different method for measuring curvature and using a water level. Did you hear that? Because that was genius. Well, you get a water level and then you have to look down the water level, right? And you see drop, but you know it's a water level and a water level has the same elevation. So you know it's not drop. So when you see drop and know it's not drop, then that's curvature of the Earth.
The heliocentric slope Earth model. That's what he's talking about, isn't it?
I think,
the optical slant.
Yeah, but it's a drop, but not drop. Like, and I said to him, do you not think that might be optical? And he went, no, that's definitely curvature.
Well, it's the strangest curvature ever because he's basically describing just an optical drop, a slant.
Yeah.
A visual
that's
slant.
All you can ever have. I said that to him. You can't measure a curve. You've only got 2 points. You've got point A and point B. The best you can hope for is a slope. But luckily enough, that's what Blue Marble Science says there is of the water level, a slope. The problem is, it drops down, they want, but optically, it rises while staying level. But they want to drop that isn't there. I don't know. It's very confusing being a glober, I would imagine.
Yeah.
It gets really confusing trying to look at stuff and do anything with just that optical view of things. But then trying to tie in a globe model into that where you have a drop and a hump without seeing either of them must be really tricky.
Well, I suppose the slope of the globe can't be measured every day. Do you know what I mean?
There's no globe.
What?
There's no globe geometers or surveyors to measure it. They're just not there. They all have one chat with us, and then they're gone. Because
Yeah,
I
it's just
think they know that if they carry on saying it, they can't say it, right? It's the words that cannot be spoken. They just have to debunk reality. But none of the surveyors can do it. They've already done the damage themselves.
I don't envy their position at all. I mean, how did they keep a straight face when they look in the mirror? Do you know what I mean? You know, a globe slope. Yeah, it must be one of the most stupid things I've ever heard. And I've heard a lot of stupid stuff in the past 6 years.
Yeah,
a
once
slope
you've been
requires.
around here long enough, you're bound to have heard some stupid shit.
Have you heard of the double drop hump?
Oh, I have. Ages ago.
That's one of the best ones.
My favorite so far is you measure elevation, you see the curvature.
That's a good one, too.
I was told earlier today that I'll never get I can't claw back my reputation after saying that there's no straight lines on a spherical surface. That's what I was told.
Yep.
So that's where we're at with these people.
Yeah, great circle's a straight line. You didn't know that?
Yeah. Horizontal circles, aren't they? The great circles are a horizontal
Yeah.
circle.
Well, they have many, many horizontals within them.
No, it's just they have to curve that horizontally. They haven't realised it yet, but that level that they think is curved actually is a horizontal. It's a circular horizontal.
Yeah, their globe Earth geometry has no straight lines.
Yeah.
Period.
Well, they have an ability, right? And I know this from talking to these pilots, these globe pilots. They have an ability. I know.
They have the ability of relativism.
To violate 0 degrees horizontal. Because once you establish 0 degrees horizontal, you would have to violate that to do what some of the things they're talking about as far as measuring or flying or whatever around the globe. You have to violate 0 degrees horizontal. And they seem to be able to come up with new 0 degree horizontals after they've violated the old one. But they can never show how they violate the old one. They can only show how they're not violating the present one.
Yeah, it's only horizontal at a point for them.
Yeah, I think when you say these pilots, it's like like I say, there are no globe geometers, right? So when I'm talking about George or Jesse or the guy from Maine or Sean, right? They're just people. They're not the surveyors. They're not the pilots. Like, they're not anybody special. They're just weird people who are obsessed with the globe model that will state literally anything if it supports their model and goes against what you're saying. They're not normal people. They're freaks of society that have been triggered into a little tiny group that then imagine they're the leaders of this entire narrative. They're the full-on experts of their model. Now, problem with that being they only ever talk to people that are also in exactly the same group that they are. Triggered people that will say anything they have to. Right? So their experts all make shit up on the spot to defend a model just because they have to, because they're triggered into it.
Well, they go against their own official claims. They'll go against their own people. They'll throw anyone under the bus, regardless of who they are, just to try and win out in some kind of what they would consider a debate situation. So they'll say anything. It doesn't matter who it is. I've had them throw Einstein under the bus. Einstein.
Yeah, they've got no.
He's their main man.
It's completely relative, right? To them, the model because everybody makes their own model. Then that's all they have to defend in their own mind as well, because it's not real. Right? You don't have to defend reality at all. These people have to defend their own model that they've created. That's why they defend it so much. It's like their own little castle that you're coming to try and smash down with your
you have
questions.
this kind of unity where if you listen to a show like Brandon's, you can hear, let's just say, Peyton as a shill, someone like that, making a claim, or Rumpus making a claim, and then unless the claim is completely, let's just say Peyton as a shill, one of these people makes a claim, unless the other person, let's say like Rumpus or whoever, can come in and knock that claim down and tell them they're actually incorrect and give a better claim for their side, then regardless of how ridiculous the claim is or how much it contradicts what the other person is going to say, they will somehow try and make it work. So regardless if two of them make two separate claims that completely contradict each other and violate each other, they will somehow amalgamate their claims to mean the same thing. This is where they're at. They won't ever even hardly ever go against each other. They'll try and say, well, it's not that what he said was wrong, it's just that I'm saying it in this other way, and it's just like, you're both full of crap. You both have two different stories because you're both making it up as you go along, and you can't even follow each other's lies. And you expect us to sit there and put up with it. You know what I mean? And unfortunately, we do a lot of the time. But it requires heavy patience. I mean, I don't have your patience. Some of the people, I'd have to tell them to go get fucked for themselves an hour before you ever.
But that's what they want, right? That's what they're after. That's what they're looking for. It stops the conversation, right? It stops them from having to answer the questions. And they get triggered by me not doing that because they don't want to have to answer questions, right? They will do anything they can to not answer these questions. Like Jose calls us racist because we mention chihuahuas, just because he doesn't want to have to talk to us, because every time they do, they look stupid. They always end up saying something that makes them look stupid, and they'd rather just not talk to us. This is going to be a safe space, free from ballers. Not because we've banned everyone, but because they don't want to come here and have to answer questions.
Yeah, I find that the only places they find them now in mass, let's just say, right, I had to pardon the pun, or not a pun, me mentioning the mass, but the only place you find them, they'll go into Brandon's, because Brandon will allow them to turn out that bullshit. Now, I'm not putting Brandon down, it's just that he will allow that to go on, and he'll allow the arguments to happen, and all the silly arguments that happen between the flat earthers and the globers. And that's the way the show is, and I don't know, maybe he'll change it over time, but that's the way it is. And they'll do that on Jose's and in Jen Panda's server. And maybe a couple of other servers on Discord. But what I find is more and more of them are disappearing, with the exception of Brandon's and Jose's. I find a lot of them are kind of disappearing into the background of Discord. There's probably God knows how many servers on Discord that are globe or servers where they all hang out. And I remember a time some years ago when they were out in the forefront talking bullshit and basically just trying to intellectually attack as many people as possible if anyone stated that they reckoned the earth wasn't a globe. But now they're all having to disappear into the background, down into the sewers. You know, why did they waste their time? I don't know. Thanks for having me in, lads, and Bev, everybody. I've got to go, and I have to make a phone call, and I'll come back in soon.
All right.
Yeah, cheers.
Cheers.
Take care,
Good
lads.
night, Brian. Later, Bri.
Good night. Take care. Bye.
Oh, right, I think I'm gonna end this stream as well now.
Yep.
Back tomorrow. Anybody? Do you want final thoughts? Anybody want to? Nah, we don't do that, do we?
Nah.